11. Perennially conscious of an inner luminosity. I quite realize that it is impossible for me to convey accurately or for the average reader to understand clearly what I mean by the expressions widening and contraction of consciousness, which I use frequently to denote the fluctuations in my mental condition. However, it is only by employing these phrases that I can describe even vaguely a purely subjective experience that seldom falls to the lot of the average person. To the best of my knowledge, the weird phenomena following the awakening of Kundalini have so far never been revealed in detail or made the subject of analytical study. The subject has remained shrouded in mystery, not only because of the extreme rarity and astounding nature of the manifestation, but also because certain essential features of the development are closely bound up with the intimate life and private parts of the individual who has the experiences. The disclosures made in this work are likely to appear startling, even incredible, because the subject is being discussed openly for the first time after centuries of a veiled existence. We can more or less follow the meaning of words, however difficult they may be, which describe mental states common to us all, or discuss intellectual problems and abstract propositions based on common experience and knowledge. But the phenomenon which I have tried to explain in these pages is so rare and so removed from ordinary affairs that in all probability only a few of those who happen to read this account will have even heard of anything so extraordinary. Accomplished masters of Kundalini Yoga, always extremely rare in the past, are almost non-existent nowadays, and the cases of a spontaneous type, where the awakening occurs suddenly at some period in life, more often than not end in mental disorder, which makes a coherent narration of the experience impossible. Under the circumstances, it is no wonder that a detailed account of this strange experience is not available anywhere. In spite of all this, the experience is not as singular or as unauthenticated as might at first appear. There is enough evidence available to suggest that from times immemorial, probably from the very birth of civilization and even before that, there have been cases, extremely rare indeed, of the awakening of Kundalini spontaneously or by means of suitable exercises. In the few cases of the former type where the awakening proceeds towards a healthy culmination, the symptoms being usually mild and the development gradual, as in born mystics, the essential characteristics of the rebirth, which were startlingly apparent in my case, might conceivably escape notice or when noticed may be attributed to other causes. In the large proportion of cases of the same class where the awakening is morbid, the frenzied expressions of the stricken, even when correct, would be utterly disregarded as the senseless rubbish of a delirious brain. In the case of awakening brought about by voluntary effort as, for example, in a monastic order, secluded yoga center, or solitary hermitage, the extraordinary phenomena attending it were most likely either not open to critical observation or, where they were observed, were treated as a necessary preternatural accompaniment to the adventure and hence not regarded seriously as something important to record and communicate. They may have been considered too sacred to be divulged and consequently were kept a closely guarded secret accessible to none save the initiates. Accordingly, laboring under the difficulty of describing in this critical age of science a bizarre mental phenomenon never revealed in detail before, I am compelled, for reasons of prudence, to keep back certain details that should have found a place in this work and which, I am sure, will fall within the experience of many of those who, like me, chance to kindle the serpent fire accidentally without a preparatory period of training. In spite of many almost uncanny happenings which I witnessed within myself, during the succeeding months my mental condition continued to be the same as already described, but there was a perceptible improvement in my bodily health, and I found my former strength and vigor gradually returning. The government offices usually moved from Jammu to Srinagar, the summer capital of the state, in the month of May, but being on leave and finding myself unable to withstand the deleterious effects of heat in the weakened state of my nerves, I left for Kashmir in early April 1939. The change did me good. The valley was thick with blossoms and the crisp spring air filled with fragrance had an invigorating effect upon me. There was absolutely no change in the constant movements of the radiant current or in the intensified behavior of the glow in my head. On the other hand, their activity was more intensified. But my mental strength, poise, and powers of endurance, which seemed to have been completely depleted, came back to me in part, and I found myself able to take a lively interest in conversation. What was more precious to me, the deep feelings of love for my family, which had appeared to be dead, stirred in my heart again. Within a few weeks after arriving, I found myself able to take long walks and to attend to ordinary affairs not requiring too much exertion. Still, I could not read attentively for long and continued to have a fear of the supernatural. I persistently avoided thinking of or talking about the subject. My former appetite returned and I could eat everything I used to previously without any fear of a few morsels more or less creating a storm in my interior. I could even prolong the interval between meals, but not too long without discomfort. By the time my office opened at Srinagar, I had gained enough strength and endurance to be sure that I could again take up my official duties without the risk of aggravating my mental condition or making myself ridiculous by exhibiting a lack of efficiency in my work or any sign of abnormality in my behavior. When I went through the papers on my desk, I noticed that my memory was unimpaired and the awful experience I had undergone had in no way adversely affected my ability. I was easily fatigued, however, and became restless after only a few hours of attentive application. After a prolonged spell of mental work, I invariably found, after closing my eyes and listening internally, that the luminous circle was more extended and the buzzing in the ears louder than usual. This served as an indication that I was still not capable of maintaining a sustained state of attention for lengthy periods and that I should proceed with caution to avoid a recrudescence of the previous symptoms. Accordingly, I decided to alternate spells of work with intervals of relaxation by chatting with my colleagues, by looking out of the window, or by moving from the office into the busy street outside, which offered a large variety of objects to divert my attention. I do not know how it happened that, even in that extremely abnormal state of my mind, needing constantly the application of new measures to adapt it to changing circumstances, I often hit upon the right procedure to deal with unexpected and difficult situations arising in my day-to-day contacts. If I had even so much as hinted to colleagues a word about my abnormality and the bizarre manifestations which were now a regular feature of my life, I might have been labeled a lunatic and treated accordingly. If I had tried to make capital out of the mysterious occurrence and pretended a knowledge of the occult, which I did not in reality possess, I might have been hailed as a saint and pestered day and night by people seeking a miraculous way of escape out of their difficulties. Beyond a few hints which I let drop to some of my relatives in the very beginning when I was taken completely aback by the strange malady, and beyond revealing my condition as well as I could to a few yoga experts for guidance, I maintained a strict reserve about my abnormal state and never referred to it in my conversation with intimate friends. Even in my most sanguine moments, however, the fear of impending madness never left me completely. The magnitude of the risk that one has to run in the event of a powerful and sudden Kundalini awakening can be gauged from the fact that simultaneously with the release of the new energy, profound functional and structural changes begin to occur with rapidity and violence in the delicate fabric of the nervous system. This can be sufficient to cause unhinging of the brain instantaneously if the organism as a whole does not possess enough power of adjustment to bear the tremendous strain, as actually happens in many cases. Among the inmates of mental hospitals, there are often some who owe their malady to a prematurely active or morbidly functioning Kundalini. With the restoration of my faculties and the growing clarity of mind, I began to speculate about my condition. I read all that came my way pertaining to Kundalini and yoga but did not find any detailed account of a similar phenomenon. The darting warm and cold currents, the effulgence in the head, the unearthly sounds in the ears, and the gripping fear were actually mentioned. But for me there was no sign of clairvoyance or ecstasy, or communication with disembodied spirits, or any other extraordinary psychic gift, all considered to be the distinctive characteristics of an awakened Kundalini from the earliest times. Often in the silence and darkness of my room at night I found myself looking with dread at horribly disfigured faces and distorted forms bending and twisting into shapes, appearing and disappearing rapidly in the shining medium, eddying and swirling in and around me. They left me trembling with fear, unable to account for their presence. At times, though such occurrences were rare, I could perceive within the luminous mist a brighter radiance emanating from a glowing, ethereal shape, with a hardly distinguishable face and figure, but nevertheless a presence, emitting a luster so soft, enchanting, and soothing that on such occasions my mind overflowed with happiness and an indescribable divine peace filled every fiber of my being. Strangely enough, on every such occasion the memory of the primary vision, which occurred on the first day of the awakening, came vividly to me as if to hearten me in the midst of despondency with a fleeting glimpse of a supercondition towards which I was being painfully and inexorably drawn. I was not sure at that time whether the visions afforded actual glimpses of supermundane existence or were mere figments of my now highly excited and virtually glowing imagination. I did not know what was making me perennially conscious of luminosity, as if my own intangible mental stuff had been metamorphosed into a radiant substance, and this metamorphosis of the mind substance was responsible for the radiancy in my thought images. I continued to attend to my household and official duties, gaining more and more strength every day. After a few more weeks, I was able to work attentively for hours with my now transformed mental equipment without feeling any distressing symptoms. But there was no perceptible change in my general outlook or efficiency, and barring the introduction of this mysterious and incomprehensible factor into my life, I was the same as before. In the course of time, the passage of the current through the scattered nerve threads became less perceptible, and often I did not notice it at all. I could now devote myself attentively to any work for hours. Comparing my later stable mental condition with what it had been in the initial stages after the crisis, the realization came to me that I had escaped from the clutches of insanity by the narrowest margin, and that I owed my deliverance not to any effort of mine but to the benign disposition of the energy itself. In the primary stages, particularly before the crisis, for certain very cogent reasons, the vital current appeared to be acting erratically and blindly like the swollen waters of a flooded stream which, pouring out through a breach in the embankment, rushes madly here and there trying to scour out a new channel for its passage. Years later I had an inkling of what had actually happened and could guess at the marvel lying hidden in the human body, unsuspected, waiting for the needed invocation from the owner and a favorable opportunity to leap into action, when, plowing its way through the flesh like a diverted stream in flood, it creates new channels in the nervous system and the brain to endow the fortunate individual with unbelievable mental and spiritual powers. The 6 months of that summer spent in Kashmir passed without any remarkable event or noteworthy change in me. The stir caused by my strange indisposition gradually died down, and most of the people who had any knowledge of it attributed my sudden breakdown to mental causes. A whisper had gone round in some quarters, however, that my strange distemper was the outcome of yoga practices, intimately connected with Kundalini, and the curious came to see me on one pretext or another, trying to elicit further information to assure themselves, by the exhibition of some supernatural feat on my part, that I had really crossed the boundary which separates the human from the divine. For many of them, the mere awakening of the serpent power meant a precipitate plunge into the supernatural. They were not blameworthy. Many people seem to have the notion that it is but a step from human to cosmic consciousness, a step which one can take all at once with assistance from a teacher or with the aid of spiritual exercises as easily and safely as one crosses a threshold leading from a smaller to a larger room. This fallacious idea is often bolstered by incompetent guides, trading on the credulity of some, who claim knowledge of yoga and ability to bring about positive results in their disciples, themselves utterly unaware of the fact that yoga as a progressive science has been dead for several hundred years, and that beyond a few parrot-like recitations from the works of ancient masters they know no more about it than the uninformed whom they profess to teach. In olden days, however, the serious and difficult nature of the task was fully recognized, and the aspirants who set about it took full care to divest themselves of all worldly responsibilities and to develop a stoical attitude of mind, prepared to meet all eventualities without flinching or yielding under stress. To the frivolous inquiries directed to gathering more information about my experience, I usually turned a deaf ear, maintaining a reserve which has continued to this day. Failing to gain satisfaction for their curiosity and finding no remarkable change in me, the story of my spiritual adventure was treated as a myth, and to some I even became an object of ridicule for having mistaken a physical ailment for a divine dispensation. At the end of summer I was almost as strong as before. Barring the luminous currents and the radiance in my head, I marked no other change in myself and felt none the worse for my awful adventure, save that at certain times, usually in the afternoon, the passage of the current became disturbingly perceptible, accompanied by a slight uneasiness in the head. At such times I usually experienced difficulty in applying myself attentively to any task and often spent the interval talking or strolling in the open. Sometimes on such occasions I noticed a greater pressure on the nerve centers in the cardiac and hepatic regions, especially the latter, as if a greater flow of the radiation was being forced into the organ to increase its activity. There was no other indication of anything remarkable or unusual in me. I slept well, ate heartily, and in order to overcome the effects on my body of several months of forced inactivity, took a little exercise, to which I had been accustomed since boyhood, avoiding undue strain and exhaustion. But after the hours spent in the office, I felt no inclination to read in the evening, as had been my habit in the past, or to do any mental work. Treating this as a hint from within not to tax the brain any further, I retired usually to my room for relaxation and rest soon after dinner. Towards the end of October 1939, I made preparations for my departure to Jammu with the office. I felt myself so thoroughly fit for the journey and subsequent sojourn there for 6 months all by myself that for reasons of her health I left my wife, my one unfailing partner in all my vicissitudes, in Kashmir, confident of my own ability to look after myself. I did not realize at that time that I was taking a grave risk in not having her with me when away from home, that without my knowledge the stormy force released in my body was still as actively at work, and that though I was not acutely cognizant of its movements, the strain on my vital organs was no less heavy than it had been before. The thought that I was in an abnormal state internally was, however, never entirely absent from my mind, for I was reminded of it constantly by the luminosity within. But as time wore on and the condition remained constant, it lost for me much of its strangeness and unnaturalness, becoming, as it were, a part of my being, my usual and normal state. In view of the immense significance of the regenerative and transformative processes at work in my body, especially during sleep, which ultimately resulted in the development of psychic gifts never possessed by me until I was over 46 years old, it is necessary to dwell on this most important phase of my singular experience. Not only the ancient treatises on yoga but numerous other spiritual texts of India contain references to the miraculous power of Shakti, or feminine cosmic energy, to bring about transformations in her devotees. The famous Gayatri mantra, which every Brahmin must recite daily after his morning ablutions, is an invocation to Kundalini to grant transcendence. The sacred thread worn by the Hindus, consisting generally of 3 or 6 separate threads held together by a knot, is symbolic of the 3 well-known channels of vital energy, Ida, Pingla, and Sushumna, passing through the center and on either side of the spinal cord. The tuft of hair on the top of the head, usually worn by men, indicates the location of the inoperative conscious center in the brain, which opens like a lotus in bloom when watered by the ambrosial current rising through Sushumna and functions as the seat of the supersensible perception, the sixth sense or the third eye, in those divinely favored by Kundalini. The obviously unambiguous references to her creative and transformative prowess contained in the hymns composed in praise of the goddess by renowned sages and great spiritual teachers, venerated almost like gods and in most cases, if their own avowals are to be believed, themselves the beneficiaries of her grace, cannot be dismissed lightly as mere poetic effusions devoid of any material foundation. Considering also the fact that the results attained by the masters formed subjects for experiment and verification by their disciples, who had, therefore, necessarily to gauge their correctness, the assertions cannot be treated either as mere metaphors, intended to convey some other meaning, or as crude exaggerations of trivial achievements. In any case, it is on the universal acceptance of the truth of these ancient beliefs in India that all the systems of yoga and the massive structure of Vedic religion have been built, with a foundation so deeply laid that they have come to be an integral part of every religious act and ceremony of a Hindu. Consequently, the average worshipper of Kali, Durga, Shiva, or Vishnu, when prostrate before the image of his deity with tearful eyes and lips quivering with emotion, implores the boon of not only worldly favors but also of superphysical attributes to enable him to look behind the veil of illusory appearances. If the historic record extending to more than 30 centuries as embodied in the Vedas and other spiritual texts is to be relied upon, and credence lent to the unquestionable testimony of scores of clever investigators and shrewd observers, the ancient society of Indo-Aryans abounded with numerous genuine instances of transfiguration by means of spiritual strivings and yoga, resulting in the complete metamorphosis of personality, as a result of which individuals of a common caliber were transformed into visionaries of extraordinary attainments by the touch of an invisible power which they recognized and worshipped with appropriate ceremony. In fact, one of the basic tenets of Hindu religion and the archstone of the science of yoga is the belief, emphatically upheld by almost every scripture, that by properly directed effort it is possible for a person to complete the evolutionary cycle of human existence in one life and blossom into a transfigured adept in tune with the infinite reality beyond the phenomenal world, forever released from the otherwise endless chain of births and deaths. In addition to cases of spontaneous transformation brought about suddenly or by slow degrees in mystics and saints, ancient or modern, both in the East and West, and supported by unimpeachable evidence which confronts modern science with an enigma as insoluble now as it was in medieval times, there are also authentic instances where a definite alteration of personality has occurred as a result of yoga or other form of spiritual effort, undertaken deliberately and continued for some time, resulting ultimately in the sudden or slow development of abnormal psychic faculties and extraordinary mental attributes not visible before. What is the mystery behind this oft-repeated and generally accepted phenomenon? What force, spiritual, psychical, or physical, is set into motion automatically or by voluntary striving, which, working mysteriously according to its own inscrutable laws, brings about a radical change in the organism, molding it into a distinct type with certain common characteristics that have distinguished mystics and seers of all ages and climes. Not only in India, but in almost all the countries professing a revealed faith, the belief in the efficacy of worship, prayer, and other religious practices to induce a mental condition favorable to the dispensation of divine grace has been current from time immemorial, and the transformation occurring in consequence of such practices is, therefore, naturally attributed to divine favor. It must be remembered, however, that a hasty recourse to supernatural agencies to account for any obscure phenomenon not explicable by the intellect has also been a marked feature of human existence from the earliest stages of development as rational beings, and is almost as common now in the lower strata of any society as it was in prehistoric times. The habit is still there in the majority of human beings, though its operation has been somewhat restricted owing to the explanations furnished by science for many previously obscure phenomena of nature. To bring in divinity for the explanation of isolated phenomena, when its perpetual suzerainty over the whole universe and its position as the primordial cause of all existence is recognized, is an inconsistency of which seasoned intellects should not be guilty. When viewed in the light of such recognition, neither a leaf can stir nor an atom move nor a raindrop descend nor any creature breath without divine providence. The inconsistency lies in furnishing rational explanations for some of the problems and invoking a supermundane agency for the rest. To the great sorrow of the human race, this has always been done in respect of matters temporal, on the one hand, and spiritual on the other. It has to be admitted that matter and spirit are radically different, perhaps diametrically opposite propositions, and that therefore, what is true of one may not be true of the other, but that can only serve as a sound reason for employing different methods of approach to the problems presented by each, and not for denying to one what we concede to the other, when the two owe their origin to the same eternal cause. The existence of extraordinary intellectual talent or spiritual and psychic gifts in some people should not, therefore, be attributed to divine intervention. There can be no pampered favorites in the just hierarchy of heaven. However, as in the case of material phenomena, the variations from the rule, repeatedly observed, should act as a spur to goad us to investigate the problems presented by the extraordinary achievements of geniuses on the one hand and the amazing performances of visionaries on the other. Working from this angle, the first effort of any investigator should be directed towards ascertaining the degree of relationship between the body and the mind, to determine whether the conditions and actions of the former invariably affect the latter and vice versa, or if each functions completely or partially as an independent unit. Only a moment's thought is enough to convince even the least intelligent that the body and mind are indissolubly bound to each other from birth to death, each exerting a tremendous influence over the other at every moment of their joint existence, to such an extent that many keen observers are sharply divided on the issue as to whether mind is the product of the biochemical reactions of the body or the latter is the result of the ideative processes of the mind. One is astounded at the depth of knowledge and the keenness of intellect displayed on either side, but neither group has been able to win the other completely to its view. For the purpose of our point of view, it is enough to say that body and mind are mutually dependent and responsive to such an amazing extent that not an eyelid flickers nor does a muscle move nor an artery throb without the knowledge of the mind, and similarly not a memory stirs, nor does a thought strike, nor an idea occur without causing a reaction in the body. The effect of disease, of organic changes in the tissues, of exhaustion, of diet, of medicine, of intoxicants and narcotics on the mind, and of pleasure and pain, sorrow and suffering, emotion and passion, fear and anxiety on the body is too well known to need stressing. The close connection between body and mind may with justice be likened to that existing between a mirror and the object reflected in it. The least change in the object is instantaneously reflected by the mirror, and conversely any change in the reflection denotes a corresponding change in the object also. In all temporal affairs, the correlationship and interdependence of the gross body and the ethereal mind is recognized and accepted without question, but strangely enough when dealing with spiritual matters, this obviously unalterable rule determining the relationship of the two in the physical world is inexplicably lost sight of. Even eminent scholars, when discussing psychic phenomena of the most extraordinary kind, argue as if the corporeal frame, which faithfully follows physical laws during its pilgrimage on this plane, has no place in the picture from the moment of entry into spiritual realms. Even after making full allowance for the miracles performed by them, the life stories of known saints, mystics, and prophets make it undeniably clear that the inviolable biological laws affected them just the same as if they were ordinary human beings, and that they, too, were as prone to hunger, thirst, and fatigue and as easy a prey to disease, senescence and death as the others of their time. Not one of them survived for a remarkably longer span of time than that normally allotted to mortals, say a few dozen years, to demonstrate conclusively the victory of spirit over flesh, nor did any of them completely conquer hunger, thirst, or sleep, nor radically alter the predisposition of the body to age, disease, and decay. Most of them undoubtedly furnish unique examples of unparalleled courage and fortitude in adversity, extraordinary loftiness of character, unflinching adherence to truth, and other laudable virtues, but so far as this aspect of their existence is concerned, the histories of all nations contain numerous examples of normal men and women who exhibited in an almost equally outstanding manner some or many of the noble traits characterizing the visionaries, without ever attempting to trace their sterling qualities to any supernatural agency or exceptional divine favor. One can easily cite countless instances of the dominance of spirit over the frailties of flesh true of any nation and relating to any period of history. They are encountered daily, particularly in the humbler sectors of society. Hence it would be a fallacy to assert that they are an exclusive feature of spirituality in the ordinary connotation of the term, or that their occurrence in any way alters or nullifies the operation of the otherwise inviolable biological laws regulating the relation between the body and the mind. When we know that even the flicker of a thought or the momentary sway of passion has a perceptible reaction on the body, it is inconceivable that such abnormal and extraordinary states of mind associated with spiritual phenomena as are involved in the beholding of presences, hearing of unearthly voices, contemplation of enrapturing or awe-inspiring visions, entrancement and ecstasy, or any other form of psychical activity, should not exhibit a corresponding physiological reaction in the body. It has been observed that at the time of psychic manifestations or physical phenomena in mystics or mediums, signs of faintness, partial or complete insensibility to surroundings, convulsive movements, and other symptoms of organic disturbance are frequently present. This fact alone should provide sufficient cause for questioning the attitude of those who accept their existence as a perfectly legitimate activity of the mind alone, beyond the pale of organic laws, as also of those who as readily and as complacently deny their occurrence. It has become a habit to treat such phenomena as freakish occurrences, not amenable to ordinary biological laws. In all probability there is a basic misconception, owing to a wrong interpretation of religious doctrine or proceeding from superstitions, which allots to the cognitive faculty in human beings an entirely independent status utterly divorced from the body in relation to its supersensory and superphysical activity. It is under the influence of such erroneous premises that not infrequently even erudite people lend their support to dogmas crediting the human mind with unlimited powers, even to the extent of comprehending the ultimate reality behind the visible universe in its entirety or providing a suitable vehicle for its incarnation in human form. Bearing in mind the stupendous extent of the universe, the reality of the Creator becomes so staggering that it is utterly beyond the conceptual capacity of the human brain. Even the developed consciousness of an ecstatic, though itself an indestructible universal substance risen above the sense-bound human intellect, is utterly incapable of apprehending the real nature of its immeasurable source. Hence even in the highest condition of superconscious flight, the most which renowned mystics have been able to say is too fragmentary and vague to justify the conclusion that what they perceived through supersensory channels was the reality in itself, and not merely a slightly brighter radiation from an extremely distant, unimaginable, conscious Sunday. To come closer to this source would mean instantaneous destruction of a frail receptive instrument like the human body, incapable of sustaining at its present stage of evolution anything but the tiniest measure of vital energy streaming everywhere through the universe in incalculable abundance from that inexhaustible source. Speaking more clearly, the transcendental state may be nothing more than a fleeting glimpse of a tiny fragment of the superconscious world illumined by the rays of a stupendous unvisualizable sun. In the same manner as with our normal vision, we see but a tiny portion of the gigantic physical universe around us. Since body is the vehicle and mind the product of the radiation filtering through it, animating its countless cells like a living electric current, vivifying the sensitive brain matter to a far greater pitch of vital activity than any other region, the whole machine can exhibit only a limited range of consciousness depending on the capacity of the brain and the efficiency of the various organs and parts composing it. Because of the drastic restrictions imposed on our sensory equipment and the extremely narrow bounds of our mental orbit, the average person, never brought into contact with a state of consciousness distinctly superior to their own, is utterly unable to even dimly form a conception of a deathless, incorporeal conscious energy of infinite volume, penetrative power, and mobility, able to act simultaneously in millions upon millions of living objects all over the earth, to say nothing of the unimaginably vast creation in other parts of the universe, to whose invisible activity we owe our own existence. The main stumbling block in the visualization of even a slightly higher plane of consciousness is the normally unalterable and limited capacity of the human brain, which in each individual is able to utilize only a specific quantity of life energy for the activity of the body and the mind. There is no known method by which the brain of a normal individual can be made to overstep the boundaries set to it by nature, though it can be improved and sharpened with application and study and made to accommodate more information and assimilate more facts, assisted by interface with computers, but with the exception of gifted individuals fashioned in a slightly different form, it cannot be made to transcend the limits of its native state of consciousness, and to step into the next higher stratum, able to perceive what was imperceptible and to know what was unknowable before the transition. The question to be answered is whether the basic transition from one sphere of consciousness to a higher one can be effected, and whether there are any authentic instances of it during recent times. The answer to the first part of the question is an emphatic yes. The whole armory of every system of yoga, of every occult creed, and of every esoteric religious doctrine is directed to this end. The only shortcoming, which makes the claim appear absurd and fantastic to a strictly scientific mind, is that the biological process by which the change can be brought about has not been explained, or probably even thought of, under the false notion, already discussed, that the human mind can win entry to supersensory realms without affecting the body in any way. Almost all the methods in use from time immemorial for gaining visionary experience or supersensory perception, concentration, breathing exercises, postures, prayer, fasting, asceticism, and the like affect both the organic frame and the mind. It is therefore reasonable to suppose that any changes brought about by any of these methods in the sphere of thought must also be preceded by alterations in the chemistry of the body. The ancient authorities on yoga, though aware of the important role played by the physical organism in developing supersensory channels of cognition, and fully conversant with the methods for diverting its energies in this direction, were far more interested in the spiritual than in the physical side of the science. They attached little significance to the biological changes occurring in the flesh as compared to the resulting momentous developments in the realm of mind. The general level of knowledge in those days and the tendencies of the time also precluded the possibility of such an investigation. Even the advocates of Kundalini Yoga, starting with the discipline and purification of internal organs, failed to give the corporeal frame the status it deserved as the sole channel for achieving a transcendent state in yoga practice. From the very nature of the exercises and the discipline enjoined, it should be obvious that the pivot round which the whole system revolved was the living organism, and it was to bring it to the required degree of fitness that the initiates devoted precious years of their lives in acquiring proficiency in maintaining difficult postures. They also had to master the art of cleaning the colon, the stomach, the nasal passages and the throat, holding the breath almost to the point of asphyxiation, and other extremely difficult, even dangerous, practices. In the light of the facts mentioned in this present book, it is not difficult to see that they are all indicative of a sustained endeavor to purify and regulate the system in order to adjust it to the heightened state of perception. They also indicate a preliminary arduous preparation of the body to bear safely a possible shock or excessive strain consequent on the bursting of the vital storm in it, released to effect drastic organic changes extending over years, and ending in death or immortality, or only bitter disappointment at the close of a life spent in ceaseless striving and self-denial. It is abundantly clear that all the exercises were directed towards the manipulation of a definite organic control system in the body, capable of bringing about the earnestly desired consummation by mysterious means even less understood now than they were in olden days. 12. The transformative power of the divine energy. During 1939, I returned to Jammu in a cheerful frame of mind, restored almost to my normal physical and mental health. The fear of the supernatural and antipathy towards religion that had been constantly present during the first few months had partially disappeared. For a long time I could not account for this sudden revulsion of what had been a deep-rooted feeling in me, and even during the days of acute disturbance was surprised at this change in myself. It was not only because my irrepressible desire for religious experience had landed me in an awful predicament that I felt the fear and the aversion, but there seemed to have actually occurred an inexplicable alteration in the very depths of my personality, for which I was at a loss to assign a reason. Devout and God-fearing until my abnormal condition, I had lost all feelings of love and veneration for the divine, all respect for the sacred and the holy, and all interest in the scriptural and sacramental. The very idea of the supernatural had become hateful, and I did not allow my thoughts to dwell on it even for a moment. From a devotee, I had become an inveterate enemy of faith and felt seething resentment against those whom I saw going to or coming from places of worship. I had changed entirely, devoid completely of every religious sentiment, turned into a rank atheist, a violent heretic, the very antithesis of the religious and the spiritual. In the early stages, desperately engaged in a neck-and-neck race, with death on one side and insanity on the other, I had neither the time nor the mental disposition to think seriously about this sudden disappearance of a powerful impulse which had dominated my thought from a very early age. As my mind grew clearer, I wondered more and more at this quite unexpected alteration. When on the restoration of my general health, particularly the feelings of love, the distaste for the supernatural still persisted and I found myself still empty of religious desire, as if washed clean of it, I became uneasy at the thought that, after all, it might not be Kundalini, considered to be the inexhaustible fount of divine love and the perennial source of spirituality which was active in me, but some evil force of darkness dragging me towards the depths of irreligiosity and impiety. At such times the words of the Brahman sadhu whom I had consulted during the preceding winter in a state of desperation always came back with an ominous significance. He had said slowly, emphasizing every word to make it sink deep into my terribly agitated mind, that the symptoms I had mentioned could in no way be attributed to Kundalini, the ocean of bliss, as she could never be associated with anything in the nature of pain or disturbance, and that my malady was most probably due to the vicious influence of some evilly disposed elemental spirit. I had been horrified at the words, which, spoken with certainty to a man fighting desperately with madness, spelled death for any spark of hope left in him. They often came back to me in the darkest moments to shut out the last glimmer of reason still struggling for existence. With sanity restored, but still strangely altered by a strongly marked characteristic, the idea recurred with overwhelming force to harass me when I failed to find a satisfactory explanation for the change. However, shortly before returning to Jammu, I had begun to feel vaguely the dim stirrings of the apparently dead impulse of religion. This happened usually in the early hours of morning, immediately on awakening from sleep, as if the refreshed state of the brain afforded an opportunity to the vanished urge to make a shadowy appearance for a brief interval. At such moments my thoughts usually dwelt on the life stories of certain mystics whose utterances had once made a powerful appeal to me. I had wholly forgotten them during the preceding months, and when recalled by accident the remembrance failed to evoke any warmth. I usually turned my thoughts to other things to avoid thinking of them. Now their memory returned as of old for a moment, the sweetness tinctured with a certain bitterness, for they had said nothing clearly of the dread ordeal which they too must have gone through in one form or another, nothing about the dangers and pitfalls of the path which they too must have traveled and which must be common to reach a goal open to all. But if they had suffered as much as I did or even a fraction of it and come out of the tribulation to compose inspiring verses which had captivated my heart at the very first hearing, they were indeed worthy of the greatest homage, far above and beyond a man like me, shaken and shattered by the same ordeal. A few weeks after my arrival in Jammu, I noticed that the gap was quickly filling and that my religious ideas, sentiments, and memories were all reviving rapidly. I felt again the same deep urge for religious experience and the same all-absorbing interest in the supernatural and the mystical. I could again sit all by myself brooding on the yet unanswered problem of being and the riddle of my own existence, or listen to devotional songs and mystical poetry with undiminished rapture from start to finish without the least sign of disturbance or any symptoms of haunting terror. When this religious mood came, the overhanging cloud of a malevolent spirit leading me towards degradation disappeared and my heart expanded in gratitude to the mysterious power working in me. It was only now that I really began to recognize myself, the being who about a year or so before had sat cross-legged in his ignorance that the average human frame of today, emasculated by a faulty civilization and enervated by uncontrolled ambitions and desires, is not strong enough to bear the splendor of the mighty vision without long preparatory training, austerity, and discipline. Slowly it began to dawn upon me that the torture I suffered in the beginning was caused by the unexpected release of the powerful vital energy through the wrong nerve, pingla, and that the hot blast coursing through my nerve and brain cells would have undoubtedly led to death, but for miraculous intervention at the last minute. Later on, my suffering was probably due, firstly, to the damage already sustained by my nervous system, secondly, to the fact that I was entirely uninitiated into the mystery, and thirdly and mainly, to the circumstance that my body, though above the average in muscular strength, was not sufficiently developed internally to withstand the sudden onrush of a much more dynamic and potent life energy than that to which the average human body is normally accustomed. I had experienced enough to realize that this powerful vital force, once let loose even by accident, cannot be restrained from carrying one onward and upward towards a higher and more penetrating consciousness for which it is the one and only instrument. The awakening of Kundalini, it seemed to me, implied the introduction into the human body of a higher form of nerve force by the constant sublimation of the human seed, leading ultimately to the radiant transcendental consciousness aglow ever after in the transformed brain of successful initiates. I speculated in this manner without being sure about the correctness of my surmises. I had undergone a singular experience, but how could I be sure that I was not the victim of an abnormal pathological condition, peculiar to me alone? How could I be sure that I was not suffering from a continuous hallucinatory affliction in this particular respect while normal in other ways, the unexpected result of prolonged concentration and too much absorption in the occult? If I had within reach a recorded experience even distantly similar to mine, or a really competent teacher to guide me, my doubts would have been resolved then and there, by which the whole course of my life might have been different and I might have been saved another equally long and equally awful period of agony, as the one I had just come through. As I still failed to notice the development of any extraordinary talent or supernormal faculty, I continued to be tormented by serious doubts about the actual nature of the abnormality of which I was the victim. The ever-present radiation, bathing my head with luster and glowing along the path of countless nerves in the body, streaming here and there in a most wonderful and sometimes awe-inspiring manner, had little in common with the effulgent visions described by yogis and mystics. Beyond the spectacle of a luminous circle around the head, which was now constant in me, and an extended consciousness, I felt and saw nothing extraordinary in the least approaching the supernatural or divine, but for all practical purposes was the same man that I had always been. The only difference was that I now saw the world reflected in a larger mental mirror. It is extremely difficult for me to express adequately this change in my cognitive apparatus. The best I can do is to say that it appeared as if an enlarged picture of the world was now being formed in my mind, not enlarged in the sense of magnification by a microscope, but as if the world image was now presented by a wider conscious surface than before. In other words, the knowing self appeared to have acquired distinctly extended proportions. It was at an early stage that I had become conscious of this inexplicable alteration. At that time I was not in a condition to give it serious thought and took it for granted that the change was brought about by the luminous vapor streaming into my brain. As already mentioned, the dimensions of the shining mist in my head varied constantly, causing a widening and shrinking of consciousness. This rapid alteration in the perceptive mirror, accompanied by an ever-present sense of deadening fear, had been the first acutely distressing and completely bewildering feature of my uncanny experience. As time wore on, the extension became more and more apparent, with less frequent contractions, but even in the narrowest state of perception my consciousness was wider than before. I could not fail to mark this startling alteration in myself as it occurred abruptly, carrying me from one conscious state to another almost overnight. If the transition had taken place gradually, without the other accompanying factors like the radiating spinal currents and the extraordinary sensations that made the whole phenomenon so striking and bizarre, I might not have noticed the extension at all, as one does not notice the extremely slight daily changes in one's own face which immediately strike a friend after a long separation. As the alteration in the state of my consciousness is the most important feature of my experience to which I wish to draw attention, having far-reaching results, it is necessary to say more about this extraordinary development, which for a long time I considered to be an abnormality or delusion. The state of exalted and extended consciousness, permeated with an inexpressible, supermundane happiness which I experienced on the first appearance of the serpent fire in me, was an internal phenomenon, subjective in nature, indicating an expansion of the field of awareness, or the cognitive self, formless, invisible, and infinitely subtle, the observer in the body, always beyond scrutiny, impossible to delineate or depict. From a unit of consciousness, dominated by the ego, to which I was habituated from childhood, I had expanded all at once into a glowing conscious circle, growing larger and larger, until a maximum was reached, the I remaining as it was, but instead of a confining unit, now itself encompassed by a shining conscious globe of vast dimensions. For want of a better simile, I should say that from a tiny globe the awareness in me became a large radiating pool of light, that I immersed in it yet fully cognizant of the radiantly blissful volume of consciousness all around, both near and far. Speaking more precisely, there was ego consciousness as well as a vastly extended field of awareness, existing side by side, both distinct yet one. This remarkable phenomenon, indelibly imprinted upon my memory, as vivid when recalled today as at the time of occurrence, was not repeated in all its original splendor until long afterwards. During the succeeding agonizing weeks and months, there was absolutely no resemblance between my initial experience and the subsequent extremely disquieting mental condition, beyond the fact that I was painfully aware that an expansion had somehow taken place in the original area of my consciousness, subject frequently to partial contractions. By the time I returned to Jammu, I had regained my equilibrium of mind and soon after was restored fully to myself, with all my individual traits and peculiarities. But the unmistakable alteration in my cognitive faculty, which I had noticed for some time and of which I was constantly reminded when contemplating an external object or an internal mental image, underwent no modification except that with the passage of time the luminous circle in my head grew larger and larger by imperceptible degrees, with a corresponding increase in the area of consciousness. It was certain that I was now looking at the universe with a perceptibly enlarged mental surface and that, in consequence, the world image which I perceived was reflected by a larger surface than that provided by my mind during all the years from my childhood to the time of the ecstatic vision. The area of my peripheral consciousness had undeniably increased, for I could not be mistaken about a fact continually in front of me during waking hours. The phenomenon was so strange and so out of the ordinary that I felt convinced that it would be useless on my part to look for a parallel case, even if the weird transformation was because of the action of an awakened Kundalini and not a unique abnormality affecting me only. Realizing also the futility of revealing this unheard-of development to others, I kept my secret strictly to myself, saying nothing of it even to those most intimately connected with me. As my physical and mental condition gave me no cause for uneasiness in any other respect, I gradually ceased to trouble myself about it. As already mentioned in an earlier chapter, in the initial stages of my experience it appeared as if I were viewing the world through a mental haze, or to be more clear, as if a thin layer of extremely fine dust hung between me and the objects perceived. It was not an optical defect, as my eyesight was as sharp as ever and the haze seemed to envelop not the sensory but the perceptive organ. The dust was on the conscious mirror which reflected the image of the objects. It seemed as if the objects seen were being viewed through a whitish medium that made them look as if an extremely fine and uniform coat of chalk dust were laid on them without in the least blurring the outline or the normal color peculiar to each. This coat hung between me and the sky, the branches and leaves of trees, the green grass, the houses, the paved streets, the dress and faces of people, lending to all a chalky appearance, precisely as if the conscious center in me, which interpreted sensory impressions, was now operating through a white medium, needing further refinement and cleaning to make it perfectly transparent. As in the case of enlargement of the visual image, I was entirely at a loss to explain this phenomenon. Any change of time, place, or weather had absolutely no effect on the transformation. It was as apparent under lamplight as in sunlight, as noticeable in the clear light of morning as at dusk. Obviously, the change was internal and not the result of alteration by changed external influences. Surprised, yet keeping my own counsel, I continued to pass my days and nights at Jammu attending to my duties and minding my tasks as others were doing. The only plausible reason for the change in my cognitive faculty which I could think of was that the animating principle inhabiting the body was now operating the mechanism through an altered vital medium. This led to an alteration in the quality and behavior of the nerve currents regulating the functions of the organs as well as in the quality of the sensory impressions and their interpretations by the observing mind. But all that had happened and was still happening was so unprecedented and incredible that I felt easier in treating it all as an abnormality rather than as a natural growth governed by regular biological laws, which ultimately it proved to be. In this manner, a prey to doubts and uneasiness, I continued to pass my time until one sunny day, when on my way to the office, I happened to look at the front block of the Rajgarh Palace, in which the government offices were located, taking in my glance the sky as well as the roof and the upper part of the building. I looked casually at first, then, struck by something strange in their appearance, more attentively, unable to withdraw my gaze, and finally rooted to the spot. I stared in amazement at the spectacle, unable to believe the testimony of my eyes. I was looking at a scene familiar to me in one way before the experience and in another during the last few months, but what I now saw was so extraordinary as to render me motionless with surprise. I was looking at a scene belonging not to the earth but to some fairyland, for the ancient, weather-stained front of the building, unadorned and commonplace, and the arch of the sky above it, bathed in the clear light of the sun, were both lit with a brilliant silvery luster that lent a beauty and a glory to both and created a marvelous light and shade effect impossible to describe. Wonderstruck, I turned my eyes in other directions, fascinated by the silvery shine which glorified everything. Clearly, I was witnessing a new phase in my development. The luster which I perceived on every side and in all objects did not emanate from them but was undoubtedly a projection of my own internal radiance. Entirely absorbed in the contemplation of the enchanting view, I lost all touch with my surroundings, completely forgetting that I was standing like a statue in the middle of a road thronged at that time of day with crowds of employees going to the secretariat. Collecting my thoughts, like one suddenly awakened from a beatific vision, I looked around, withdrawing my gaze with difficulty from the delightful scene. Many pairs of eyes from the rapidly moving crowd on every side looked at me in surprise, unable to account for my abrupt halt and subsequent immobility. Pulling myself together, I walked at a leisurely pace in the direction of the office, keeping my eyes on the building and the portion of the overhanging sky in front of me. Completely unprepared for such a development, I could not bring myself to believe that what I was gazing at was real and not a vision conjured up by my fancy stimulated to greater activity by the intriguing aureole, perceptible to me always around my head. I looked intently in front and around again and again, rubbing my eyes to assure myself that I was not dreaming. No, I was surely in the center of the Secretariat quadrangle, moving slowly in the midst of a bustling throng hastening in all directions, like them in all other respects except that I was looking at the world with a different vision. On entering my room, instead of sitting at my desk, I walked out onto the veranda at the back, where it was my habit to pass some time daily for a breath of fresh air while looking at the fine view open in front. There was a row of houses before me edged by a steep woody slope leading to the bank of the Tawi River, whose wide boulder-covered bed glistened in the sun with a thin stream of water running in the middle, bordered on the other side by another hillock with a small medieval fortress on top. I had looked at the same site almost daily in winter for several years and the picture of it was vividly present in my memory. During the past few months, when gazing at it, I found that it too had assumed grander proportions and had the same chalky appearance I had noticed in all other objects. On that memorable day, when my eyes swept across the riverbed to the hillock and from there to the sky, trying to take the whole panorama in one glance to make a comparison between what I was accustomed to seeing previously and what I perceived now, I was utterly amazed at the remarkable transformation. The magnified dimensions of the picture and the slightly chalky appearance of the objects were both present, but the dusty haze before my eyes had vanished and instead I was gazing fascinatedly at an extraordinarily rich blend of color and shade, shining with a silvery luster which lent an indescribable beauty to the scene. Breathless with excitement, I turned my eyes in all directions, viewing each object attentively, eager to find whether the transformation was noticeable in all or whether it was an illusion caused by the particularly clear and sunny weather on that day. I looked and looked, allowing my gaze to linger for some time on each spot, convinced more firmly after each intent glance that far from being the victim of an optical illusion, I was seeing a brightly colored real scene before me, shining with a milky luster I had never before perceived. A surge of emotion too deep for words filled my whole being, and tears gathered in my eyes in spite of myself at the significance of the new development in me. But even in that condition, looking through tears, I could perceive trembling beams of silvery light dancing before my vision, enhancing the radiant beauty of the scene. It was not difficult to understand that, without my being aware of it, an extraordinary change had taken place in the now luminous cognitive center in my brain and that the fascinating luster, which I perceived around every object, was not a figment of my fancy nor was it possessed by the objects, but was a projection of my own internal radiance. Days and weeks passed without alteration in the lustrous new form of perception. A bright silvery sheen around every object, across the entire field of view, became a permanent feature of my vision. The azure dome of the sky, whenever I happened to glance at it, had a purity of color and a brightness impossible to describe. If I had possessed the same form of sight from my earliest childhood, I should not have found anything striking in it, treating it as the usual endowment of every normal individual, but the alteration from the previous to the present state was so obvious, so remarkable, and so fascinating that I could not but be immensely moved and surprised by it. Examining myself closely for any other change in my sensory perceptions, I became conscious of the fact that there also had occurred an amplification and refining of auditory sensations, as a result of which the sounds heard possessed now an exotic quality and a distinctiveness that lent to music and melody a greater sweetness and to noise and clamor a more disagreeable harshness. The alteration was not, however, so marked and striking as the change in visual impressions until a few years later. The olfactory, gustatory, and tactile centers as well exhibited a peculiar sensitivity and acuteness, clearly perceptible, but in point of magnitude nothing compared to what had happened with my sight. The phenomenon was observable during darkness, too. At night, lamps glowed with a new brilliance, while illuminated objects glistened with a peculiar luster not wholly borrowed from the lamps. In the course of a few weeks, the transformation ceased to cause me wonder or excitement, and gradually I came to treat it as an inseparable part of myself, a normal characteristic of my being. Wherever I went and whatever I did, I was conscious of myself in the new form, cognizant of the radiance within and the lustrous objectivity without. I was changing. The old self was yielding place to a new personality endowed with a brighter, more refined and artistic perceptive equipment, developed from the original one by a strange process of cellular and organic transformation. Towards the middle of April that year, before leaving for Srinagar, I went to Hardwar with the sacred relics of my departed mother whom, to my sorrow, I had lost during the year preceding the experience. I had been to Hardwar once before on a similar errand after the death of my father. On this occasion, all through the journey by rail and during the few days of my stay at Hardwar, I was constantly reminded of the marvelous change in me. I traveled by the same route, saw the same stations, towns, and sights, until I reached my destination and there also saw the same quaint streets and buildings, the same Ganges with its swiftly flowing sapphire water, the same bathing places and ghats, terrace steps at sacred bathing places, thronged with pilgrims. They were all as I had seen them last, but how different was the picture perceived by me on this occasion. Every object now formed a part of a greatly extended field of vision in striking contrast to the previous one, the whole assemblage lit with a glitter like that of freshly fallen snow when the sun shines upon it. After performing the sacred rites, I returned to Jammu, refreshed by the change, more firmly convinced about the new development in me. Soon after, I left for Srinagar with my office as usual. Years passed. My health and vitality were completely restored. I could read continuously for long periods without fatigue and even indulge in my favorite pastime, chess, demanding close attention for hours. My diet became normal and the only article to remind me of my experience was a cup of milk in the morning and another in the afternoon with a slice of bread. I could not, however, stand a fast with impunity, but if obliged to keep one was not seriously affected by it either. In spite of all these signs of normality, it was easy to perceive that mentally I was not the same old self. The luster within and without became more and more perceptible with the passage of time. With my inner vision I could distinctly perceive the flow of loosened currents of vital energy through the network of nerves in my body. A living silvery flame with a delicate golden tinge was clearly perceptible in the interior of my brain across the forehead. My thought images were vividly bright, and every object recalled to memory possessed radiance in the same manner as in the concrete form. My reaction to infection and disease was not, however, normal. In every illness, the characteristic symptoms of the ailment, though present, were distinctly milder in nature and usually there was an absence of temperature. The rapidity of the pulse was the main indication of an indisposition, but it was seldom, if ever, accompanied by a corresponding rise in the heat of the body as normally occurs with disease. This peculiarity is as observable now as it was in those days. The only explanation for it that I can think of is that my highly nervous organism does not permit the flow of heated blood to the brain, as a measure of safety to avoid injury to the now exceptionally sensitive cerebral matter, and adopts other devices to free the body from infection. I could not stand medication during illness or fasting and invariably resorted to dietetic remedies to get well. I have said a good deal about the working of my mental equipment during waking hours without making any mention about its condition during sleep. The first time I became aware of an alteration in my dream consciousness was during the night in February 1938 when I passed the crisis, tasting sleep after several weeks of insomnia accompanied by a maddening mental condition. I fell asleep that night wrapped in a mantle of light perceptible in the dreams also. From that day onwards, extraordinarily vivid dreams became habitual with me. The bright luster in my head, always present during wakefulness, continued undiminished during sleep, if anything, more clearly apparent and more active during the night than during the day. The moment I rested my head on the pillow and closed my eyes to invite sleep, the first object to draw my attention was the cranial glow, clearly distinguishable in darkness, not stationary and steady but spreading out and narrowing down like a whirlpool or swirling water in a shining sun. In the beginning and for many months after, it appeared as if a piston, working in the spinal tube at the bottom, was throwing up stream after stream of a very lustrous fluid, impalpable but distinctly visible, with such force that I actually felt my whole body shaking with the impact of the current to such an extent as made the bed creak at times. The dreams were wonderful and always occurred against a shining background formed by the widespread luminous glow inside, which also lent a strange phosphorescence to the dream images. Every night during sleep I was transported to a glittering fairyland where, garbed in luster, I glided from place to place, as light as a feather. Scene after scene of inexpressible glory unfolded before my vision. The incidents were of the usual character common to dreams. They often lacked coherence and continuity, but although strange, fanciful and fantastic, they possessed a visionary character, surrounded by landscapes of a vastness and magnificence seldom seen in real life. In my dreams I usually experienced a feeling of security and contentment, with the absence of anything in the least disturbing or disharmonious, all blended into a sense of peace and happiness, which gave my dream personality a character so unique and alluring that I never missed having 10 hours of rest, and when distraught or dismayed during the day, invariably sought the sanctuary of sleep to rid myself of worry and fear. I had never dreamt such vivid dreams before. They naturally followed the pattern of my new personality and were woven of the same luminous stuff which formed the texture of my daytime thoughts and fancies. It was clear beyond a doubt that light not only pervaded my peripheral consciousness but had penetrated deep into the recesses of my subconscious being as well. In course of time, the idea began to take root in my mind that the enhanced activity of the radiant current during sleep was an indication of the fact that in some incomprehensible way the opportunity afforded by the passive state of the brain was being utilized for immunizing it and the complicated nerve structures to the action of the newly released dynamic force in place of the former less potent vital energy. But for years I was unable to guess what was happening inside me. I had come across vague statements in some of the ancient writings on Kundalini Yoga hinting at the transformative power of the divine energy. The hints were so obscure and so lacking in detail that I could not grasp how the human organism, with an unalterable legacy of innumerable hereditary factors stretching back for millions of years, possessing a certain strictly circumscribed brain power and intelligence, could be rebuilt from within to a far different or higher type of cerebral activity, enabling it to transcend the limits prescribed by nature for it from birth. Taking into account the organic changes involved in a process of this kind, affecting simultaneously all constituents of the body and also the extremely delicate tissues of the brain and nervous system, the task of transformation envisaged in its true significance assumes such colossal proportions as to make it appear almost beyond the bounds of possibility. But something wholly inexplicable was transpiring inside my bodily frame, particularly during the long period devoted to sleep, when my inactive will was powerless to cause any interference in the new immensely accelerated anabolic and catabolic processes in the body. That my whole system was functioning in an altered manner, forced to a far higher pitch of metabolic activity under the compulsion of the lustrous vital energy racing through my nerves, I realized immediately after the crisis. It was impossible to mistake the increase in the pulse rate and the greater activity of the heart during the first part of the night, as well as the sudden undeniable alteration in my digestive and excretory functions. I could not but believe the testimony of my own senses over months and years and the evidence of those who surrounded and looked after me, nor can I mistrust the proof furnished by my senses now, as the apparently abnormal metabolic activity which started more than 25 years ago continues undiminished to this hour and, from all indications, will continue to the end. It is not necessary for me to array proofs in support of the startling disclosure I am making. That would make this work too lengthy and specialized. But any trained observer who has the least knowledge of physiology can convince himself of the fact soon after kindling the sacred fire in himself. The plan of this work does not permit me to describe in detail the constantly occurring physiological reactions and changes to which I was a daily witness, convincing me beyond doubt that my body was undergoing a process of purgation and rejuvenation side by side with some definite purpose entirely beyond my grasp. Otherwise, there could be no other reasonable explanation for the feverish and sometimes even frantic activity continuously going on in my interior day and night, except that my whole organism was reacting to a new situation created inside by an altered activity of the vital organs to adjust itself to the changed environment within. Undoubtedly, the disorder in my body was caused by the rapid passage of the luminous vital energy from cell to cell. Under the action of a stronger current than that for which it was designed, any man-made mechanism, even a hundredth part as sensitive and intricate as the human frame, would be wrecked or damaged immediately, but because of certain inherent qualities developed by the human organism as a means of evolution, the sudden release of the serpent power, provided the blood is healthy and the organs sound, is not attended by fatal results in favorable cases because of safety devices already provided by nature to meet a contingency of this kind in individuals ready for the experience. Even in such cases, it is essential that the energy be benignly disposed and that the subject take all necessary precautions to maintain the strength of the body and the balance of the mind during the subsequent period of inexpressibly severe trial. How far I was endowed with a constitution suited for the great ordeal I cannot say, but being an utter stranger to the science, taken unawares without the requisite preliminary course of physical and mental discipline, and prey to adversity, I was buffeted unceasingly for many years. After the first most distressing period, I found in sleep the supreme healer for my physical and mental suffering during the day. There were unmistakable indications of abnormal activity in the region of Kundalini from the moment of my retiring to sleep until the morning. It was obvious that by some mysterious process the precious secretion of the seminal glands was drawn up into the spinal tube and through the interlinking nerves, transferred into a subtle essence, then distributed to the brain and the vital organs, darting across the nerve filaments and the spinal cord to reach them. The suction was applied with such vigor as to be clearly apparent, and sometimes in the early stages with such violence as to cause actual pain to the delicate parts. At such times the ferment caused in the body resembled in effect the last-minute frantic effort made for succor when a life is in imminent danger, and I, a dumb and helpless witness to the show, could not help but pass hours of agony thinking of this abnormal development in myself. It was easy to see that the aim of this entirely new and unexpected activity was to divert the seminal essence to the head and other vital organs, after sublimation, apparently to meet a contingency caused by a sudden disorder in any organ or a general discord inimical to the new development. With the power of observation left to me even in the initial distraught condition of the mind, I could not fail to take notice of such a startling development in the sexual region which had functioned quite normally before. I could not fail to mark the agitated condition of the hitherto quiescent area, now in a state of feverish activity and ceaseless movement as if forced by an invisible but effective mechanism to produce the life fluid in superabundance without cessation in order to meet the unending demand of the cerebral lobes and the nervous system. After only a few days of observation of this unmistakable organic phenomenon, the conviction dawned on me that I had unwittingly forced open a yet imperfectly developed center in the brain by the long-continued practice of concentration. This abnormal and apparently chaotic play of vital currents, which I clearly felt was a natural effort of the organism to control the serious situation that was thus created. It was also apparent that in this grave emergency the body was making abundant use of the richest and most potent source of life energy in it, the vital essence, always available in the region commanded by Kundalini. I make but a simple statement of fact when I say that for years I was like one bound hand and foot to a log racing madly on a torrent, saved miraculously time after time from being dashed to death against the many boulders projecting out of the swirling water on every side by just a narrow margin, and in the nick of time turning and twisting this way and that, as if guided by a marvelously quick and dexterous hand, infallibly correct in its movement. Often at night for years, when lying awake in bed waiting for sleep to come, I felt the powerful new life energy sweep like a tempest in the abdominal and thoracic regions as well as the brain, with a roaring noise in the ears, a scintillating shower in the brain, and a feverish movement in the sexual region and its neighborhood around the base of the spine, both in front and behind, as if an all-out effort were being made to fight an emergency caused by some poison or obstruction in the organism threatening the supersensitive and extremely delicate condition of the cerebrospinal system. At such times I felt instinctively that a life and death struggle was going on inside me in which I, the owner of the body, was entirely powerless to take part, forced to lie quietly and watch as a spectator the weird drama unfolded in my own flesh. Nothing can convey my condition more graphically than the representation of the god Shiva and his female power Shakti, pictured by an ancient master, in which the former is shown lying helpless and supine while the latter, in an absolutely reckless mood, dances gleefully on his prostrate frame. The self-conscious observer in me, the self-styled possessor of the carnal frame, now completely subjugated and pushed into the background, found himself utterly at the mercy, literally under the feet of an awe-inspiring power indifferent to what he thought and felt, proceeding impassively to deal with the body as it chose, without even conceding to him the right to know what he had done to merit the indignity. I had every reason to believe the pictorial representation was designed to depict a condition exactly similar to mine by an initiate who had himself passed through the same ordeal. The utter helplessness of the devotee and his entire dependence on the mercy and grace of the cosmic vital energy Shakti when Kundalini is aroused is the constant theme of hymns addressed to the goddess by eminent yogis of yore. As the supreme mistress of the body, she and she alone is considered to be competent to bestow on earnest aspirants, who worship her with true devotion, centering their thoughts and actions in her, resigning themselves entirely to her will, the much coveted and hard to attain boon of transcendental knowledge and supernormal psychic powers. All these writings assign to Kundalini the supreme position of being the queen and architect of the living organism, having the power to mold it, transform it, or even to destroy it as she will. But how she manages to do it, consistent with biological laws governing the organic world, no one has previously tried to state in explicit terms. Certainly it could not be done instantaneously, like a magical feat, setting it not the law of causality in this one particular respect. It is more reasonable to assume that, even in those cases in which apparently a sudden spiritual development takes place, there must occur gradual changes in the cells and tissues of the body for a sufficiently long period, perhaps even from the embryonic stage or early childhood, without the individuals ever knowing what was happening in their own interior. 13. The cause of all genuine spiritual phenomena. Viewed in the light of the physiological reactions for which unmistakable evidence was furnished by my body every day, I had ample ground for the supposition that some kind of transformative process was at work in me, but I could not tell with what object. The most I could imagine was that I was gradually being led towards a condition of the brain and the nervous system which would make it possible for me to attain occasionally the state of extended consciousness peculiar to yogis and mystics in trance conditions. I already had an enlarged consciousness from the time of my first experience of Kundalini, which had caused me so much surprise and torture and of which I was constantly reminded whenever my thoughts rested on myself, but the extension I now had in mind was of a superior kind, signifying a complete negation of the ties that bind the spirit to the body, leaving it free to soar to superphysical heights and to return to the normal state refreshed and invigorated. This was my idea of supersensible experience, gleaned from the scriptures, the stories of spiritual men and their own accounts of the ecstatic condition. Barring the blissful vision of extended personality which I perceived twice in succession in the very beginning, there was certainly no comparison between my now undeniably extended and luminous self, as securely bound to the body and the earth, as readily affected by physical needs and as strongly influenced by desire and passion, heat and cold, pleasure and pain, as the common one, and the exalted, full of happiness, free from fear, immune from pain, and indifferent to death. Superconsciousness of the ecstatic. I was still the same being mentally as I had been before, a man of common clay far below, intellectually and morally, the spiritual giants about whom I had read. I missed no opportunity to study my symptoms critically and thoroughly. There was no other change save the unaccountable alteration in the nerve currents and the ever-present radiance inside and out. The lustrous visibility, which represented the latest phase in my strange development, had a heartening and uplifting effect upon me. This was indeed something that gave to my weird adventure a touch of sublimity. There could be no doubt now that I was undergoing a transformation, and although I had in no major respect risen above the average, I had at least the consolation that in this particular I was nearer to the hallowed hierarchy than to the people of common caliber whom I resembled in every other way. But at the same time I could not shut my eyes to the glaring fact that the suffering I had undergone was out of all proportion to the results achieved, for which there was no explanation, save that either I had developed an abnormality or that the internal attempt at purification and transformation, which began with the awakening, had proved abortive in my case, and that consequently, perhaps as a result of inherent physical or mental deficiency, I had the unenviable position of being a rejected candidate, a yoga brishta, one who had been tried and then given up as utterly unfit for the supreme state of yoga. As years passed and I perceived no other indication of spiritual unfolding or the growth of a higher personality endowed with superior intellectual and moral attributes, characterizing the blessed in whom Kundalini kindles the sacred fire, I was more and more led towards the disheartening conclusion that I was not provided with the essential mental and physical equipment. But as there was no decrease in the activity of the radiant force, I did not altogether cease to hope that perhaps the attempt would not go wholly for nothing, and that one day I might unexpectedly find myself favored, if not to the maximum, at least to a noticeable extent. Physically I became almost my old self again, hardy and tough, able to withstand hunger, the rigors of heat and cold, bodily and mental fatigue, disturbance and discomfort. The only thing I could not stand well was sleeplessness. It always caused haziness of mind and depression which lasted for several days and did not wear off until the deficiency was made good by a longer period of rest during the day or night following the sleepless night. I felt on such occasions as if my brain had been deprived of its usual dose of energy which enabled it to maintain the extensive dimension to which it had now grown gradually during the years. But there was absolutely no diminution in the activity of the radiant vital currents during sleep. My dreams, which possessed a highly exotic and elusive quality, were so extraordinarily vivid and bright that in the dream condition I lived literally in a shining world in which every scene and every object glowed with luster against a marvelously luminous background, the whole presenting a picture of such resplendence and sublime beauty that, without implying the least exaggeration, I actually felt as if every night during slumber I roamed in enchanting empyrean regions of heavenly life. The last thing I remembered on waking suddenly from sleep was usually a landscape or a figure enveloped in a bright blaze of light in such sharp contrast to the encircling gloom which met me on awakening that it seemed as if a celestial orb shining brilliantly in my interior was eclipsed all at once, leaving me to my fate in utter darkness. The vivid impressions left by a well-remembered happy dream during a night lingered for the whole day, a sweet memory of what appeared to be a super-mundane existence of a few hours, to be followed by that of another scene on the succeeding night as sweet and vivid as that on the previous one. The magnificently brilliant effect present in the dreams was noticeable, though in a considerably diminished form, in the waking state also, but the sense of exaltation felt in the former was entirely absent. I distinctly experienced a partial eclipse of personality, a descent from a higher to a lower plane of being during the interval separating the dream state from wakefulness, and could clearly mark a narrowing down of the self, as if forced to shrink from a state of wide expansion to one of close confinement. There was undeniable evidence to show that the temporary transformation of personality apparent in the dreams was brought about by physiological processes which affected the whole organism, causing a heavy pressure on every part. During sleep my pulse rate was often considerably higher than during the day. I verified the fact frequently by putting my fingers to the pulse immediately on awakening at any time during the night. On numerous occasions I found it so rapid as to cause anxiety. The full and rapid beats clearly pointed to an undoubtedly accelerated metabolic process, to a quickly racing bloodstream, to countless formations and alterations in cellular tissues, all affected by the vital current which swept like a storm through the entire organism with the obvious aim of refashioning it to a higher pitch of efficiency. Lack of sufficient knowledge of physiology made it difficult for the ancient adepts to correlate the psychic and physiological reactions caused by the activity of Kundalini. I labored under the same disadvantage, but on account of the fact that a superficial knowledge of every branch of science is an easily acquired possession in these days of research and publicity, and that I had ample opportunity to study my condition day to day for many years, it became possible for me to observe critically the effects of the sudden development upon my system and to draw tentative inferences from it. I was irresistibly led to the conclusion that this extraordinary activity of the nervous system and brain is present in varying degrees in all cases of supernormal spiritual and psychic development, in a lesser measure in all cases of genius, in a still diminished form in all men and women of exceptionally high intellectual caliber, and in a morbid manner, when too violent and sudden are operative through a wrong nerve, in many kinds of insanity, neurosis, and other obscure and difficult to cure nervous and mental afflictions. Kundalini, as known to and described by the ancient authorities, signifies the development, sometimes spontaneous, and less frequently through special psychophysiological exercises, of extraordinary spiritual and mental powers associated with religion and the supernatural. There can be no doubt whatsoever that the incessant, easily perceptible, rapid movement at the base of my spine, affecting the nerves lining the whole area, was an indication of the fact that, controlled by an invisible mechanism, a hidden organ had begun to function all of a sudden in the hitherto innocent-looking region, converting the reproductive fluid into a radiant vital essence of high potency which, racing along the nerve fibers as well as the spinal canal, nourished the brain and the organs with a rejuvenating substance out of reach in any other way. For a long time I labored under the belief that the glow in the head and the powerful nervous currents darting through my body were all simply occasioned by the sublimated seed itself, but as time wore on I was forced to alter my opinion. A corresponding change in the brain and other nerve centers had also taken place which regulated the consumption and output of the new mechanism. After the crisis the luminous currents did not move chaotically but with definite aim and purpose, which was clearly evident from the fact that the whole organism overcame the initial resistance of recalcitrant and inferior parts and began gradually to adjust itself to the new development. On the strength of these and other facts I gradually came to the conclusion, which it shall rest with future investigators to confirm or disprove, that by virtue of the evolutionary processes still going on in the human body, a high-powered conscious center is being evolved by nature in the human brain at a place near the crown of the head, built of exceptionally sensitive brain tissue. The location of the center allows it to command all parts of the brain and the entire nervous system with a direct connection with the reproductive organs through the spinal canal. In the ordinary person, the budding center draws its nourishment from the concentrated nerve food present in the seed in such extremely limited measure so as not to interfere with the normal reproductive function of the parts. When completely modified, the center in evolved individuals is designed to function in place of the existing conscious center, using for its activity a more powerful vital fuel extracted by nerve fibers from the body tissues in extremely minute quantities, collected and rushed through the spinal tube into the brain. When the center accidentally begins to function prematurely, before the nerve connections and links have been fully established and the delicate brain cells habituated to the flow of the powerful current, the result is likely to be disastrous. The delicate tissues of the body in that case are likely to be damaged irreparably, causing strange maladies, insanity, or death. In a grave emergency of this kind, the only way open to nature to avoid a catastrophe is to use liberally the ambrosia contained in the human seed and to rush it in a sublimated form to the brain, the nervous network, and the main organs, in order to provide the injured and dying cells with the most powerful restorative and food available in the body to save life. The whole organism now begins to function in a most amazing manner which cannot but strike terror into the stoutest heart. Tossed between the old and yet incomparably modified new conscious center, the subject, unprepared for such a startling development, sees himself losing control of his thoughts and actions. He finds himself confronted by a rebellious mind and unruly senses, and organs working in an inexplicable way, entirely foreign to him, as if the world, suddenly turned upside down, had dragged him to a topsy-turvy existence as weird and bizarre as the most fantastic dream. It is for this reason that the ancient teachers of Kundalini Yoga, on the basis of experience extending for thousands of years, insisted on an exceptionally robust and hardy constitution, mastery over appetites and desires, voluntarily acquired control over vital functions and organs, and, above all, the possession of an inflexible will, as the essentially needed qualifications in those offering themselves for the supreme undertaking of rousing the Shakti. An excellent condition of both body and mind, difficult to achieve in the unfavorable environment of modern civilization, is absolutely necessary in an enterprise of this nature to prevent the brain from giving way completely under the unbearable strain. It is not surprising, therefore, that anyone who set himself determinedly to the hazardous task of awakening Kundalini before her time was acclaimed a Vira, meaning a hero, and the practice itself designated as Vira Sadhana, or heroic undertaking, even by fearless ascetics themselves, indifferent to physical torture and death. It should not be thought, even for an instant, that the alarming alteration in mental processes or the condition of the nervous system, tending to produce a most stupefying and bizarre effect on even the most daring yogi, persists for a short duration, only to be followed by a return to normality with a mastery over the newly developed powers. After the awakening, the devotee lies always at the mercy of Kundalini, wafted to a new state of existence and introduced to a new world as far removed from this one of rapid change and decay as reality is from a dream. The hypersensitive and critical condition of the nerves and the brain, caused by the unceasing effort of the marvelous invisible power to mold them to a higher and higher state of cognition, the possibility of injury and damage to the oversensitive tissues, the process of repair and rejuvenation with the administration of nerve tonics and restoratives present in the system, and the tremendous strain on the excessively worked reproductive organs may continue undiminished for years. The only change is that with the lapse of time, the individual becomes more and more accustomed to the play of the newly developed force in him and is able to regulate his habits and appetites according to the revised requirements of his system on the strength of the experience gained. The time of sleep, when the body is at rest and the mind comparatively quiescent, provides the best occasion for the remodeling process to gather momentum, by using the surplus energy dissipated during the day in voluntary physical and mental activity for reconstructive purposes. This results in a greater flow of the radiant vital energy into the brain with a corresponding amplification of the dream personality and other contents of the dream. The entire matter of the brain is invigorated with a copious flow of the subtle essence, abundantly supplied by the organs of reproduction, which makes it possible for the delicate tissues to maintain their activity at the pitch to which they are raised by the powerful vital current streaming into the cephalic cavity in conformity with the needs of the newly opened center of higher consciousness. The self-regulating mechanism of the body, trying desperately to adjust itself to the sudden development, lets no opportunity escape to bring about the necessary changes in the organism on every favorable occasion, in spite of the resistance offered, particularly when awake, by the ego consciousness which, acting during the day and dreaming during the night, tossed up and down like a cork floating on the surface of a billowy sea, remains entirely in the dark about the wonders enacted in its mortal mold. My dreams had, therefore, a peculiar significance, and from the time of the awakening to the present day they have been no less an active and remarkable feature of my existence than the busy hours of wakefulness. Except for the fact that it is attended by psychic manifestations of an extraordinary nature, presenting an appearance of abnormality, the awakening of Kundalini is a perfectly natural biological phenomenon of an uncommon kind, demonstrable by any healthy human body on the attainment of a certain state of evolutionary development. The only peculiarity which gives it a semblance of the bizarre and the uncanny is the biological process which, set afoot, leads to the emergence of a conscious personality so superior and possessing such astounding, almost superhuman, attributes as to make the whole phenomenon appear to be the performance of a supernatural agency rather than the outcome of the operation of natural, though as yet unknown, biological laws. Those who possess an extensive knowledge of the animal kingdom know of numerous surprising instances of such extraordinary instinctive behavior in certain lower forms of life as can aptly be classed as marvelous and even uncanny, but when corresponding gifts of an amazing nature, developed by the operation of yet obscure biological laws, are consciously exercised by a human being with a more elaborately fashioned brain and nervous system, the phenomenon is often regarded with suspicion and disbelief by the same observers who would accept it unquestioningly in lower forms of life. To deny that the human body is capable of exhibiting an organic activity that can sustain or lead to a consciousness of the supersensory type involves also the denial of some fundamental concepts of religion, of inspired prophethood, and of all kinds of spiritual phenomena. If the human system is incapable of developing a brain and nervous activity expressive of a higher form of consciousness than that which is common to all individuals, it is in that case equally incapable of exhibiting superordinary mental faculties and supernormal spiritual attributes, for the simple reason that in all forms of life existing on Earth, there is an unalterable relationship between the organism and the level of consciousness, and since it would be unscientific to suppose without demonstrable proof that, of all living creatures, the human being alone forms an exception to this rule, it will have to be admitted that an extraordinary development of the human mind, radically different from, or strikingly above its normal range of expression, must necessarily be attended by a corresponding change in or development of its biological equipment also. If the answer to this be that the alteration does not occur in the size or shape of the brain or any other vital organ or in the body as a whole but in the arrangement, quality, and composition of the constituents of the body in respect of the extremely subtle life element present in every cell and part of the organism, the point raised in the question would cease to have any weight. The obvious reluctance of many otherwise highly intelligent minds to accord recognition to the validity of spiritual experience and the reality of psychical phenomena is due mainly to the inability of empirical science to grasp or analyze the true nature of the life principle animating the cell, the ultimate unit of all organic structures. At the present stage of our knowledge, the arousing of Kundalini provides the only possible way to study the extraordinary behavior and possibilities of the life element and the subtle biochemical medium by means of which it manipulates the organism and is able to augment or reduce its efficacy and power, leading to bewildering diversity in intellectual acumen and spiritual insight of persons possessing approximately the same dimensions of the head and the same size and weight of the brain. It is a great mistake to treat the human being as a completely finished and hermetically sealed product, entirely debarred from passing beyond the present limits imposed by his or her mental constitution. There is a big gap between the human and the most intelligent anthropoid apes, whose habits, it is said, we shared only a few thousand centuries ago, advancing in an inexplicable way beyond the mental boundary reached by the other members of that family. The cause of departure must have originated within, as external influences have no radically modifying effect on a mental compartment sealed by nature. According to the popular beliefs in India, Kundalini is possessed of marvelous attributes. She is Parashakti, the supreme energy, which, as elusive Maya, inveigles the embodied jiva, individual soul, into the mesh of transitory appearances, bound helplessly to the ever-rotating wheel of life and death. She is the seductive female who lures him to the bed of enjoyment followed by procreation and pain, and she is also the compassionate mother who creates in him the thirst for knowledge and the desire for supersensible experience and endows him finally with spiritual insight to lead him towards the realization of his own celestial nature. Amazing stories are current about the manner in which some very famous literary stars of India, whose names are household words, became the fortunate recipients of the grace of Kundalini and from being common men and women soared to unrivaled heights of poetic and literary genius almost overnight. They emerged as accomplished poets, rhetoricians, dramatists, and philosophers without the aid of teachers, without training, and sometimes without even the rudiments of education. There are also incredibly strange anecdotes of the marvelous psychic gifts showered by Kundalini on many exceptionally favored devotees almost on her very first appearance before them in a vision, investing the hitherto unknown aspirants with such miraculous powers as enabled them apparently to defy at will some of the otherwise inviolable laws of nature. Yet try as I might, I could not at that time observe in myself the slightest sign of any such incredible development, and as year after year passed without bringing any major alteration in my mental or spiritual endowment, barring the luminosity and the widening of consciousness, I began to feel that the episode was over and the peculiarity in my mental makeup was probably all that I was destined to see of the supersensible in my life. I was neither happy nor dejected at the idea. The awful experience I had undergone and the terror that had haunted me relentlessly for months had had a chastening and curbing effect on my previous desire for supernatural adventure. The boundary line dividing the natural from the supernatural was not, I thought, negotiable by all and sundry, and as subsequent events clearly revealed to me, this narrow strip is so well protected that the cleverest person is sure to blunder into one pitfall or another unless guided at every step by a higher self-illuminating intelligence, which ceases to shine at the slightest tinge of impurity in the heart. The existence of a superintelligent internal monitor has been avowedly acknowledged by some very famous individuals, both past and present, the monitor being none other than the mystic personality developed by Kundalini, imperceptibly active in them from birth. After the incidents mentioned in the preceding chapters, I lived an almost normal life for years, similar to that of other men in all respects except for the ferment noticeable during the hours of sleep. The great increase in the metabolic activity of the body, resulting in more rapid heart action, followed by lassitude in the mornings, and the dynamic nature of my dreams, unmistakably pointed to the possibility that my system was being subjected to some kind of internal pressure which tended to accelerate the organic functions beyond the normal limit. On numerous occasions I was forcibly struck by the resemblance that I bore during those days to a growing baby, utterly unconscious of the great changes occurring in every part of the tiny frame, tending to bring it by imperceptible degrees nearer and nearer to the massive proportions of manhood. I also closely resembled a baby in the frequency of intake and more rapid digestion of food, quicker and more thorough elimination, longer periods of rest and sleep, and by an abnormal rapidity of the pulse, unaccompanied by fever or any other symptoms of illness. It was obvious that under the action of the transformed nervous energy my body functioned in a definitely altered manner in certain respects, forced to greater activity probably with some ultimate object in view which I could in no way guess at that time. Apparently my body had become a target for invisible but superintelligent living forces which, using the surplus energy provided by my considerably enhanced intake and better assimilation of food, temperate habits, and frequently long periods of strict continence, were hammering away at my interior, bending and twisting the cells and organs to the required shape or the required degree of functional activity in order to make the whole system fit for the operation of a more potent life energy. The consistency in the symptoms and the mechanical regularity with which my body functioned under the action of the new vital current made it evident that, even in its altered behavior, the organism was following a certain clearly marked rhythm, an essential characteristic of life in any form. This was a matter of great consolation to a man like me whose every night was a witness to strange, incomprehensible activities in his interior, as it tended to provide proof for the fact that whatever transpired was taking place in accordance with certain biological laws to which the body was responding in an orderly, systematic manner. Such would not be the case if an unnatural and chaotic condition had overcome the organism. In the beginning I mistook the normal mode of operation of the new vital energy for a sudden disorder of the nervous system attended by malformation and erratic behavior of the nervous currents. The descriptions contained in the ancient esoteric treatises on Kundalini represent the goddess as a stream of radiant energy, ambrosial in effect, which, when roused by the power of concentration and pranayama, can be led gradually to her supreme abode at the crown of the head, there to taste the ineffable bliss of an embrace with her divine spouse, God Shiva, residing in the consciousness of the yogi. In the course of her ascent from her seat at the base of the spine to the crown, it is averred that she waters with nectar the 6 lotuses flourishing at the 6 important nerve junctions on the cerebrospinal axis governing the vital and sensory organs, which bloom at her approach, until she arrives at the 1,000-petaled lotus at the top of the head and is absorbed in ecstatic union with her heavenly consort. When released from the chains which bind it to earth, the embodied consciousness soars to sublime heights of self-realization, made aware for the first time after ages of bondage of its own ineffable, deathless nature. It is said that at the time of her descent she repasses the lotuses, which droop and close their petals at her departure, until she assumes her original dormant state at the base of the spine, bringing down with her the temporarily liberated consciousness, adding link after link to the fetter which binds the attributeless eternal substance inexorably to the flesh until the chain is complete at the last stage, when the yogi, coming down gradually from a condition of unutterable beatitude, awakes again to the world as embodied spirit, dominated by the senses, retaining only a brief but striking memory of its flight into the infinite. The writings on Hatha Yoga contain graphic descriptions of these lotuses, their exact location, the number of petals on each, the name and form of the presiding deity, the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet associated with them, and the like. The students are enjoined to meditate on them in that form while practicing pranayama, beginning particularly with the lowest, or Muladhara, chakra, close to the abode of the goddess. The centers bearing the lotuses are called chakras. 5 of them are considered to be the centers of vital energy, distinguished by thick clusters of nerves situated at different points along the spinal cord, which some modern writers identify with the various plexuses. The 6th is said to be located in the brain at a spot corresponding to the point of junction of the 2 eyebrows and the root of the nose, and the 7th is in the cerebrum. Biologically, a healthy human organism with an intelligent brain should provide at its present stage of evolution a fit abode for the manifestation of a higher form of consciousness than that which is the normal endowment of human beings in the present age. Its brain, nervous system, and the vital organs should have attained the state of perfection, according to the evolutionary standard, where a higher personality can step in without much commotion to take over control of the body. But ages of incorrect living in obedience to the dictates of civilization have played havoc with this most intricate machine, marring the growth of the organs and the efficiency of the nerves and loading the system with nervous poisons too subtle to be eliminated by the administration of drugs or other therapeutic agents. This is the main reason why the present-day human organism, instead of expediting the process, offers a strong resistance to its investiture with a more potent form of vitality, an essential preliminary to the installation of a higher personality. By no means known to science can this cleaning and remodeling of the body be done to make it fit for the transfer of power. All systems of yoga aim at achieving this by overcoming these deficiencies. Kundalini is the mechanism as well as the motive force by which this biological trimming and remodeling is accomplished in the most effective manner, provided the system is not too much deteriorated either by its own defective mode of life or because of a retrogressive heredity. The Kundalini awakening being a rare but natural biological phenomenon, it is futile to enter into a discussion of the reality of the lotuses, on which a good deal of emphasis has been laid by the ancient authorities. I did not come across any in the course of my own long adventure, not even a vestige of one in any part of the cerebrospinal system. To assume their existence even for an instant in these days of physiological knowledge and research would mean nothing short of an insult to intelligence. In all probability, their existence was suggested graphically to the disciples with colorful detail as an aid to concentration and to signify the location of the more sensitive and easier to affect brain and nerve centers, as well as to symbolize chastity. The lotus flower, unaffected by the condition of water in which it grows, has always served as an emblem of purity. By denying the tangible existence of the lotuses and other accessories associated with them, it is not intended in the least to undervalue or ridicule in any way the colossal work done by the ancient masters, whose achievement in this insecure and inaccessible domain has been nothing short of marvelous. The idea of chakras and lotuses must have been suggested to the mind of the ancient teachers by the singular resemblance which, in the awakened state, the lustrous nerve centers bear to a luminous revolving disc, studded with lights, or to a lotus flower in full bloom glistening in the rays of the sun. The circle of glowing radiance round the head, tinged at times with rainbow colors and supported by the thin streak of light moving upward through the spinal duct, bears an unmistakable likeness to a blooming lotus with its thin stalk trailing downwards in the water, conveying to it the nutritive elements drawn by means of innumerable root fibers, exactly in the same manner as the living stalk of Sushumna supplies the subtle organic essence drawn from every part of the corporeal frame by means of countless nerve filaments to feed the flame lit by Kundalini. It resembles, in effect, a gorgeous lotus of extraordinary brilliance, having 1,000 petals to denote its large dimensions. In the absence of adequate physiological information, the old savants probably could not seize hold of a better method, not only to indicate the position of the nerve clusters which had to become seats of intense activity simultaneously with the awakening, but also to prepare the uninitiated disciples for their subsequent brightly illumined lotus-like appearance. I have tried to make the point clear, as readers in the least familiar with the writings on Kundalini are likely to be struck by the singular absence of any reference in this work to the reality of chakras and lotuses, so lavishly dealt with in other books that a whole literature has grown around them, detracting from the scientific value of the actual phenomenon. I never practiced yoga by tantric methods of which pranayama, meditation on the nerve centers, and posture are essential features. If I had done so with a firm belief in the existence of the lotuses, I might well have mistaken the luminous formations and the glowing discs of light at the various nerve junctions along the spinal cord for lotuses, and in the excited state of my imagination might even have been led to perceive the letters and the presiding deities in vivid form, suggested by the pictures already present in my mind. By the grace of the divine energy, I was destined to witness a phenomenon of another kind, a unique phenomenon undoubtedly repeated many times during the past, but in all probability seldom studied in detail and certainly never recorded in plain language free of unintelligible descriptions and metaphors. Astounding as it may appear, I am convinced that an emphasis was designedly laid on great suffering to me, particularly on such items of the experience as enabled me, though very imperfectly, to trace the biological processes responsible for the phenomenon. It is mainly because of this that I am in a position to adduce certain hitherto inexplicable facts, fully confident that the indistinct track now pointed out, passing zigzag through the thick undergrowth of superstition and ceremonial, will with the labor of competent investigators soon lead to surprising developments and momentous results. I was destined to witness my own transformation, not comparable in any way to the great transfigurations in the past, nor similar in point of results to the marvelous achievements of genius, but though simple in nature and ordinary in effect, a transformation nevertheless attended all along by great physical and mental suffering. But what I witnessed and still witness within myself is so contrary to many accepted notions of science, at variance with many time-honored dogmas of faith, and so antagonistic to many of the universally followed dictums of civilization, that when what I have experienced is proved empirically, there must occur a far-reaching, revolutionary change in every sphere of human activity and conduct. What I realized beyond the least shadow of doubt is the fact, corroborated in part by ancient seers of many lands and more concretely by those in India, that in the human body there exists an extremely subtle and intricate mechanism located in the sexual region which, while active in the normal person in the naturally restricted form of intercourse and procreation, tends to develop the body generation after generation, subject of course to the vicissitudes of life, for the expression of a higher personality at the end, but when roused to rapid activity, it reacts strongly on the parent organism, affecting in course of time, subject again to numerous factors, a marvelous transformation of the nervous system and the brain, resulting in the manifestation of a superior type of consciousness, which This mechanism, known as Kundalini, is the real cause of all genuine spiritual and psychic phenomena, the biological basis of evolution and development of personality, the secret origin of all esoteric and occult doctrines, the master key to the unsolved mystery of creation, the inexhaustible source of philosophy, art, and science, and the fountainhead of all religious faiths, past, present, and future. 14. Losing hope, I prepared for death. It was my good fortune to have relatives and friends whose affection, loyalty, and help contributed to make the risky path I was traversing safe and smooth for me. My 2 sisters, their husbands, the father and brothers of my wife, and also my friends, few but sincere, surrounded me with affection and loyalty. My mother had died more than 1.5 years before the occurrence, and yet it was no less to her excellent upbringing than to the great devotion of my wife that I owed my survival. Among all my benefactors they stand out like 2 ministering angels, and the debt of gratitude for the unbounded love they bore me and the invaluable service they rendered I can never hope to repay in this world. It was my great good luck to have a mother whose kindness of heart, nobility of character, sense of duty, and purity were exemplary, and whose boundless love molded my childhood and youth, exercising the greatest influence for good on my whole life. Looking back now at the years which followed the awakening, I can affirm unhesitatingly that but for the robust constitution bequeathed to me by my parents and certain good traits of character inherited or learned from them I could never have survived the ordeal and lived to relate it. Although for many years of my altered life I never breathed freely like a man sure of himself and of what he had to do, and I was at no time entirely without doubt about my condition, I managed by adopting an attitude of calm resignation to the inevitable and indifference to death, partly the effect of parental influence and partly cultivation, to keep my mind undisturbed even in grave situations. Often my difficulties were caused by my own neglect of the conditions regulating my peculiar existence, unavoidable in the storm and stress of life, and sometimes by attacks of common ailments, for each of which I had to discover and apply the right treatment by trial and error suited to the changed reactions of my body. An ordinary man in a humble walk of life, burdened with responsibilities, as I always have been and think myself to be, I never allowed any false idea about myself to take root in my mind after the new development. On the other hand, my absolute helplessness before the lately manifest power in me had the effect of humbling what little remnant of pride I still possessed. I attended to all my affairs in the same manner as I had always done before the change. The only thing to remind me of the internal upheaval was rigid regularity in diet and an adherence to certain other austere ways of conduct, which experience taught me to adopt in order to minimize resistance to the activity of the mighty energy at work inside me. Outwardly I lived a strictly normal life, permitting no one, save my devoted wife, to have the least glimpse into the mysterious happenings in my interior. Every year I moved to Jammu in winter with my office and to Kashmir in summer, in this manner to escape the rigor of heat and cold which might have proved injurious to the growth of the supersensitive tissues then in a state of development within. Gradually, in the course of a few years my body attained a degree of hardiness and strength sufficient to withstand the effect of fasts, discomforts of travel, rigors of climate, irregularities in diet, overstrain, worries, and adverse circumstances which form an inevitable corollary to the struggle for existence. I became almost my old self again, humbled and chastened by the experience, with a good deal less of ego and a great deal more of faith in the unseen arbitrator of human destiny. The main thing I was aware of was a progressively expanding field of consciousness and a slowly increasing brightness of the external and internal objects of perception, which, in course of time, brought the idea irresistibly home to me that though outwardly one with the restlessly active mass of humanity, I was a different being inside, living in a lustrous world of brilliant color of which others had no knowledge whatsoever. In mentioning apparently minor details, I am influenced by the consideration that I should not omit any relevant facts. Transformation of personality is fraught with risks, needing attention to every phase of conduct and careful regulation of activity. If all I have to relate had been known but a few centuries earlier, the knowledge properly systematized and applied might have helped physicians to save many persons from the clutches of insanity. It was my ill luck not to have understood for many years what I have learned now after repeated bitter struggles. Side by side with the suffering, however, I have also tasted moments of incomparable happiness, supreme moments which liberally compensated me for long periods of pain and anguish, as the mere act of waking to reality instantaneously compensates a sleeper for the awful agony suffered in a prolonged nightmare. About 3 years after the incidents narrated in the preceding chapters, I began to feel an irresistible desire for a more nourishing and substantial diet than that to which I had accustomed myself from the time of the awakening. The desire was more in evidence in winter when I was in Jammu than in the months of summer spent in Kashmir. Those were the closing years of the Second World War, and the prices of commodities had risen enormously. Unable to assign any reasons for the sudden excess in a now otherwise normal appetite, I restrained the inclination because I considered it improper to give way to a desire which had something of the gourmand in it, and also because our extremely limited means did not allow me the additional expenditure. Despite meager resources, our diet was sufficiently nutritious and balanced, including certain varieties of animal food, against which Kashmiri Brahmins as a community do not have any scruple. But the urge in me was not without good reason, and I had to pay bitterly for my short-sighted resistance to an impulse intended to expedite the process still going on as strongly as ever in my interior. Soon after our annual move to Jammu in the month of November 1943, I received an invitation from my relatives in Multan to spend a few days with them during the ensuing winter. As it afforded me an opportunity to meet my cousins whom I had not seen for many years, I determined to accept the invitation to go there during the Christmas holidays, extending the period by a few more days if necessary. That year, feeling particularly fit and strong, I left my wife at Srinagar and came alone to Jammu to stay with her brother, the municipal engineer of the town. He hired a building in an open locality on the outskirts of the town where, having a room all to myself and finding all my simple needs well provided for, I felt entirely at home, happy at the change and harboring not the slightest suspicion that all my cheer would vanish in the horror of another awful trial. I was happy to find myself in full possession of my normal health with a surplus amount of energy demanding an outlet. From early November I started taking easy physical exercises, beginning with the first gray streaks of dawn and ending with the sun just near the horizon, after which I had a cold bath and retired to my room for rest and study until office time. I do not know how it happened, but after only a few weeks of the program the urge to take exercise partially disappeared, yielding place to a strong, almost irresistible desire for meditation. The glow of vibrant health resulting from systematic exertion made me feel reckless, and looking for an avenue to make the best use of my superb physical condition, I felt half inclined to yield to the impulse and try my luck again, swayed by the thought that with the experience gained and the immunity acquired by the organism I might succeed without encountering the mishap I had suffered last time. I had escaped by a miracle to past years of uncertainty and suspense before I found myself again on firm ground. What an imbecile I was, I sternly told myself, not to profit by my previous extremely bitter experience and to expose myself again to the same ghastly battle, the wounds of which were still fresh in my heart. In spite of my sober reflections, in spite of myself, in spite of the suffering I had borne in consequence of it, I again felt an urge to meditate and yielded to this urge with disastrous results, which kept me in anguish, pain and suspense for a long time afterwards. Viewed from the knowledge gained in subsequent years, the details of the amazing experience I underwent are of tremendous importance. I believe the condition of my nervous system had become more stabilized by this time. The production of the gross pranic substance, its conversion into high-grade radiation which irradiated my brain day and night had now become an habitual function of our NY system. The nerves, the fleshy tissues, the visceral organs and the brain had become fully accustomed to the new activity and there were no ups and downs in my mind to keep me in fear and suspense. In other words, the alluring expanded state of consciousness with its glowing luster and blissful nature had now become the native state of my being. During these days, we lived in a building on the outskirts of the city. On stepping up to the roof one could obtain a clear view of the city and the distant hills covered with trees. The spectacle was always fascinating for me. It was not only from this particular place that the panorama scene appeared so bewitching to my eyes, but wherever and whenever I happened to look from an elevated spot at a vast landscape in front, the effect was almost always the same. I had looked at some of these sights from the same spots once or several times before and had a clear recollection of the view they presented. But now there was a marvelous transformation. It seemed as if I was looking at the landscape of a master artist painted with brilliant crystalline colors that held me spellbound by their transparency and loveliness. It was obvious that I was now looking at the world with a new instrument of perception. It mellowed and beautified even an ugly or sordid scene. A panorama, charming to the normal eye, appeared like a fairyland. How this change had occurred I did not know. The observer in me was invested with a new power of brightening and beautifying all the objects which I saw. Could it be possible, I often debated within myself, that the great poets, the great musicians and the great artists have an element of the same perceptive quality ingrained in their cognitive faculty? They see a light, a harmony, or a beauty which is not perceptible to the average human being. But they do not know that they alone possess this particular type of perception and not the others. The world is in ignorance of a momentous secret relating to our minds. Enlightenment, genius, high intelligence and the aesthetic sense are not gifts added to a uniform texture of our minds, but a part of the spectrum which makes up what we are. When we compare one human being to another and say that A is more intelligent or more aesthetic or more artistic or more enlightened than B, we nearly always invest both of them with the same quality of consciousness, based on a picture of our mind, believing that one of them has more of certain talents or faculties than the other. This is not entirely correct. It is the very texture of the mind or consciousness which has a difference in quality, distinguishing one from the other. We cannot detect this variation in the texture of the mind because we can never fully perceive the personality of another, even those nearest and dearest to us. I could clearly observe this variation in the pattern of my consciousness before the awakening and the form it assumed years after, when a bright, alluring state of my vision became a permanent feature of the knower in me. I was definitely not the same personality which I had been before the memorable experience in December 1937. This fact is of tremendous importance. The human mind or soul is not a uniform or untamable element, and all human beings are not alike in the fabric of their mind. It is a variable stuff. The enormous gulf that exists between the mind of an imbecile and an intellectual is not so much due to the difference in the pattern of the brain as in the texture of consciousness. This is what the empiricists fail to realize when they look into the fabric of the brain to account for the extraordinary ability of genius. They have to look into the mind and the source behind it, namely the pranic radiation which, for its subtle organic fuel, depends on a still unknown activity of the nerves. I believe what I am asserting can be demonstrated experimentally. Observation of a few cases of a powerfully awakened Kundalini would be sufficient to gain preliminary knowledge of the processes that occur to enhance the potency of the pranic radiation in order to install a new form of consciousness in the brain. I felt almost stabilized in my new state of consciousness when I started to meditate again in December of the year 1943. The urge to meditate was irresistible. It overpowered me to such an extent that I ceased to remember the awful ordeals I had to face in yielding to the same urge in December of the year 1937. It seemed to me that some kind of a rhythm was operating in my system which began a new cycle in or about the month of December. I became more aware of this rhythm in the later years when I started to compose spontaneously in verse. An irresistible impulse to write occurred in December or a little earlier every year. The 2 or 3 following months served as my most productive period. It was only when an unfavorable state of the body or uncongenial circumstances occurred to prevent the desire from taking shape that I sometimes lost this period of productivity. The loss was then made up at some other time during the year. I began to meditate again from the first week in December, starting from the early hours of dawn, losing myself in the contemplation of the wonderful lustrous glow within, until the sun, risen high above the horizon, shone full in my room, indicating the nearness of the office hour. For a number of days, in addition to the marvelous extension of personality and absorption in the enrapturing conscious glow that I had experienced on the first day of the awakening, differing only in the color of the radiance, I felt a sense of elation and power impossible to describe. It persisted through the day and in my dreams to the hour of practice, and was replenished again the next morning to last for another day. During these spells of meditation I could distinctly perceive an effulgent aureole around my body stretching to some distance beyond it. This was now the area of my expanded consciousness. When I closed my eyes in meditation I felt a vast glowing circle of awareness round me. As usual, I focused my attention on the crown of my head and concentrated on the light which I perceived there. After only a few days this bore fruit and I became witness to a blissful experience which, if it had not been repeated in me several times, I could never have believed possible when described by another. Astounded at the result of my effort, I increased the period of meditation by beginning earlier, completely overpowered by the wonder and glory of the vision which, luring away my senses from the harsh world of mingled joy and pain, carried me to a supersensory plane where, caressed by lustrous waves of indescribable rapture, I found myself immersed in the boundless ocean of unconditioned being. It was indeed a marvelous experience, and I felt my hair literally stand on end when the stupendous vision wore its most majestic aspect. It seemed on every such occasion as if I, or the invisible cognitive self in me, leaving its safe anchorage in the flesh, was carried by the strong outgoing tide of a lustrous consciousness towards an existence of such immensity and power as made everything I could conceive of on earth tame and trite in comparison, an existence where, untroubled by any idea of bondage or limitation, I found myself lost in an amazing immaterial universe so stupendous in extent, so sublime and marvelous in nature, that the human element still left in me, even when at the highest point of the experience, stared in amazement and trembled with awe at the mighty spectacle present before my internal eye. To the best of my knowledge, this picture of Kundalini arousal has never been described in plain language before. It has been metaphorically or obliquely mentioned, probably in order to prevent the uninitiated, attracted by its fascination and delight, from doing irretrievable harm to themselves by dabbling in its mysteries. The symptoms attending a sudden powerful arousal of Kundalini are so marked and characteristic that those who experience them seldom fail to take note of their real nature. The votaries of Shakti, the Taoists of China, the Buddhist followers of the Tantric path, and the Hatha yogis of India have all borne witness in veiled language and metaphor to their involvement with the procreative Kundalini. The medieval saints of India, the Christian mystics, and the Sufis, too, have not been remiss in noticing the resemblance between the rapture experienced in ecstasy and the transport of the conjugal union. In fact, the intensity of love expressed for the deity by mystics of all ages and climes, both men and women, in many cases has clearly an overtone of the erotic in it. Even the great mystics have been misunderstood and misrepresented, vilified and criticized because the real nature of their experience and the somatic factors that gave rise to their passion of ecstatic love for the divine have never been clearly understood. I was overjoyed at the glorious possibility within my reach now. There could be absolutely no doubt that I was the exceedingly fortunate possessor of an awakened Kundalini. It was only now that I could grasp the reason why in ancient times success in this undertaking was thought to be the highest achievement possible to a human being, and why the followers of this path considered no sacrifice too much and no effort too great for the supreme prize attainable at the end. I now understood why accomplished yogis were always treated with the highest respect in India, and how adepts, who had lived long ago, even now commanded in homage and a reverence which have not fallen to the share of any other class of people, including mighty rulers and potentates. There was certainly no honor more signal or fortune more precious than that which, without my asking for it, had been bestowed on me. But, alas, my good luck was to be exceedingly short-lived, although this was not immediately apparent. After only a couple of weeks I found that the ferment caused in my mind by the breathtaking experience was so great that I could hardly sleep for excitement and was awake hours before the time of meditation, impatient to induce the blissful condition again as soon as possible. The impressions of the last 3 days terminating this extraordinary period of excursions into the normally forbidden domain of the supersensible are indelibly imprinted upon my memory. Before losing myself entirely in the contemplation of an unbounded, glowing, conscious void, I had distinctly felt an incomparably blissful sensation in all my nerves, moving from the tips of fingers and toes and other parts of the trunk and limbs towards the spine, where, concentrated and intensified, it mounted upwards with a still more exquisitely pleasant feeling to pour into the upper region of the brain a rapturous and exhilarating stream of a rare radiating nerve secretion. In the absence of a more suitable appellation, I call it nectar, a name given to it by the ancient savants. All the authorities on Kundalini Yoga are agreed about the reality of the ambrosial current, which irrigates the seventh center in the brain at the moment of the union of Shakti with Shiva, the superconscious principle behind the embodied self, and it is said that the flow of the nectar into it or into one of the lower centers on the spinal axis is always accompanied by a most exquisite rapture impossible to describe, exceeding many times in intensity that most pleasurable of bodily sensations. The orgasm, which marks the climax of sexual union. On the last day of this unique experience I had no sleep during the night. My mind was in a state of excitement and turmoil with joy and exhilaration at this most unexpected and unbelievable stroke of luck. I rose up at my usual time in a hurry, and after feasting my mental eye on the elevating beauty and grandeur that was now a reality for me, went to the market to make some purchases. I returned at nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon in an unusual state of exhaustion, which surprised me. I had not taken my breakfast that day and accordingly attributed my weakness to an empty stomach. The next day, the 25th of December, I had to leave for Multan by the morning train to see my cousins. I remained busy until evening, making preparations for the journey, and after dining at the usual hour retired early to bed. Only a few minutes after lying down, the stark realization came to me that I had woefully blundered again. My head reeled, my ears buzzed with a harsh, discordant noise, and in place of the usual resplendent glow in my head a wide column of fire was mounting up, shooting out forked tongues of flame in every direction. Trembling with fear, I watched the awful display. Too late I understood what had happened. I had overdone the practice of meditation and strained my already overstimulated nervous system to a dangerous limit. It is needless for me to recapitulate all the incidents and details of the torture that I suffered again on this occasion for more than 3 months. Suffice it to say that after passing a terribly restless night I did not feel fit to undertake the long journey to Multan in the morning and was compelled to abandon the journey. Discarding meditation, I again took all care to regulate my diet as I had done the last time. In a few days I noticed a slight relief in the tension in my head, but the insomnia grew worse and I became weaker every day. Alarmed at my condition, my brother-in-law expressed his intention of writing to my wife to come to Jammu. It was the middle of January now and the winding mountainous roads from Srinagar were covered with snow, making travel extremely uncomfortable and even risky. Anxious to avoid inconvenience to my wife as well as a shock, I dissuaded him from doing so, hoping that the disturbance would cease after some time. One day, finding that I was unable to rise from bed without assistance and losing all hope of survival, I yielded to the exhortations of my brother-in-law to send a telegram to my wife. She arrived in all haste, half dead with anxiety, accompanied by her father and my younger son. Day and night, without an hour's undisturbed rest for herself, my wife waited on me, attending to my every need, trying to soothe by her presence the internal agony I was suffering, which she could not visualize in all its horror but the external indications of which she could see every moment without difficulty. My father-in-law, whose parental love and solicitude for me had impelled him to undertake the arduous journey to Jammu despite his age, was beside himself with grief and anxiety at my precarious condition, but restrained by a feeling of awe, which all those who surrounded me at the time felt in spite of themselves, he made no attempt to offer any suggestions or advice. Alarmed by the seriousness of my condition and unable to think of any other way, as a last resort, and without my knowledge, they decided to take experienced sadhus and fakirs into their confidence. But all those who were brought to treat me expressed their inability to do anything. One of them, a venerable saint hoary with age, then on a visit to Jammu, whom thousands flocked to see every day, after listening to me attentively shook his head, saying that he had not heard of anything like it in his life and suggested that I should seek directions from the same teacher who had prescribed the practice responsible for the disturbance. Growing more desperate with my progressively worsening condition, they ultimately approached a Kashmiri sadhu staying at Lahore in those days and persuaded him to come to Jammu to see me. He stayed with us for some days, studying my condition attentively. I had now grown extremely weak, almost exhausted, with spindle legs and emaciated arms, a skeleton with gleaming eyes, which made my wife wince every time she looked at me. For more than a month I had starved myself, subsisting on barely half a cup of boiled rice and a cup of milk 2 or 3 times a day. The poisoned condition of my nerves caused by acute digestive disturbances had translated itself into an ungovernable fear of eating because of a constant threat of dreadful consequence. I should have preferred not to eat anything at all, but knowing well that a completely empty stomach meant a dreadful death, in spite of the nausea and the revolt of my stomach, I used all my willpower to perform the extremely unpleasant task of eating a little. Unable to penetrate the cause of my distemper, the learned sadhu, imputing my dislike for food to a whim, asked me to eat in his presence, directing that the full quantity I was accustomed to take be served to me. On his insistence I swallowed with great difficulty a few morsels more than my usual intake, washing them down with water to overcome the resistance offered by my throat. The moment I did so a sudden unbearable stab of pain shot across my abdomen and the area around the sacral plexus, attaining such an intensity that I fell prostrate, writhing and twisting, casting a reproachful look at the sadhu for thus subjecting me to torture by his ill-timed advice. Pale with mortification, he rose hurriedly and left the room. That evening he was attacked by a sudden sickness which kept him on his feet for the entire night without sleep, and he left the house in the early hours of the morning, attributing his own malady to the terrible power possessing me. I recovered from the pain in a few hours without any serious aftereffects, but the incident exposed the helplessness of my condition as being entirely beyond human aid and added immensely to the worry of my wife. Some days after this episode, my son came into my room accidentally with a small plate of food in his chubby little hands. It was about noon. As usual, I had taken a few spoonfuls of rice, my principal meal of the day, an hour before. The boy squatted down in front of me and began to eat, licking his lips and enjoying each mouthful in the manner of children. Unlike other times, the sight of food caused no revulsion, and as I watched the child eating with delight, I felt the dim stirrings of hunger for the first time in weeks. In place of the usual bitterness, I noticed a reawakened sense of taste in my mouth. I could have eaten a few morsels with appetite at that time, but the fear of the awful consequences which followed the slightest error in diet in that hypertense condition restrained me, and I could not gather strength enough to take the risk and ask for something to eat. After only a few minutes, the feeling disappeared and the old chaotic condition overcame me again. Puzzled at the occurrence, which could not fail to strike me forcibly even in that distraught condition, I racked my brain to find a satisfactory explanation for the apparently trifling incident, full of the greatest import for me. Could it be, I asked myself, that the interval between the meals set by me was too long in my present debilitated condition? The next day I paid scrupulous attention to time, taking a few mouthfuls with a cup of milk every 3 hours, each time unwillingly and with fear gripping my heart. But I managed to carry out my purpose without noticing any adverse consequences, though there was no perceptible improvement either. I continued in this matter for a few days, but the condition of my brain was deteriorating, and the convulsive movements of my limbs, coupled with intensely painful sensations along the path of nerves, especially in the back and abdomen, signified a serious disorder of the nervous system. I felt myself sinking, and even the will to live, which had sustained me so far, appeared ready to give up the struggle as hopeless and to let the body drift to its doom. After some days, I noticed with a shock that I was slightly delirious at times. I had still enough sense to realize that if the condition worsened, I was doomed. I had tried all expedients, used all my intelligence and exhausted all my resources, but had failed miserably to find a way out. Finally, losing every hope of recovery and apprehending the worst in a mood of utter depression, I prepared myself for death, resolved to end my life before the delirium of madness rendered the task impossible. Overwhelmed by the horror which surrounded me, I had now almost lost the power to think rationally or to exert my will to resist the dread impulse. Before going to bed that night, I embraced my wife with enfeebled, palsied arms for a long time, noting with anguish her pinched face, and with burning tears in my eyes I resigned her to God, in pain at the idea of the inevitable separation ahead, leaving me no opportunity now to repay her with redoubled love for her unparalleled loyalty and sacrifice. Calling both my sons to me by name, I embraced them fondly, clasping each to my breast, entrusting them also to God's care forever and ever. With a wrench at the heart, I remembered that I could not have a last look at my dear daughter, who was at Srinagar looking after the house. Resigning her also to God, and looking for the last time at her image in my mind, I recovered my breath and stretching my aching body on the bed, closed my eyes, unable to stifle the great sobs that shook my breast. It took me some time to grow a little composed after what I had thought was my last adieu to my wife and children, believing death to be inevitable. Then I began to think seriously about my resolve. It was foolish to expect, I told myself, that if the malady was allowed to run its course I would have a peaceful end. Death would definitely be preceded by a raging madness which I had to avoid at any cost. Arguing in this manner, I revolved in my mind the various methods within my reach to end my life, trying to select the one which was the easiest and the least painful, or possible of execution by one in an extremely weak condition. I weighed the possibilities, passing now and again into a delirious condition, all the while tossing from side to side in the relentless grip of unconquerable insomnia. Hours passed and my agitated brain refused to come to a decision, passing from one hazy chain of thought to another, without the power to complete any. I cannot say how it happened that towards the early hours of dawn I passed into a sleep-like condition, the first in weeks, and for a brief interval dreamed a vivid dream in which I saw myself seated at a meal with a half-filled plate in front of me containing boiled rice and a meat preparation common in Kashmir, which I ate with enjoyment. I awoke immediately, the luster noticed in the dream persisting during wakefulness for some time. A sudden idea darted across my now almost delirious mind, and calling my wife to my side, in a weak voice I asked her to serve me nourishment every 2 hours that day, beginning early, each serving to include in addition to milk a few ounces of well-cooked, easy-to-digest meat. Following my muttered instructions to the letter, my wife with her own hands cooked and served the food to me at the specified intervals, punctual to the minute. I ate mechanically, my arms and hands shaking while carrying the food to my mouth, a clear indication of a delirious condition. I found it even more difficult that day to chew the food and swallow it, but managed to gulp it down with milk. After finishing the last meal at 9 that evening, I felt a slight relief. The tension grew less, yielding to a feeling of extreme exhaustion followed by a soothing wave of drowsiness until, with an inexpressible transport of joy, which made tears stream from my eyes, I felt blissful sleep steal upon me. I slept soundly until morning, enveloped in a glowing sheet of light as usual. The next day I reduced the interval to 1 hour, raising it to 1.5 hours after a week, and adding in the course of this period fruits and a little curd to my diet. Gradually the signs of delirium vanished and the insomnia gave way to an excessive desire for sleep. I submitted willingly to the beneficial soporific influence day and night, awaking only at the time of eating in obedience to the gentle and cautious touch of my wife, who stayed in the kitchen all day preparing meal after meal and serving hot, appetizing dishes with a love and care which only a devoted wife can display. Thanks to her ministrations, stringent regard to time, and the excellence of the food, I began to grow in strength and in about 2 weeks was able to move from one room to another. After this period I prolonged the interval to 2 hours, thereby reducing to some extent the intake of food in a day. Refreshed by sleep, my mind grew clearer, escaping by degrees the horror. In spite of the fact that the vital radiation had now assumed a colossal appearance, I began to feel a growing sense of confidence in myself and to hope that if nothing untoward happened I might pass the crisis with safety after all. As if guided by a newly developed sense of taste, I selected the constituents of every meal, rejecting this article and taking more of that, choosing a combination of acids and alkalis, sugars and salts, fruits and vegetables, in a manner that helped my stomach to digest the enormously increased mass under the stimulation of the new, more powerful radiant current, without any undesirable reaction. I was now passing through an experience as amazing and weird as any I had passed so far, utterly bewildered by the new direction taken by my singularly functioning organism. No one in their senses would believe such an abnormal performance of the digestive organs possible all of a sudden, turning me from a moderate eater into a voracious one. My stomach, working under the stimulation of a fiery vapor, consumed incredible quantities without causing the slightest adverse effect, as if licked up by fire. I had heard and read of yogis said to have commanded incredible powers of digestion, who could consume without ill effects prodigious loads of food with the aid of the luminous energy, but I had never lent credence to such stories. What I had disbelieved I now witnessed in myself, all the time overwhelmed with wonder at the powers and possibilities lying hidden in the body. I was not so much alarmed by the voracity of my appetite as I was amazed at the capacity of my stomach. At the lowest computation I was consuming at least 4 times the amount of food I was used to before the occurrence. During the first week the quantity devoured must have been 6 times the normal amount. It was atrocious. The food disappeared in my stomach as if it had evaporated, no doubt sucked up greedily by the hungry cells of the body. A disregard of time in eating was always visited with a sudden cessation of the desire for food and an absence of taste, aggravated at times to a feeling of nausea and utter dislike for any kind of nourishment. Experience had taught me that such symptoms indicated a poisoned state of nerves, an inevitable result of the awakening in the first stages, for which there is no known antidote except proper feeding, in spite of the aversion, done in a manner as may be indicated by the habits and the condition of the system. One should take care to use only the best, most easily digestible, complete natural foods in such a quantity as can be readily tolerated at regular intervals, normally of not more than 3 hours. The availability of a nutritious diet in the stomach is essential in all normal cases and has, therefore, to be arranged with due care to enable the nervous system to rid itself of impurities. At the present moment we are entirely in the dark about the nature of the subtle organic essence in the body which serves as nourishment for the ever-active nerves and the constantly fleeting nervous and thought energy. In the first stages of the awakening and until the system grows accustomed to the flow of the radiant current, the one and the only preservative of life and sanity is diet in right measure, correct combination, and at proper intervals. The whole science of Kundalini is fundamentally based on the assumption that it is possible for one to rouse to activity a mighty dormant power in the human body in order to gain freedom from sense domination for the embodied spirit, enabling it to soar unfettered to its celestial estate. The idea of stirring to activity a dormant vital force in the body, examined in the light of modern knowledge, can only signify the development or generation of a new type of vitality or life energy, which clearly involves a recasting of the nervous system not possible without a biological evolution. In the initial stages and later as well, nourishment suited to their appetite and constitution is taken by initiates of Hatha Yoga in surprising quantities as an offering to the power within. Aversion for food is a common feature in cases of a sudden awakening of Kundalini. The abrupt release of the new force and its stormy dash through the nerves causes acute disturbances in the digestive and excretory systems. The constant presence of the teacher for guidance at this critical juncture has, for this reason, always been considered essential, and not infrequently forced feeding is resorted to in order to preserve life when the disciple, completely unnerved by the weird developments in his interior, loses command over himself and is unable to muster enough strength of will to perform the act of eating in spite of the nausea and the chaos prevailing within. To avert disaster in acute conditions and to guard against the utterly unpredictable behavior of the digestive and excretory organs after the awakening, the students of Hatha Yoga have to devote many years of their life to acquire the ability to empty the stomach and colon at will to prepare for emergencies almost certain to arise sooner or later. Except for this interpretation, there can be no other meaning or utility, barring a cheap demonstrative or gymnastical value, in the elaborate and extremely difficult system of physical discipline and body control enjoined by all the exponents of this form of yoga as an essential prerequisite for those initiated into the final esoteric practices of the cult. The would-be aspirants have necessarily to attain proficiency in all preliminary exercises and methods of body control before embarking on the supreme but hazardous course of awakening the serpent power. We traveled to Srinagar in the beginning of April 1944. Owing to the joint efforts of my wife and her father and the pains taken by them to make every kind of provision for the 2-day hilly journey, I reached Srinagar in my then extremely weak condition without mishap. There, surrounded by relatives and friends, and nursed with assiduous care by my wife and daughter, I made rapid progress, gaining enough strength in a few months to resume my duties in the office. In the course of a year I grew hardy and strong, able to bear strain and fatigue, exertion and pressure, but I could not overcome the susceptibility of my system to digestive disorders in the event of unusual delay or irregularity in diet. I resumed my old habit of 2 meals a day, with a cup of milk and a slice of bread in the mornings and afternoons. By the end of the year my appetite became normal and the amount of food moderate, with a small measure of meat as a necessary ingredient. The lustrous appearance of external objects as well as of thought forms and the brilliance of dream images was intensified during the worst period of the last disorder, and grew in brightness to such an extent that, when gazing at a beautiful sunlit landscape, I always felt as if I were looking at a heavenly scene transported to the earth from a distant Elysium, illuminated by dancing beams of molten silver. This astounding feature of my consciousness, purely subjective, of course, never exhibited any alteration, save that it gained in transparency, brilliance, and penetrative power with the passage of time and continues to clothe me and all I perceive in inexpressible luster today. Years passed without bringing any new development in me to the surface. Whatever was happening was transpiring within, beyond my knowledge and away from the reach of my eyes. Failing to notice any other change in me except for the sea of luster in which I lived, and sternly warned by the last awful episode to desist from invoking the supernatural again, I occupied myself fully with the world and its affairs in an attempt to lead a normal life. It was the summer of the year 1946. We had just come from Jammu to Srinagar with the annual move of our offices. I was in a fine state of health with a constant urge in my interior to do more healthy, constructive work in the time I could spare from my other duties. The high increase in the intake of my food, after the traumatic experience I had in Jammu years before, had made my body somewhat obese, but this increase in weight did not in any way interfere with the amazing transformation which was now a constant feature of my experience. The silvery luster that now pervaded the whole field of my vision had become brighter and more alluring than before. Whenever I turned my eyes to the sky or let them rest on a landscape or any objects in front of me, I was invariably fascinated by the change in perception that had occurred. The sight of a beautiful panorama or a fine row of buildings, a glistening lake, a flowing broad-bosomed river or a surging multitude of people, was so intensely alluring that my senses were almost ravished by the spectacle. I racked my brains for a solution to the problem created by this extraordinary perceptual change in me but could find no answer to it. My dream experiences were no less striking. Sleep was my great mother and comforter. I did not remember all my dreams, but the fragments that came to my mind on awakening during the night or in the morning had a romantic and idyllic flavor in them. In the dream state I saw myself roaming over vast spaces, brightly lit up with the luster that I experienced during the day. Sometimes summit after summit of a vast mountain covered with greenery opened to my view as I climbed its steep slope to reach the top. On other occasions, the boundless expanse of a lovely meadow, decked with beautiful flowers, surrounded me in the dream, delighting my senses with the loveliness and the grandeur that I beheld. At other times I saw myself sailing on fast-flowing, mighty rivers or billowing oceans, always attended by the fascinating light. These mighty feasts of transporting visionary experiences served as a continuation of the alluring mantle of glory in which the objects I observed were wrapped during the day. Every day I looked forward to the romantic peregrinations in the dream state with fond anticipation. When the night was over I looked forward with even greater anticipation to the panorama that would meet my view during the day. A very remarkable feature in my dream life in those days was the prophetic nature of some of the dreams, especially those dreamed towards the morning. The reenaction of the dream scene or the fulfillment of the presage that very day, or during the course of the next few days, was so remarkable that I never ceased to wonder at the occurrences. There was no question of a casual coincidence or paramnesia. There could be no false memory of a scene that I had witnessed only a few hours before and of which the details were fresh in my memory. For instance, one dream scene showed me reading a letter from a friend whom I had not met in years and about whose whereabouts I was not even aware at the time. The same day when the postman came I found a letter from him amongst the others delivered to me. I saw a relative in my dream whom I had not met for months and he called on the same day. One of the most remarkable of these dreams occurred on the night when China made an attack on India as the result of a boundary dispute. I saw at a distance a whole contingent of soldiers who looked Chinese, shooting with their rifles at another body of soldiers whose faces I could not distinguish. They were all around me, though some distance away, and I awoke with a slight throb of fear at my heart. Only 3 days later the invasion was announced in the newspapers and on the radio. Fortunately I did not attach too much importance to this phenomenon. I took it as in some way connected with the transformation I was undergoing. I felt no sense of elation at the thought that my dreams were coming true or that I had developed the powers of prophecy and clairvoyance. On the contrary, the very fact that some of my dreams were premonitory or prophetic filled me with a vague sense of uneasiness. I could never know for certain which of the dream scenes I witnessed would be reenacted and if so, when, or which of the events would come true during the course of the next few days or weeks. This uncertainty kept me in a state of mental unrest which I did not at all relish. The materialization of the dreams became so common that at last I felt really disturbed in my mind. It was not good for me, I thought, for my mind to remain in a constant state of suspense, reviewing the dreams I had the previous night again and again to find out which of them had the likelihood of coming true in the near future. Finally, I decided to end the suspense. On awakening each morning I resolutely avoided dwelling in my mind on the scenes I had dreamed and made no attempt to recall them to my memory. The method worked very well. After a few days, the rather unhealthy habit I had contracted of letting my mind revert again and again to the dreams I had seen began to lose its grip on my mind. I kept myself busy on the public tasks I had taken upon myself and firmly avoided relapsing into the old habit again. Whenever the thought arose or the memory of a dream came back to me, I determinedly brushed it aside and continued to concentrate on the work I had in hand. In the course of time I realized that I had acted wisely. The knowledge that was dawning and the talents which were developing in me would have been seriously interfered with had I continued to attach exaggerated importance to my dream experiences and make my mind a slave to a habit that could never grant me the profound insight for which I longed. In 1946, in collaboration with a few friends and colleagues, I started a movement for economic reform in all obligatory social functions in our community. I had become acutely conscious of the crushing load of misery and even infamy which a low-income family had to carry all its life, almost to the funeral pyre, for the transitory pleasure of excelling its neighbors in pomp and show, in the grandeur of a feast, in the richness of a dowry, or in other such items of social ceremonial. The child marriage was now no longer in vogue, but brides often had to endure hardships and injustices that made their life a bed of thorns with no hope of alleviation until they grew old. The idea of introducing some measure of reform into the social customs of our society, especially those imposing certain disabilities on our womanhood, occurred to me time after time with a persistence that finally obliged me to translate it into action. I became more and more conscious of the inhumanity involved in the current practices. As I was then working in the education department of the state and was on good relations not only with my colleagues in the office of the director but also with most of the teachers and professors in colleges in all parts of the state, my burning desire to see justice done in every case, as far as lay in my power, had won me many friends and also a few enemies. The latter consisted of those who occupied privileged positions and were accustomed to gaining favor at the cost of less resourceful colleagues. But somehow I was allowed a free hand in carrying out my designs to set right the injustices suffered by teachers who had no powerful support in the department or were too artless or poor to gain the favor they needed to gain their promotion or secure transfer in their turn. My plan succeeded. A number of friends, both from the department and also outside of it, expressed their agreement with my views and consented to form a body to start a campaign against the social evils in our community. A few of them showed enthusiasm, which created high hopes in my mind. We met a few times in small groups and finally decided upon a large meeting in which about 50 friends participated. Curiously enough, this meeting was held in the large premises of the cremation site, which invested our enterprise with a solemn overtone from the beginning. A small organization designated as Samaj Sudhar Samiti was formed and our work began. Our first act was to make the purpose of our movement known to the community in the form of a small brochure. This was followed by flyers and handbills. We formulated a reform scheme, prescribing a limit to the size of dowry and the number of guests to be invited to a marriage function, and even to other important religious functions, as for instance the sacred thread ceremony, and circulated our views widely with a fervent appeal for cooperation. When looking at the whole idea subjectively, I saw no reason why the public should not respond to our efforts, since our aim was to save them from considerable extravagant expenditure of time, energy, and money. But when we tried to carry our plan in actual effect, we met a resistance as stiff as if we were out to do the gravest harm to them. It was no easy task for our small, dedicated group of missionaries to achieve their purpose. Except in a few cases, they met resistance everywhere. Some people became our enemies simply out of jealousy, others out of spite, still others out of a fear that our effort was directed to snatching leadership out of their hands. The marriage parties listened patiently to our volunteers who went to persuade them to follow the reform scheme to save themselves and others from extravagance and misery, but seldom acted according to their advice. We then decided upon a program of public speeches in different parts of the city, and even in rural areas, to make our ideas widely known to the people. It is a paradox of the human mind that, in the grip of habit, human beings submit readily and sometimes even gladly to ruthless exploitation by religious and political leaders, racketeers, and impostors. They bleed themselves white to contribute munificently to the whims and fancies of pseudo-religious teachers who are ultimately proven to have been unworthy of the homage paid to them. They are ready to face hardships, police batons, bullets, and imprisonment in their loyalty to a political leader who, when raised to a position of power through their sacrifice and efforts, turns his back upon them and acts in the very opposite way promised at the start of his career. They fall easy victims to profiteers, racketeers, and impostors. But when an honest-hearted man who bleeds for their sorrows tries his utmost to lift them up from the mire of blood-sucking customs into which they have fallen, they turn upon him angrily and shower abuse or blows upon him to deter him from his task. Although I knew it would not be easy to effect a change in customs that had been in vogue for many centuries, the urge was irresistible. I felt new ideas and new impulses surging in my head. Only a few years ago I had not even imagined that I could speak in an assembly of hundreds, even thousands of people. But I had now done so, and with success. Only a few years ago I had been a passive spectator and observer of the very social customs which had now become abhorrent to me. I never tried to find an explanation for this change in my thinking and behavior. The transition was so imperceptible that it never impinged upon my mind as something new or remarkable. If I had thought over the issue at that stage, the idea might never have occurred to me that a shift had occurred in the very roots of my being. It is only now, when other changes have occurred and are still occurring, that I feel confident in asserting that this change from a passive observer of the customs prevailing in my society to that of an active reformer was the first result of the transformative process set afoot by my experience in the year 1937. Without knowing it, my personality had undergone a minor change which, but for the experience and its continued effects, I could easily have ascribed to the maturity of judgment at a more advanced age when I could view the issues with a greater insight than before. There are countless instances in which conversions have occurred and continue to occur in all parts of the world, confirmed skeptics turning into religious-minded believers, evildoers transformed into pious men and women, and infidels converted into saints. There are also stories of the process working in the reverse direction, turning good souls into evil ways. The phenomenon of conversion from an irreligious to a pious mode of life is so clearly marked in the history of religion that there can be no doubt about it. But there has been no explanation how the transformation occurs overnight with suddenness or gradually in course of time. The answer lies in the operation of Kundalini. Intellectual and moral evolution of human beings involves a constant process of purification and regeneration of the nervous system and the brain. These processes are not discernible to scientists, because they have as yet no knowledge of the pranic energy which maintains and vivifies the organism. This intelligent electricity, the basis of all life in the universe, is yet an unknown entity to science since it is not normally perceptible to any of the senses known to us. It is not easy for human imagination to form a picture of the storm of activity raging in every living organism, from the lowest to the highest, or the intelligence displayed in the regulation of this activity. The play of electric currents darting through the network of wires in a telephone system serving a huge metropolis is a child's toy compared to it. We never realize when we arise in the morning the pranic activity through the billions of neurons in our system, more intricate than all the electrical lighting systems in the world, that has occurred to clean and repair our brains and to awaken us in the morning as fresh as ever. It is not possible for science to understand or evaluate fully the phenomenon of life without an understanding of prana. Scientists of the 19th century, carried away by the ideas of Darwin, failed to assess the profundity of life. Since then, science has become materialistic. It is only when subtle intelligent energies of the cosmos become the target of scientific observation that the complexity of the phenomenon of life and the bewildering nature of the cosmos will be realized. The Indian adepts used the term Maya to describe creation, implying an illusory appearance, beyond the reach of the intellect alone. In the summer of 1947, my daughter was married in an unostentatious manner in conformity with our reform scheme, the credit for which went not to us but to her husband, a struggling young lawyer, orphaned at an early age and left without resources, who refused tempting offers of rich dowries to marry the dowryless daughter of a poor man. The alliance was proposed to his elder brother by a friend while I was at Jammu, and all I had to do was signify my assent to it. In this way, in my peculiar mental condition, nature spared me the ordeal of having to hunt indefinitely for a match for one who out of filial loyalty was as keen as I was myself to ensure that my principles in regard to dowry were not violated in any way. In the autumn of the same year, the peaceful valley of Kashmir was thrown into convulsions by a sudden raid from marauding hordes of frontier tribesmen, who, organized and led by trained martial talent, came down upon the defenseless Kashmiris, pillaging, raping, and killing indiscriminately until almost the whole northern side of the valley shook with the lamentations of the bereaved and cries of the plundered and ravished. When the carnage was over and the invaders had retired after several scuffles with Indian forces, the members of our small band of enthusiasts, ready to devote their energies to a noble cause, threw themselves into the arduous task of providing relief to a large section of the ravaged victims. That winter, because of stormy conditions in many of the border districts of the state, attended by wholesale massacres and rape, the offices did not move to Jammu, and I therefore continued to attend my duties at Srinagar, oblivious to the horror of the situation in the all-absorbing mission of service to which we had devoted ourselves. Entirely preoccupied with the task, I could not leave Kashmir during the winter of 1948 either and had to apply for leave of absence to complete the enterprise undertaken at a time when our own fate hung in the balance. During this interval, momentous changes occurred in the political framework of the state. The hereditary ruler had to abdicate to make room for a people's government. This great upheaval brought in its wake countless smaller upheavals, bringing new values in place of the old and new ways of thought and action. The old order changed, as has always happened, often without affecting side by side the needed change for the better in human nature which, forgetting soon the lesson taught by a revolution, acts again in a manner that makes another upheaval inevitable after a time. 15. Stretching out immeasurably in all directions. In November 1949, I again went to Jammu with the office. On this occasion my wife chose to stay at Srinagar to look after the house and children. She had grown confident of my health and ability to look after myself in view of the endurance displayed by me during the past 2 years. My system had functioned so regularly that there had occurred not the slightest cause for any perturbation. On the contrary, I had found myself fully equal to and in fact took pleasure in the strenuous task of relieving the distress of hundreds of families taken by us upon ourselves, a mere handful of men and women without resources or influence, at a time of extreme tension and under rigorous conditions. I stayed at Jammu with an old friend who was good enough to place a room at my disposal. I was glad to accept his hospitality, offered with great cordiality and love, as it afforded me several facilities, especially the opportunity to be all to myself, absorbed in the contemplation of the luminous glow within, which had begun to assume to some extent the enrapturing character of the vision perceived on the first day of the awakening. Profiting by the awful experience I had undergone previously, I made absolutely no attempt to meditate as before. What I did now was quite different. Without any effort and sometimes even without my knowing it, I sank deeper and deeper within myself, engulfed more and more by the lustrous waves of consciousness, which appeared to grow in size and extent the more I allowed myself to sink without resistance into the sea of consciousness in which I often found myself immersed. After about 12 years, a curious transformation had occurred in the glowing circle of awareness around my head which made me constantly conscious of a subtle world of life stretching on all sides in which I breathed, walked, and acted without in any way either affecting its all-pervasive homogeneous character, or being affected by it in my day-to-day transactions in the world. Speaking more clearly, it seemed as if I were breathing, moving, and acting surrounded by an extremely subtle, invisible, conscious void, as we are surrounded by radio waves, with the difference that I did not perceive or feel the existence of the waves but was compelled to acknowledge their presence by the logic of certain facts. In this case I was made aware of the invisible medium by internal conditions, as if my own confined consciousness, transcending its limitations, was now in direct touch with its own substance on all sides, like a sentient dewdrop floating intact in an ocean of pure being, without mingling with the surrounding mass of water. During the past months, on a few occasions I had noticed this tendency of my mind to turn without encountering any barrier to its expansion within itself, extending more like a drop of oil spreading on the surface of water until, collecting myself with an effort, I came back to my normal state, itself more extensive by far than the original field of consciousness I had possessed before the awakening. I had not attached much importance to this phase, believing it to be an attempt of the mind to fall into reveries which, because of its luminous spaciousness, created the impression of further internal expansion without implying any additional change in my already peculiar mental condition. About a month after my arrival at Jammu, I noticed that not only had this tendency become more marked and frequent, but the daily plunge into the depths of my lucent being was maturing into a great source of happiness and strength for me. The development was, however, so gradual and the change so imperceptible that I was led to believe that the whole occurrence was the outcome of the general improvement in my health due to the salubrious climate rather than to any new factor operating within me. Towards the third week of December, I noticed that when returning from these prolonged spells of absorption, which had now become a regular feature of my solitary hours, my mind usually dwelt on the lyrics of my favorite mystics. Without the least idea of trying my skill at poetic composition, I nevertheless found myself attempting this when not in an absorbed mood, keeping the mystical rhymes which I liked most as models before me. Beyond the fact that I had committed to memory a few dozen Sanskrit verses culled from the scriptures and a few dozen couplets picked up from the works of mystics, I knew nothing of poetry. After a few days of mere playful dabbling I became restless, and for the first time in my life I felt an urge to write verse. Not at all impressed seriously by what I thought was a passing impulse, I put to paper a few stanzas, devoting several hours every day to the task. I wrote in Kashmiri, but after about a fortnight of daily endeavor I found I did not improve. The sterility of my efforts to write in verse, instead of dampening my spirits, urged me to greater efforts, however, and I devoted more and more time to what had now become a regular, fascinating hobby for me. The standard of the compositions did not improve in the least, and I had often to labor for hours to complete a line and then longer to find another to match it. I never associated the new tendency with the mysterious agency at work in my body. But these unsuccessful attempts I was making at verse formation were, in fact, a deliberately maneuvered prelude to a startling occurrence soon afterwards. I was being taught internally to exercise a newly developed talent in me, the existence of which I could have had no inkling otherwise. My crude attempts were the first indication of the schooling. During those days, an ardent member of our small band of zealous workers in Kashmir was on a visit to Jammu. She often came to my place, usually to have news of our work at Srinagar, about which I received regular reports from our treasurer or our secretary. One day I offered to accompany her home when she rose to depart, intending by the long stroll to rid myself of a slight depression I felt at the time. We walked leisurely, discussing our work, when suddenly while crossing the Thai bridge I felt a mood of deep absorption settling upon me until I almost lost touch with my surroundings. I no longer heard the voice of my companion. She seemed to have receded into the distance, though walking by my side. Near me, in a blaze of brilliant light, I suddenly felt what seemed to be a mighty conscious presence, sprung from nowhere, encompassing me and overshadowing all the objects around, from which 2 lines of a beautiful verse in Kashmiri poured out to float before my vision, like luminous writing in the air, disappearing as suddenly as they had come. When I came to myself, I found the girl looking at me in blank amazement, bewildered by my abrupt silence and the expression of utter detachment on my face. Without revealing to her all that had happened, I repeated the verse, saying that it had all of a sudden taken form in my mind in spite of myself, and that it accounted for the break in our conversation. She listened in surprise, struck by the beauty of the rhyme, weighing every word, and then said that it was indeed nothing short of miraculous for one who had never been favored by the muse before to compose so exquisite a verse on the very first attempt with such lightning rapidity. I heard her in silence, carried away by the profundity of the experience I had just gone through. Until that hour, all I had experienced of the superconscious was purely subjective, neither demonstrable to nor verifiable by others. But now for the first time I had before me a tangible proof of the change that had occurred in me, unintelligible to and independently of my surface consciousness. After escorting my companion to her destination, I returned to my residence in time for dinner. All the way back, in the stillness of a pleasant evening and the welcome solitude of an unfrequented path, I remained deeply engrossed in the enigma presented by the vision and the sudden leap taken by my mind in a new direction. The more intently I examined the problem, the more surprised I became at the deep meaning of the production, the exquisite formation, and the highly appealing language of the lines. On no account could I claim the artistic composition as mine, the voluntary creation of my own deliberate thought. I reached my place while still deeply absorbed in the same train of thought and, still engrossed, sat down for dinner. I took the first few morsels mechanically, in silence, oblivious to my surroundings and unappreciative of the food in front of me, unable to bring myself out of the state of intense absorption into which I had fallen, retaining only a slender link with my environment, like a sleepwalker instinctively restrained from colliding with the objects in his path without consciously being aware of them. In the middle of the meal, while still in the same condition of semi-entrancement, I stopped abruptly, contemplating with awe and amazement, which made the hair on my skin stand on end, a marvelous phenomenon in progress in the depths of my being. Without any effort on my part, and while seated comfortably on a chair, I had gradually passed off, without becoming aware of it, into a condition of exaltation and self-expansion similar to that which I had experienced on the very first occasion, in December 1937, with the modification that in place of a roaring noise in my ears there was now a cadence like the humming of a swarm of bees, enchanting and melodious, and the encircling glow was replaced by a penetrating silvery radiance, already a feature of my being within and without. The marvelous aspect of the condition lay in the sudden realization that, although linked to the body and surroundings, I had expanded in an indescribable manner into a titanic personality, conscious from within of an immediate and direct contact with an intensely conscious universe, a wonderful inexpressible immanence all around me. My body, the chair I was sitting on, the table in front of me, the room enclosed by walls, the lawn outside and the space beyond, including the earth and sky, appeared to be most amazingly mere phantoms in this real, interpenetrating, and all-pervasive ocean of existence which, to explain the most incredible part of it as best I can, seemed to be simultaneously unbounded, stretching out immeasurably in all directions, and yet no bigger than an infinitely small point. From this marvelous point the entire existence, of which my body and its surroundings were a part, poured out like radiation, as if a reflection as vast as my conception of the cosmos were thrown out upon infinity by a projector no bigger than a pinpoint, the entire intensely active and gigantic world picture dependent on the beams issuing from it. The shoreless ocean of consciousness in which I was now immersed appeared infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time, large when considered in relation to the world picture floating in it, and small when considered in itself, measureless, without form or size, nothing and yet everything. It was an amazing and staggering experience for which I can cite no parallel and no simile, an experience beyond all and everything belonging to this world conceivable by the mind or perceptible to the senses. I was intensely aware internally of a marvelous being so concentratedly and massively conscious as to outluster and outstature infinitely the cosmic image present before me, not only in point of extent and brightness, but in point of reality and substance as well. The phenomenal world, ceaselessly in motion, characterized by creation, incessant change, and dissolution, receded into the background and assumed the appearance of an extremely thin, rapidly melting layer of foam upon a substantial rolling ocean of life, a veil of exceedingly fine vapor before an infinitely large conscious sun, constituting a complete reversal of the relationship between the world and the limited human consciousness. It showed the previously all-dominating cosmos reduced to the state of a transitory appearance, and the formerly care-ridden point of awareness, circumscribed by the body, grown to the spacious dimensions of a mighty universe and the exalted stature of a majestic immanence before which the material cosmos shrank to the subordinate position of an evanescent and elusive appendage. I awoke from the semi-trance condition after about half an hour, affected to the roots of my being by the majesty and marvel of the vision, entirely oblivious to the passage of time, having in the intensity of the experience lived a life of ordinary existence. During this period, probably due to fluctuations in the state of my body and mind caused by internal and external stimuli, there were intervals of deeper and lesser penetration not distinguishable by the flow of time but by the state of immanence, which, at the point of the deepest penetration, assumed such an awe-inspiring, almighty, all-knowing, blissful, and at the same time absolutely motionless, intangible, and formless character that the invisible line demarcating the material world and the boundless, all-conscious reality ceased to exist, the two fusing into one, the mighty ocean sucked up by a drop, the enormous three-dimensional universe swallowed by a grain of sand, the entire creation, the knower and the known, the seer and the seen, reduced to an inexpressible sizeless void which no ordinary mind could conceive nor any language describe. Before coming out completely from this condition and before the glory in which I found myself had completely faded, I found, floating in the luminous glow of my mind, the rhymes following the couplet that had suddenly taken shape in me near the Tawi Bridge that day. The lines occurred one after the other, as if dropped into the three-dimensional field of my consciousness by another source of condensed knowledge within me. They started from the glowing recesses of my being, developing suddenly into fully formed couplets like falling snowflakes which, from tiny specks high up, become clear-cut, regularly shaped crystals when nearing the eye, and vanished so suddenly as to leave me hardly any time to retain them in my memory. They came fully formed, complete with language, rhyme, and meter, finished products originating, as it seemed, from the surrounding intelligence, to pass before my internal eye for expression. I was still in an elevated state when I rose from the table and went to my room. The first thing I did was to write down the lines as far as I could remember them. It was not an easy task. I found that during the short interval that had elapsed I had forgotten not only the order in which the rhymes had occurred but also whole portions of the matter, which it was extremely difficult for me to recollect or supply. It took me more than 2 hours to supply the omissions. I went to bed that night in an excited and happy frame of mind. After years of acute suffering I had at last been given a glimpse into the supersensible and at the same time made the fortunate recipient of divine grace, which all fitted admirably with the traditional concepts of Kundalini. I could not believe in my good luck, I felt it was too astounding to be true. But when I looked within myself to find out what I had done to deserve it, I felt extremely humbled. I had to my credit no achievement remarkable enough to entitle me to the honor bestowed on me. I had lived an ordinary life, never done anything exceptionally meritorious, and never achieved a complete subdual of desires and appetites. I reviewed all the noteworthy incidents of the last 12 years in my mind, studying them in the light of the latest development, and found that much of what had been dark and obscure so far was now assuming a deep and startling significance. In the intensity of joy which I felt at the revelation, I forgot the terrible ordeal I had passed through, as also the grueling suspense and anxiety that had been my companions for all that period. I had drunk the cup of suffering to the dregs to come upon a resplendent, never-ending source of unutterable joy and peace lying hidden in my interior, waiting for a favorable opportunity to reveal itself, affording me in one instant a deeper insight into the essence of things than a whole life devoted to study could do. Thinking such thoughts, I fell asleep at last, waking again in the luminous realm of dreams in which I had my abode every night. When I awoke in the morning, the first recollection that came to my mind was of the transcendental experience of the previous evening. Even the fleeting memory of a superconscious flight into the wonderland of infinity is transporting, surpassing anything we can think of or encounter in the physical world. Considering the stupendous nature of the vision, it is no wonder that the ancient seers of India, in constant communion with the transcendental reality, regarded the world as no more than an inexplicable shadow, an impermanent, illusory appearance before an eternal resplendent sun of indescribable grandeur and sublimity. Every day during the next 2 weeks I wrote a few stanzas in Kashmiri that, without exception, dealt with some aspect of the unknown. Some of them were definitely apocalyptic in nature. The verses occurred suddenly at odd times in the day or night, preceded by a voluntary pause on my part in the normal process of thinking. This preliminary cessation of mental activity was soon followed by a state of deep absorption, as if I were diving within myself to reach a certain depth where I could catch the vibrations of the message always expressed in poetry. The lines developed from an extremely subtle form, an invisible seed, and instantaneously passed before my mind as fully formed verses, following each other in rapid succession until the whole passage was completed, when I suddenly experienced a desire to withdraw myself from the state of semi-entrancement and return to normality. On one more occasion during that fortnight I had the same transcendental experience as on the first day, tallying in almost all respects with the original one. I was sitting on a chair reading a piece written on the preceding day when, noticing the command, I leaned back in the chair and closed my eyes in a mood of relaxation, waiting for the results. The moment I did so I felt myself expanding in all directions, oblivious to the surroundings, and enveloped in an immensity of glowing radiance, entertained by a sweet internal cadence unlike any symphony heard on earth, drawing nearer to the supreme condition, until with a plunge I found myself detached from all belonging to the causal world, lost in the inexpressible void, a marvelous state of being absolutely devoid of spatial and temporal distinctions. I returned to my normal state after more than half an hour and during the few moments of transition found a beautiful composition waiting for cognizance by my mind, staggered by the extraordinary experience that it had just gone through. After a fortnight, the language changed and instead of rhymes in Kashmiri they occurred in English. The slight knowledge of English verse which I possessed was confined to the study of a few selected poems forming a part of my school and college texts. Beyond that, having no inherent taste for poetry, I had never cared to read it. But I could easily perceive that the passage before me was similar to the poems I had read, but having no knowledge of the rhyme and meter of English poetry, I could not form any judgment about its merit. A few days afterwards, the poems appeared in Urdu instead of in English. Having a workable knowledge of the former, I did not feel any difficulty in writing down the lines, but all the same many blanks were left which were filled only months later. Urdu was succeeded by Punjabi in a few days. I had not read any book in Punjabi but had learned the language by constant contact with Punjabi-speaking friends and associates during my several years' stay in Lahore as a school and college student. My surprise, however, knew no bounds when a few days later the direction came that I should prepare to receive verses in Persian. I had never read the language, nor could I in the least understand or speak it. I waited in breathless expectancy and immediately after the signal a few Persian verses flashed before my mind in the same manner as the compositions in other languages. I had no difficulty in recognizing many Persian words and even the verse form of the lines. Kashmiri being rich in Persian words, it was easy for me to understand words already used in my mother tongue. After a great deal of exertion and straining, I at last succeeded in penning down the lines, but there were many blanks and mistakes which could not be filled in or set right until long after. The few short poems in Persian that I was able to jot down involved such a strenuous effort that after some days I was obliged to desist from the onerous task. I felt entirely exhausted and what was more serious, the unhealthy effect of the exertion and excitement elicited was becoming seriously apparent in the prolonged spells of restlessness preceding my sleep. Consequently I gave myself complete rest for more than a week. After a short time, feeling somewhat restored to health, I no longer felt it necessary to resist the impulse and submitted to the elevating moods at opportune moments. One day when I had obeyed the unspoken direction for relaxing my mind to prepare myself for reception, and had sunk deeply enough to reach the subtle emanations from the amazing conscious source within, yet tantalizingly out of my reach. I felt a thrill of deep excitement not unmixed with fear pass through every fiber of my being when the signal flashed across my own quiescent mind to make myself ready for taking down a piece in German. I came back from the semi-trance condition with a ferment in my mind, unable to reconcile myself to the idea that such a weird performance could ever be possible. I had never learned German, nor seen a book written in that language, nor to the best of my knowledge ever heard it spoken in my presence, and yet I was expected to write down a poem in it, which in plain terms meant a complete negation of the time-honored truth that language is an acquired and not inherited possession. German was followed by French and Italian. Then came a few verses in Sanskrit, followed by Arabic. Surely there could be nothing more convincing than the phenomena I had witnessed during the previous few weeks to bring the idea irresistibly home to me that I was in occasional contact with an inexpressible fount of all knowledge and that, but for my inability to understand and transcribe, I could take down poetic pieces in most of the well-known languages of the earth. I felt wave after wave of conscious electricity pass through me, replete with knowledge to which, because of the poor capacity of my brain, I could not have full access. Language fails me when I attempt to describe the experience which off and on has all along since then been the most sublime and the most elevating feature of my existence. On every such occasion I am made to feel as if the observer in me, or speaking more precisely, my lustrous conscious self, is floating, with but an extremely dim idea of the corporeal frame, in a vividly bright conscious plane, every fragment of which represents a boundless world of knowledge, embracing the present, past, and future, commanding all the sciences, philosophies, and arts ever known or that will be known in the ages to come, all concentrated and contained in a point existing here. And everywhere, now and always, a formless, measureless ocean of wisdom from which, drop by drop, knowledge has filtered and will continue to filter into the human brain. On every visit to the supersensible realm I am so overwhelmed by the mystery and the wonder of it that everything else of this world, everything conceived by us of the next, every fact and incident of my life save this, every momentous event of history, every ambition and desire, and above all even my own existence, life and death, appear to be trite and trivial before the indescribable glory, the unfathomable mystery, and the unimaginable extent of the marvelous ocean of life, of which I am at times permitted to approach the shore. The daily dive into the conscious ocean to which I had now unexpectedly found access had a most exhilarating effect on my mind. I was overwhelmed with wonder at the incalculable wealth I had found within myself. The distracting anxiety I had felt previously and the grave doubts I had entertained about my condition vanished altogether, yielding place to a feeling of inexpressible thankfulness to the divine power, which in spite of my ignorance, constant resistance, many faults, frailties, and mistakes, had wrought with matchless skill a new channel of perception in me, a new and more penetrating sight in order to introduce me to a stupendous existence. In spite of all my efforts, the news of the strange psychic manifestations in me leaked out. My host, friends, and colleagues at the office were struck by my altered behavior and my constant mood of deep absorption. Even if I had tried, I could not have shaken it off, being myself entirely carried away by the wonder of an occurrence beyond anything I could have imagined. I certainly could not hide from my close associates a development that had the effect of startling me out of my equilibrium. My host, uneasy at my constant perambulations in a state of deep abstraction, almost to the point of being totally oblivious at times, grew positively alarmed at seeing my lights on at odd hours in the night and finding me awake, writing in a mood of utter preoccupation. Knowing of my mystical tendencies, he remonstrated with me gently under the misapprehension that my constant absorption and nocturnal exertions were a prelude to a complete renunciation of the world in order to take up a monastic life. In the course of a few weeks, unable to resist the fascination of the newly found subliminal existence, I found myself powerless to come out of my contemplative moods. Except for a few hours of irregular sleep at night, they were continuously upon me for the whole day, making it almost impossible for me to apply my mind to anything. I ate mechanically, almost as a child does in sleep, and when obliged to speak talked and heard like a man who was engrossed in watching a most fascinating drama enacted before him and returns laconic answers to the comments of those seated beside him, often without comprehending and remembering fully what is said. One went to the office more by force of habit than by choice or inclination. My whole being rose in revolt when I attempted to climb down from the ethereal heights of transcendence to the dry files lying unattended on my table. After some days, the mere act of sitting in the cramped atmosphere of the room for hours became so unpleasant and oppressive that I proceeded on long leave, never to enter the premises again. I realized that the severance of my connection with the office would reduce my income to a great extent, but the urge in me to liberate myself from the bonds of servitude was too strong to be suppressed by monetary or worldly considerations. In the meantime, the strange news traveled through the town, and crowds of people called at my residence, attracted by the rumors of the miraculous development in me. Most of them came merely to satisfy their curiosity and to verify what they had heard, much as they would have gone to look at a freak or to watch the astounding performance of a conjurer. But few of them evinced any interest in the genesis of the change or the reason for the sudden manifestation. In a few days, the rush of people became so great and continuous that from early morning to the hour of darkness I had not a moment to myself. Feeling that it would be discourteous to refuse interviews and laboring under the notion that such an attitude on my part would be misconstrued as pride, I bore the daily rush patiently at the cost of my mental peace, which ought to have been my primary concern in the initial states of the new development. I was usually in an exalted state of mind throughout, and in the same condition talked to the people gathered round me, frequently passing into deeper moods under their gaze, from which I was often recalled to my surroundings by the entry of other groups. I greeted the eager crowds mechanically, barely mindful of what I said or of those who arrived and left during the day. After a few days, the strain became unbearable, and I began to feel its adverse effects on my health. The first indication of the trouble was a growing restlessness during nights, which soon assumed the state of partial insomnia. Instead of feeling alarmed at the reappearance of an enemy that had caused me so much agony in the past, I interpreted it as the first sign of a liberated existence, of freedom from the domination of the flesh, considered to be an essential feature of true spiritual growth. Lacking the care of my wife, who, with a woman's true instinct, always exercised a strict supervision of my diet, I also grew indifferent to food, reveling in the thought that I had at last overcome a weakness which had compelled me to be too attentive to my nutrition and a slave to regularity. Gradually a feeling of detachment from the world began to take hold of me, accompanied by an increasing desire to break the chains that bound me to my family and to lead the life of a sannyasi, renunciate, untroubled by desire and unfettered by customs and conventions. I had passed through a most strange experience which had culminated in a development entirely beyond my expectations and one which it was necessary to make known to others. It was therefore my duty, I argued with myself, to lead a life entirely free of the fret and fever of a worldly existence, devoted exclusively to the service of mankind, with the object of making known the great truth I had found. The only obstacle to the execution of this resolve, I thought, would be presented by the strong ties of affection which bound me to my family and friends, and which, judging from my own past experience and inherent tendencies, would be very hard to break. But when I pondered more deeply on the issue and searched my heart for the answer, I found to my great surprise that the amazing experience I had now undergone had purged me clean of worldly love also, and that I could part from my family and friends forever without so much as a single look behind, to perform unhampered by any thought of family obligations the sacred task I eagerly wished to take upon myself. But though I was afforded a glimpse into the state of mind and the motive power behind it that drove the prophets and seers of old to unparalleled feats of renunciation and asceticism which appear beyond the capacity of the ordinary human being, I was not destined to follow in their footsteps, due to the extreme susceptibility of my system to disorder under the stress of unfavorable and harsh conditions. There was a weak spot in me somewhere which often gave way under the rigor imposed by an ascetic way of life or continued irregularity in the matter of diet and sleep. I believe it is because of this vulnerability that I was able to trace the close connection existing between the body and the mind, even in transcendental conditions of the brain, which might not have been so clearly apparent to me otherwise. For more than a month I lived in a state of triumph and spiritual exaltation which is impossible to describe. During all this period, my whole being was always pervaded by a distinct feeling that, while moving, sitting, or acting, I was constantly encompassed by a stupendous silent presence from which I drew my individual existence. Frequently I had moods of deeper absorption when, speechless with wonder, I lost myself completely in the indescribable. These moods were attended occasionally by inspirational flashes towards the close. After the end of this period, owing to insufficient sleep and irregularity in diet, the feeling of exaltation and happiness, which had been present continuously, diminished perceptibly, and I again began to feel signs of exhaustion and at times even of uneasiness in my mind. I was roughly shaken out of this short-lived state of heavenly joy when one morning, rising from bed after a restless night, I found myself in the grip of acute depression which continued for the whole day, acting like a dip in ice-cold water on one in a state of inebriation. Startled out of my mistaken optimism and reprimanding myself sharply for the neglect, I forced myself to give immediate attention to my diet and after some days noticed signs of improvement in my condition. But my immoderate indulgence in psychic enjoyment, excessive mental exertion, and neglect of organic needs had, without my detecting it, depleted my vitality to an alarming extent, creating a poisoned state of the nervous system which prevented me from noticing the extremely slow deterioration in time to take appropriate precautionary measures. I had heard stories of men who, intoxicated with joy to the point of madness on their first glimpse of the supersensory state of existence after the awakening, had been so entirely carried away from earthly life that they found it impossible to come down to the normal level of consciousness in order to attend to the needs of the body. Their spirits in unbroken ecstatic contemplation of the fascinating supersensual realm from the beginning to the end had departed the starved body without even once descending back to earth. I immediately refrained from exhibiting myself before the curious crowds that came and went in an unending stream. Instead of encouraging the moods of intense absorption, always ready to settle upon me the moment my mind turned inwards, I deliberately avoided introversion, devoting myself exclusively to worldly trifles in order to allow a period of rest to the already overstimulated brain. It was about the middle of March, marking the beginning of spring in Kashmir, and I felt I should no longer delay returning to my home, my only asylum in times of distress, in order to submit myself to the affectionate care of my wife, my sole guardian during illness. Without losing a single day I journeyed to Srinagar by air, relinquishing forever the thought of roaming the earth in the traditional way of the renunciate to effect the regeneration of mankind, a fantasy born in my case from the desire for power and the yearning for mental conquest which often accompanies the activity of Kundalini in the intellectual center, causing a slightly intoxicated condition of the brain too subtle to be noticed by the subject himself or by his uninformed companions, however erudite and intelligent they may be. At home I entrusted myself completely to the care of my wife, who from the absence of color in my face and the look in my eyes at once concluded that I was in a state of exhaustion and stood in urgent need of rest and recuperation. The news of my strange feats had traveled to Srinagar before me, and it became a difficult problem to prevent the crowds which assembled at my house from gaining access to me. After a few days I was able to devote several hours daily to meet the visitors without fatigue and kept myself lightly engaged for the rest of the time to avoid the influence of contemplative moods which even now exercised such a fascination over me that I had to exert my will to the utmost to resist the temptation completely for even a day. In the course of a few weeks the crowds began to thin and ultimately ceased, allowing me more respite which, coupled with the precautions taken in diet, helped me to overcome the deficiency caused by my own lack of restraint. But it took more than 6 months for me to be normal again and to attend to my duties without losing myself all of a sudden in the rapt contemplation of an unconditioned existence. By the time my leave expired, I had made up my mind not to serve any longer. The way of escape from the sordidness and misery of the material world into the unutterable peace and tranquility of the effulgent internal universe was too narrow and too risky to allow me to make use of it with a heavy load of worldly responsibilities upon my shoulders. In order to taste the fruit of true spiritual liberation, it was necessary for me to free myself as far as possible from the chains that bound me to the material world. The secluded corner of a busy office room, throbbing with noiseless activity and tense with subdued excitement, was not a place where a man now constantly preoccupied with the unseen could pass several hours at a stretch always at the call of others without running the risk of serious injury to his mental health. There were other reasons, too, which precipitated my decision to sever my connections entirely with the office. The change of government had brought in its wake a host of burning problems, all demanding immediate solution. They had to be handled, and handled carefully, at a time when the whole country was in a state of ferment caused by a wild scramble for power and possessions on the one side and the efforts made to avert deprivation and dispossession on the other. Our office could not escape the general commotion visible everywhere, and soon its atmosphere grew charged with mutual suspicion to an extent that for a man in my condition it was positively dangerous. Accordingly I applied for premature retirement which, after the usual formalities, was ultimately sanctioned. I was now free to pass my time as I pleased, untroubled by any thoughts of how to find my way out of the ever-present official dilemmas and the constant conflicts between my conscience and the wishes of my superiors. After an absence of many months, during which there had literally occurred a world of difference in me, I again joined the staunch group of friends who had kept our movement alive during the interval. I again participated in their activities, which were now directed towards providing amenities for the utterly destitute widows in our society or towards removing the barrier of public opinion against the remarriage of those who were agreeable to it, in this way mitigating to some extent the suffering of many subjected to inhuman treatment in the name of religion and caste by their own families. In spite of the deep desire of every member of the little group to confine their activities to the mission of service, they were drawn unwillingly into the troubled waters of political rivalry and ambition by constant opposition, aimed at forcing their allegiance. In the course of a few years it was made difficult for them even to carry on the humanitarian work in which they were engaged. But determined to persist, they managed to continue their activities in a restricted form, always anxious to steer clear of rival political groups angling for their support. 16. A Triumph of Love. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning when a visitor was announced and ushered into my sitting room in Karan. He was a middle-aged man of about 45 years, simply dressed and looking somewhat nervous as he sat before me. The preceding day had been a very busy one for me and I was sorting out some papers to put them in order. I looked at the stranger and asked the reason for his visit. He was silent for a moment, trying to make up his mind how to begin, and then said that he had heard that the Samiti was interested in arranging marriages of parties that were not in a position to arrange a normal wedding in the conventional manner. Please explain a little more clearly what you wish, I said. I have heard, he replied, that the Samiti has arranged marriages of couples who loved each other and who did not wish to go to a court of law for a legal marriage and who wished to avoid the pomp and show, with all its heavy expenditure, of a conventional wedding ceremony. Who is the girl, I asked, and what is her age? She lives in my neighborhood, he answered, and her age is about 20 years. She and I intensely love each other and all we wish is that your organization would solemnize our nuptials. Are the parents of the girl willing to agree to her marriage with you, I said, and if so, have they agreed to the performance of the ceremony in the Samiti to avoid the expenses that an official ceremony would involve? He was silent for a while and then said slowly, I have not consulted the parents and cannot say whether they would agree. But the girl and I are determined on the marriage. I have approached you as I know the Samiti is interested in preventing scandals in the society. We will live as man and wife in any case and no one can prevent us, as the girl is of an age to decide for herself. Only we do not wish to live as outcasts, ostracized by the community, and it is for this reason that I have come to seek your help. I thought for a moment. As a rule we never solemnized a marriage, save in the case of widows, except with the consent of the parents or guardians of a girl. At the same time, experience had taught me that an outright rejection of the request could lead to elopement, with resultant agony to the parents and also a possible disaster for the girl, as she would have no one to protect her if the man turned out to be an impostor who would leave her to her fate as soon as he was satiated. In order to have some time to know the full details of the case, I asked the man to send an application in accordance with the prescribed procedure of the Samiti. The man left and returned with his application in the afternoon. He and the girl lived at no great distance from Karan. The girl resided in his neighborhood in the house of her mother's brother and his wife. Her own father, a widower, lived in another locality. He was employed in a government concern and had let his daughter stay in the house of her maternal uncle for better protection. The suitor was a bus driver by profession, plying his vehicle between Srinagar and Jammu, separated from each other by a distance of about 200 miles. On receipt of the application, as was our custom, we started an independent investigation of the case. The members entrusted to this work lost no time in making the inquiries but came back with a startling report which made us extremely anxious about the whole issue. The man and the girl, it was found, had an illicit connection and the girl was about 8 months pregnant. So far the girl had not divulged the secret to her uncle and aunt or to her father. One of our lady workers who met her personally stated that she was in a desperate frame of mind and contemplated suicide as a last resort to save herself from disgrace, which was inevitable once the truth was known. I felt deeply disturbed at this narrative and, together with my friends, spent long hours trying to find a solution to the problem. The next day we sent the same member again to the girl to reassure her that every possible help would be rendered to her in her misfortune and that we would solemnize her marriage with the father of the child, if she wished it, or find another suitable partner for her who would take responsibility for the unborn child. We also gave her the assurance that we would intervene with her father to save her from his anger and secure his consent to her marriage, which would be performed openly in such a way that no blemish would attach to her name. With the other disabilities attending pregnancy, the fear and the agony that gripped the mind of the unfortunate girl must have inflicted a torture beyond words. We passed restless hours in our search for a remedy to alleviate her suffering. Every day, one of our lady workers went to console her and to give her the strength that she urgently needed. Slowly they gained her confidence with their assiduous care for her, and bit by bit she narrated the whole story of her fall. Like a good neighbor, the man used to come to their house quite often and in this way became very friendly with the family. They exchanged presents and sacramental preparations on holy days. One day, when her uncle and aunt were away, he came with a plate filled with sweet cookies and met her alone in the house. That was her undoing. He took advantage of her loneliness to overcome her resistance and she succumbed. After that, he made use of every opportunity when the other relatives were absent to be with her and to indulge his passion without restraint. She soon became a willing accomplice in his designs without awareness of the danger she was in. It was after 3 or 4 months that the appalling truth dawned on her that she was with child, and she almost collapsed with the shock. There was no one in whom she could confide and no one could come to her succor in this calamity. She broke the news to her paramour with tears streaming from her eyes and begged him to fetch her a medicine to cause an abortion so that she might be saved the horror of giving birth to an illegitimate child. She could not even bear the thought of it. The man, with loud protestations of his love for her and his wish to die in her service, promised to bring the most efficacious drug for her use. The medicine came, a pill that had to be swallowed daily for a couple of weeks until the abortion occurred. The girl obeyed the instructions implicitly. But nothing happened by the end of the period of 2 weeks. The empty phial, examined afterwards, was found to contain a tonic and not the drug for abortion which the girl had fervently sought. Our female Samiti members were mystified at this story and could not understand why the man should have brought her a tonic instead of the medicine which the girl badly wanted and had begged for with streaming tears. The subsequent actions of the man clarified the mystery. He wanted to marry the girl. He knew that if an abortion occurred he would have no hold on her or her parents to marry her. The difference in their age, as also in their social status, made the marriage between the two extremely improbable. He had no illusions about it. Therefore, in order to leave no loophole for the girl to escape from his clutches, his effort was to keep her in the state of pregnancy until the fear of public disgrace forced her and her father to consummate her marriage with him. This was a villainous plan. The aim was to subject the poor victim of his lust to continued mental torture for months to force her into wedlock with him. We were appalled at the betrayal involved in this inhuman plan of the treacherous lover. It was hard for me to reconcile myself to the truth that a man could be capable of such villainy towards a woman whom he professed to love. But there was more to come. When the girl finally understood the deceit practiced on her, she was frantic with grief, and vowed never to see the man again. Whenever he entered the room where she was sitting with other members of the family, she abruptly left and refused to meet him or to talk to him. He tried his utmost to have a few minutes' conversation with her. But in vain. She was adamant and would have nothing to do with the man who had so deeply wronged her. The poor girl confessed that she had taken an oath not to marry the man even if she had to die to save herself from disgrace. With tears in her eyes she expressed her gratitude to our members for their solicitude and assurance of help. But at the same time she affirmed her determination not to marry the wicked father of her child under any circumstances whatsoever. The man had already learnt of this resolve on her part and went to further nefarious depths to gain his end. In a bid to prevent abortion of the child he made a report to the police, stating that the girl was with child by him and he feared that she would try to destroy it before birth. The police could act on the application under the anti-abortion laws then in force. It is incredible that evil in the nature of man can sink to such abominable depths. I found it difficult to believe that a normal human being could act in this way with a girl whom he had betrayed. Meanwhile, the police could take no action until a crime was actually committed. The girl was not, therefore, harassed in any way. These events took place shortly after the raid of Pakistani tribesmen on Kashmir in the autumn of the year 1949. The whole economic structure of the valley was in chaos. Lack of sufficient supplies of salt and sugar and other essential commodities had raised the price of some of them to an incredible degree. In his journeys between Jammu and Srinagar, this bus driver had the opportunity of bringing some of these articles, scarce in Srinagar at the time, and distributing them amongst those he wished to favor. Apart from informing the police, he took recourse to another abominable expedient to force his will upon the girl. He bribed a few ruffians in the locality to keep a watch on the girl's house from a distance, to prevent her going out to some other place. There was a state of tension prevailing in the city during those days which allowed such antisocial elements opportunities to do what they liked. All these details made us aware of the intricacy of the position and the terrible situation in which the girl was placed. She could not destroy the child, nor even leave the house without creating an upheaval. In desperation, the harassed creature decided that the only course open to her was suicide. We racked our brains to find a solution. The girl frankly confessed to her friends, who now visited her daily on our behalf, that she was determined to kill herself and that her plan was to jump from the top floor of the house as soon as she could muster the courage to do so. She even admitted that she was going close to the window and looking down with the thought ever present in her mind that shortly she would take the jump to end her life and the mental torture that allowed her no rest day or night. What could we do to prevent the tragedy? We thought and, at last, hit upon a plan to save the girl and free her from the agony for all time to come. I asked some of our friends to look out for a young man up to 30 years of age, healthy and good-looking, able to earn his own livelihood, who would be willing to marry the girl in her present condition and agree to act as father to the child. In a few days, 3 candidates were selected, and we were asked to choose one of them. Our choice fell on a man about 29 years of age, who had his own house and a large farm from which he derived an income sufficient for his needs. He was a handsome, well-built man, and he solemnly assured us that he would take every care of the child if the girl was married to him. But how could the marriage take place? The girl was almost in a state of confinement. How could she be taken out of the house under the full gaze of the ruffians who were watching it at the instigation of her unscrupulous lover? Our plan was to send one of our lady workers dressed as a nurse, covered with a buga veil worn by Muslim women. She was attended by a man who made it known deliberately to the loiterers close to the building that she was being brought to examine the girl. When the pair went up, they quietly put the buga over the pregnant girl, and after a short interval she came down with the man and they both passed into the street before the very eyes of the watchers, who thought that it was the nurse and her companion who were leaving. Close to the street where the river flowed by, a boat with another of our members in it was already waiting at the foot of the stone steps leading to the water. The pair boarded the boat, which swiftly made for another landing place on the river a few hundred yards away. A tanga, horsecart, was waiting at the landing site for which the boat was bound. The tanga took all the 3 of them to a house in another part of the city where the marriage ceremony was performed during the night, with many of our members and other friends participating. Soon after sunrise, the bride and the bridegroom went to their house. The girl looked at us with a beaming face, relieved for the first time of the terrible load that had weighed on her mind for months. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening. I had just finished my last meal of the day and was sitting in the kitchen, facing my wife who had been serving me with her usual tenderness. She sat perched on a small wooden board about 6 inches higher than the concrete floor of our cooking room in Karan Nagar. The kitchen was her kingdom. In spite of my protests that she should have an occasional day off to relieve herself of monotony, she invariably seated herself at the accustomed place to make sure that the meals for the children and myself were ready on time. There was no holiday for her and no relief. If an illness intervened to keep her from her duty, the only lament she had was that it prevented her from doing the household work to keep things going for the family. We are so accustomed to dwelling on the qualities of those who make a conspicuous success in life, in art, literature, politics, religion, or science, that we usually have no time to devote to those stratas of society which live in obscurity without ever appearing in the limelight of publicity. But, in actual fact, if our aim be to find the most noble, most perfect specimens of humanity, that is where we must look in order to find them. For achieving noteworthy success in life, whether it be in politics or business, the individual must shed some of his principles and scruples to get the better of the other competitors in the field and to compromise with his conscience time after time to maintain his leading position. The ordinary men and women, who have no lofty and ambitious heights in view and who make the round of their duties in life without ever attempting to supersede others or snatch their rights in their own scramble for precedence, live more in harmony with their inner self than the ambitious celebrities whose names become household words in fields of human endeavor. This is the reason why, in almost every revolution, it is the common men and women who rise to the seats of power, ousting the effete nobility, aristocracy, or the wealthy tycoons who had previously usurped all the seats of power and claimed all the attention of the masses exclusively for themselves. In my contacts with thousands of people in many parts of the world, I have come across men and women who were models of truth, sacrifice and service, and yet who never knew of their own greatness. They were unknown and unsought after because too often the average human mind is not even able independently to assess the stature of a human being and must depend for its opinion on the views expressed in the books or other media or on the assessments made by other celebrities. On that particular evening, my wife and I were in a state of anxiety. Ragina, our daughter, was seriously ill in a hospital and we had had no news of her for the last 2 days. When my meal was finished, I saw my wife looking pensively at me with anxiety writ large on her face. She made no attempt to serve the simple meal on her own plate as was her habit after serving the meal to me. I tried to break the silence with a few words of consolation, but at that very moment there was a loud knocking on the outer door leading into the compound. My wife gave a startled look and her face turned pale. Could it be a telegram from Delhi? Motioning her to remain seated, I stood up and unlocked the door. There were several people standing outside, indistinctly visible in the dim light shed by the street lamp. Looking attentively, I saw 3 older members of the Samiti, one of them a senior police officer and another a lawyer, the elder brother of my son-in-law. For all 3 of them, the mission of service we had undertaken was a sacred duty to which they had devoted themselves. They all trooped into my sitting room where I could see their faces clearly. 2 other members with the party were a woman, tall and slim with a fair complexion, probably in her 30s, and a girl of about 9 years of age. Both the mother and the daughter looked unkempt and disheveled, dressed in clothes that did not seem to belong to them and that were obviously borrowed and donned in haste. This lady and her daughter, explained Mr. Call, the lawyer, have been entrusted to us by the police. She has eloped from her home in Crew, a village about 14 miles from Srinagar, with a stranger who worked as a blacksmith in the village. On the application of her husband, the police have arrested them and handed them over to us for safe custody pending decision of the case in a court of law. I understood the whole situation at once. The husband was over 70 years of age, and this was his second marriage. As we came to know later on, besides the disability of his age, the man was an extremely close-fisted miser who denied to his wife even the basic necessities of life. She had chosen escape from her home as the only way to free herself from a virtual prison house. The time was not opportune for me to have a fugitive from justice and her daughter thrust into my care. It is true our home had provided an asylum for scores of such cases of fallen women, disowned and condemned by society, until it had been possible to rehabilitate them in the best way possible with the means at our disposal. But today my wife, who had to share the greater part of the responsibility, was in no mood to have 2 such suspicious-looking, disheveled strangers in the house. I gently explained the position to my friends and asked them to keep the strangers with one of their families for a few days until we were free of anxiety, after which they could certainly bring them to us. But all my 3 friends declined to accept the responsibility on one excuse or the other. The main reason was that the woman was an apostate, since the man with whom she had eloped belonged to another faith. For this reason, they said, their ladies would not tolerate the presence of the woman and her daughter in their own homes, especially considering their dirty appearance and the dress they were wearing at the time. The scruples of orthodoxy, I knew, were too strong in the minds of the womenfolk to be brushed aside in a moment. There was no choice for me other than to accept the responsibility. I went to my wife in the kitchen and told her the story of the unfortunate woman. She had never demurred whenever a victim was brought to my home for shelter and had always done her best to help. She thought for a moment and then said, "We cannot turn this poor creature out, so let us keep her, since there is no other place for her to go." She came with me to the sitting room and, taking the woman by her hand, escorted her and the child into the kitchen and made them sit before her. She had not taken her meal yet. The disturbance caused by the knocking at the door and the entrance of the party had kept her from the meal. The mother and her daughter, she found, had not eaten anything for the whole day. The idea of eating alone while the other two continued to sit hungry was repellent to her. She instantly lit the fire and started to cook for the two. The woman was wonderstruck by this kindness. After my friends had departed, I went to my wife to inquire where she had intended to lodge the mother and the daughter for the night. She at once replied, "They will sleep in my room." The next morning, rising at her usual early hour, my wife also awoke the woman and escorted her to the bathroom, where the water had already been warmed up. She asked her to take her bath and offered her own freshly washed sari to her for a change of clothing. The woman protested at this change of dress, which would imply her re-entry into her own caste. But my wife insisted, telling her that she was her sister and it would make her happy to take her to the temple. Overcome by her kindness, and with the memory of the previous evening still fresh in her mind, she obeyed, changed her dress and went to the temple and returned from there with my wife with the caste mark on her forehead. The girl, too, took a bath and changed her dress. The mother and the daughter both now looked like presentable human beings. But the woman was adamant in respect of her relationship with her lover. "I would never give him up," she said. She would stay with us as long as the case was in the court and, after that, join her lover to live with him. It was impossible to shake her from this position. For days on end we did all we could to persuade her to change her decision. But she was inflexible. She was a courageous woman. The police and the court had no terrors for her. Her argument was that her adherence to her own faith had played havoc with her life and happiness. How could she, therefore, retrace her steps to suffer the same torture she had endured before? It was fruitless to argue with her. I felt that she now needed time to decide what was best for her own welfare. Meanwhile, after consultation with my friends, I had come to the conclusion that it would be sheer inhumanity to force the woman back to live with an eccentric and senile husband who had made her life a bed of thorns. If she agreed, we planned to marry her to a younger man, matching her in age. This course was not strictly lawful, as her marriage had not been dissolved and divorce granted. The old man would never have agreed to such a course. A dilemma faced us on every side. To force her into her former life of misery would be a sin, but it would be a greater crime if we allowed her to have her way and marry the man with whom she had doped. He was a repulsive man, entirely unsuited to a woman of culture. We also learned from inquiries made that he intended to take the woman and her child to an unknown destination, probably to make the two over to a third party for a price. But the young woman was infatuated and all we said or did had no effect on her resolution. She understood that we were all doing our best to help her. She knew that my wife cooked, fed and served her as she would do to a member of the family. She was wearing the clothes which my wife freely gave to her. But all this did not suffice to convince her that her love for the man was misplaced and might lead her to a worse position very soon. In order to give her more freedom, I placed a small kitchen at her disposal to cook what she liked and sanctioned a monthly allowance to meet her needs. The mother and the daughter had now a room all to themselves and a kitchen for their cooking. Weeks passed and still there was no change in her attitude. She often went for a walk with her daughter and returned after an hour or so to the house without ever making any attempt to escape. I allowed her every freedom of action and was happy that she took a walk daily to stretch her legs for a while. But soon we discovered that these walks had a secret purpose, of which we had known nothing. One day, during the afternoon, Kashinath Chattabali, one of our enthusiastic members, returning home from his office along the main road, a little distance from our house, saw the lady talking to a stranger with the daughter standing close by. On coming nearer he recognized the man as her paramour and, in a fit of rage at the betrayal on her part, he roared at them, threatening to hand them over to the police then and there. The man took to his heels and ran, but the lady, who knew Kashinath, stood unmoved without showing any signs of fear. Kashinath went in pursuit of the man and the woman and her daughter returned to the house. In the evening, Kashinath came to tell me about the episode. The other members of our samiti were also informed. We found that the little girl was serving as an intermediary between the two and it was through her that they could communicate with each other. The child had gone out often, we didn't know where, and returned soon after. In this way, the meeting place was fixed and the two lovers could meet now and then at some place chosen by the man and communicated by the girl for the information of her mother. Our members came to us one after the other, angry at the deception. Ramchand Nakshi, the retired police officer, even suggested that the woman no longer stay in my house, to avoid a public scandal. Some of the members talked to her in angry tones, pointing out the deception involved in her behavior and asked her to desist from meeting the man in the future. But all that was said made no serious impact upon her determination. I felt greatly disturbed. We could not keep the lady as a prisoner. But, at the same time, to allow her freedom was to give her permission to meet her friend. For a long time that night sleep refused to come to my eyes. I had 2 precious lives in my care and was responsible to heaven to see that they were fairly treated. Had I felt certain that the woman could be happy with the man, we might have allowed her to live with him. But actually the position was very dubious and we could not adopt this course without serious misgivings in our hearts. Next morning, when she had returned from the temple with my wife, I called her into my room and spoke to her gently on the happenings of the previous day. I have treated you as a sister or a daughter during all this period, I said, and my wife has treated you as a dear member of the family. Do you not see what damage your conduct has done to our reputation? Did you notice how reproachful the members of the Samiti were and how they resented the freedom that we had allowed to you? I cannot understand what made you act in this way to cause me pain and to lower my image in the eyes of my friends. She looked at my face for a moment and the blood mounted to her cheeks. But then, suddenly as if under the impact of another emotion, she lowered her eyes and burst into a paroxysm of tears and sobs as if her heart would break. Something in my words had touched her and swayed her iron determination. For the first time I saw her like a woman in the grip of heartrending sorrow. In a voice broken with sobs she said, "I promise you never to repeat this incident again. Kindly do with me as you like. I entrust everything into your hands." The struggle was over. Love and kindness had conquered her heart. She knew instinctively that I was trying to do my best for her and she yielded, to save me from further mental worry on her behalf. I put my hand on her shoulders and consoled her until she ceased her tears. The next day, in a meeting with my friends, we decided to marry her to a suitable young man about her own age who would also be prepared to take the responsibility for the daughter. Our members also met her husband and persuaded him to accept the reality of the situation. He acted on their advice and ceased to proceed with the case against his wife. We then started to look for a suitable young man to marry her. Soon there were several suitors for her hand. She saw them one by one and finally made her choice. It was a young man from a village some miles from Srinagar. He was in service with landed property and a small fruit garden, sufficient for the two to lead a happy life. The marriage was performed in the Samiti premises without any ostentation. The woman soon proved herself to be a model housewife and a good mother. Reports from the village showed that she had adjusted herself admirably to the new life. Her young daughter received all the attention she needed from her stepfather and grew into healthy womanhood. Years afterwards, she was married, and we participated in her marriage. For years her mother came to us at the time of Shivaratri, the annual spring holy festival, when young brides come to their parental home to receive the blessings of their parents. She treated our home as her parental house and acted in accordance with the custom. The most important event in the lives of men and women of our community is marriage. There is no doubt that marriage is a major event in the lives of men and women all over the world. The thought of their life's partner is a constant feature in the imagination of adolescent boys and girls everywhere. The ideal image of their life's companion is a recurrent theme in the reveries and daydreams of men and women of marriageable age. But, apart from this common feature, the importance attached to wedlock in our community revolves around other weighty matters incidental to it. The most important of these incidental matters is the dowry. As soon as the young men draw near to marriageable age, their parents dream of the wealth and the objects of luxury with which the bride would ornament the house. For the mother-in-law in particular, this is the most opportune time, when Goddess Lakshmi can bless the family. They dream of the delicacies that will start arriving from the bride's side after the marriage is celebrated. There is a special class of men and women who act as intermediaries in the case of marriages. They are few in number, mostly males, and their services are eagerly sought, often years before the parents feel that their children are about to attain the age when they would like to marry them off. The intermediary Intermediaries generally possess precise information about the men and maidens eligible for marriage in their clientele. They soon start coming to the parents who have asked for their help in the search for a suitable partner for the girl or boy. A horoscope showing the constellations that rule the future of the individual is prepared by the priest of the family. From this horoscope, a brief chart known as techni, showing the time of birth of the boy and the position of the stars, is drawn up and a copy is supplied by the intermediary to the parents of the girl so that it can be compared with her chart. If the two horoscopes or the charts do not harmonize, marriage between the parties often becomes impossible. In some rare cases, the horoscopes are not tallied and the marriage is settled without adhering to this condition. When the horoscopes accord with each other, there is usually a hint from the bridegroom's side, demanding to know the dowry which the bride would bring from her family. This is a crucial issue, and many otherwise appropriate marriage proposals break down on this account. Before negotiations for the final settlement of the marriage take place, the parties are often in possession of all the particulars and data of the other side. This includes the family status, their financial position, their lineage, relationships, the character of the boy, his academic qualifications, his earning capacity, and his future prospects. The bridegroom's side makes similar inquiries about the other side. These include the appearance of the bride and her social graces. The particulars are supplied by the intermediary. But almost always the parents use other channels to gather the information. In spite of all these precautions, deceptions do occur sometimes, blasting the life of one of the partners with the selection of a lifemate not at all suitable or with a physical or mental defect about which no hint had been divulged. Several such cases came to my notice during the course of our social work. In one such case, a deformed moron, whose face became twisted and distorted when he attempted to speak, was married to a healthy, handsome girl for whom every sight of her twitching and stammering husband was a torture all her life. One of the prominent characteristics of parenthood in our society is the love lavished on the child. The ecstasy experienced on the birth of a male child is something to be remembered. The girls too, in spite of the burden they impose on their parents in this terrible, faulty social system, receive their due share of love. The parents stint and save, often to the point of denying themselves sufficient food and comfort, to ensure that their children have a proper education. The parents of a bright boy would gladly sell their heirlooms or mortgage their house to pay for the higher education of their child. There is no sacrifice they would not make to ensure a bright future for their offspring. In addition to the expenses incurred on the education of a girl child, the thrifty parents must start to build up her dowry, bit by bit, while the child is still in her early teens. She must have a good husband, well placed in life, and a well-to-do family to take care of her. It does not matter if the girl has received a higher education than her husband or, because of her distinctions, is able to earn more than he does. She must bring in a dowry and, in addition to her service, attend to the household work to cook and wash for her lord. The preparations for the marriage festival on the daughter's side have the semblance of an expedition to the top of Mount Everest or any other such Herculean project, involving a tremendous strain on the household. Months ahead, the family sits together to draw up the plan of the feast to be served to the bridegroom's party on the marriage day. Friends, neighbors, and relatives are duty-bound to offer their assistance in the function. There is a good reason for this. Formerly there was no restriction on the number of guests that a bridegroom could bring with himself to feed at the house of the bride. Even now, in spite of the regulations limiting the number of invitees to 50 or less, the girl's side is never sure of the size of the marriage procession accompanying the bridegroom. The practice is often to cook for at least 500 people apart from the other guests, which the girl's parents invite from their own side. Consultations, discussions, and confabulations continue for weeks and months to make sure that the procession has the best possible reception and the place where they are to be seated for their meal is lavishly decorated. The meal served is often vegetarian, but its richness and the number of dishes cooked make it expensive beyond the means of the average individual. I have seen as many as 50 and even more varieties of food prepared with meticulous care for hundreds, much of it only to be wasted and thrown into the gutter when the number actually sitting down to eat is too small. The magnificent decorations and the sumptuous meal do not limit the responsibilities to be shouldered by the bride's family. Besides a number of gold ornaments, the dowry must include rich dresses for the bride and a choice set of clothes for the bridegroom. There is no limit to the goods, dresses, finery, furniture, bedding, television sets, silverware, radios, watches, motorcycles, cars, and other luxuries that the bride is expected to add to the household of her husband. She must have everything needed to run her own home. For the first few years after the nuptials, tributes from the girl's family must reach her in-laws in cash or kind. There are specific occasions when the presents have to be sent and even conventional standards according to which they are to be calculated. The girl's parents often seek the advice of an elder in the neighborhood who is conversant with these customs. It is incredible to what extent these practices have been elaborated to keep the parents of the girl in a constant state of fret and fever to satisfy usage. On at least 4 festive occasions in the year, on the birthday of the husband, his father, his brother-in-law, or other honorable relatives, on every occasion of illness or death in the bridegroom's family, every time the girl comes to visit the parents, and every time the parents accidentally meet their in-laws during the first year, a handsome tribute or present, in cash, fruit, cooked food, dresses, or in other ways must be delivered to the family of the bridegroom. It is unbelievable, but even on the day when brinjals, a popular vegetable in Kashmir, are first eaten during the summer, a tribute must reach the husband's parents to keep them in good humor and to avoid constant reproaches to the young wife. Except for some humane exceptions, these outrageous practices and exorbitant demands are enforced rigidly as a matter of right by the bridegroom's side. The torture they cause to the innocent brides, most of them models of decorum, modesty, and fidelity, is beyond description. I have known of numerous cases in which the bride, criticized and tormented day in and day out by her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, never uttered a word of the torment she was enduring in order to spare her parents the agony of begging or borrowing heavy sums to appease the bridegroom's family. I have seen young brides wasting away and sinking slowly to death with the daily wounds inflicted on them by the sharp rebukes they have to listen to in silence without uttering a single word in reply. I knew that these evil, inhuman customs and conventions were eating into the very vitals of our society within a few years after the marriage. I had seen beautiful, blooming maidens wither like flowers bitten by a frost, so different from what they had been before marriage that it was hard to recognize them. In a conservative, middle-class family, the poor daughter-in-law has to be the first to be astir in the family at daybreak, to retire to her room at night last of all, to eat after the men have eaten, and to be at work some way or the other through all the hours of the day. Ours is a cultured community, hard-working and thrifty, whose main profession has involved reading and writing from very ancient times. Vicissitudes have taught it to be tolerant and adaptable, God-fearing and religious-minded. Members of the community distinguish themselves in every sphere of knowledge and field of activity throughout the course of history. They are capable of blazing a trail for themselves and rising to elevated heights in any part of the world. But, by a strange perversity of the mind, the evil custom of dowry and the cruelties sometimes inflicted on young daughters-in-law to extort tributes from their parents is eroding the very foundation on which the community stands, and even government legislation has failed to remove abuses. While our Samity was still agitating for a raise in the salaries of the low-paid employees of the state, a sudden strange change in my thinking made me aware of the serious faults in our customs and conventions to which I had been an impassive spectator in the past. In fact, I had myself actively participated in the decorations and the feasts or the marriage celebrations of my close relatives and helped in the spectacular displays and enjoyed the delectable feasts. I had no remorse or prick of conscience on those occasions that I was helping in celebrations that were sucking the very blood of indigent parents who had several daughters to marry off. The thought had never previously even entered my mind that the society was adhering to inhuman customs that caused unbearable torture to and undermined the vitality of our womenfolk. I was not conscious of it at the time, but it is clear that a change had occurred in my thinking. What had appeared to be a normal procedure before, to which it was necessary for us to conform, now seemed to be an atrocious custom against which every human being with a feeling heart must raise his voice. It is amazing how his own mind can deceive an individual. An egotist takes care that his interest is served first of all and thinks this is the right thing to do. The loss or pain caused another through his efforts are for him only natural and do not concern him at all. On the contrary, the heart of a humanitarian bleeds when he sees another put to pain or loss on account of any action on his part and tries his utmost to recompense him for it, even at his own cost. The inherently honest and dishonest man look at the same deal from different angles, each believing in his own judgment. The mirror of our mind can become murky without our being aware of the change that has occurred. Our power of discrimination and judgment is not of our own making but comes from the spark of the divine within us. 17. More and more, I returned towards normal living. During the critical years that followed my first experience of the unseen, the work center of our group served for me the twofold purpose of providing congenial occupation without any curtailment of my freedom and also a fruitful and healthy hobby for my leisure. I had for the first time tasted the joy of a new existence, and it maddened me to an extent I could not believe possible, creating a feeling of estrangement from the world and an aversion towards the things of life, as if I were a captive in an alien land, impatient to break away from prison but unable to do so. I might have turned a recluse to assuage the fire of renunciation kindled in me but for the constant contact with suffering and misery and the slender chance I had of alleviating it. My active participation in the charitable endeavor, though extremely limited in scope, conduced to some extent to keep me normal with enough attachment to the world to combat the morbid escapist tendencies that had developed in me. The rest was accomplished by my wife, whose immense love, unremitting attention to my smallest need and constant care made me so dependent on her that the idea of residing in solitude, away from her even for a short time, appeared too formidable to be possible of execution by one in such an extremely delicate and peculiar state of health as I was. From the very beginning of the new development, many persons, prompted by desire or driven by necessity, came to see me with an ulterior object in view. They waited for hours, seeking an opportunity to talk to me alone about the purpose of their visit. During the earlier period, when the crowd showed no sign of diminution and I was generally in an elevated and far from communicative mood, they came several times in succession until able to snatch a few minutes of private conversation with me. For most of them I had attained a state of authority, of command over the subtle forces of nature, able to do and undo things, competent to alter circumstances, to change the destiny and modify the effect of other people's actions and conduct. They allotted to me a position of suzerainty, of close intimacy with the Almighty, with powers to defy the laws of nature and to interrupt the march of events by merely a gesture or an effort of my will. I heard their stories in silence, touched at the scenes of human misery and tales of harrowing grief which they narrated. Some were destitute, some unemployed, some childless, some involved in litigation, some hopeless invalids, some in the grip of reverses, some entangled in domestic troubles, and so on. They expected me to intercede with fate on their behalf, to rid them of their sorrows and to free them from their difficulties against which they were powerless to battle, and were eager to catch at every passing chance, holding the slenderest ray of hope as a drowning man catches at a straw. They were all of them afflicted, frustrated, or disillusioned men and women for whom life was a bed of thorns. The general belief among the masses about psychics and men of vision, stretching back to prehistoric times, credits them with amazing supernatural powers. The impression is that they possess a mysterious link with, or control over, subtle intelligent forces of nature and command over the elementals and spirits. I could not escape the consequences of this misconception, and no amount of denial and argument on my part was effective in carrying conviction to people not only deeply steeped in the superstition from early childhood but also forced by exceedingly painful situations to be eagerly on the lookout for a supernatural source to extricate them from their difficulties. Not a few of them, ascribing my honestly expressed inability to help them out of their afflictions to reluctance on my part to do anything, behaved like children, imploring my assistance with folded hands and tears in their eyes. The sight of tears and manly voices husky with emotion left me powerfully affected, as shaken with grief as they were. Those afflicted men and women who came to me for a miraculous escape from their ills were mostly the victims of social injustice, and my heart went out to them in sympathy. In their position, I too might have acted in the same manner. My utter inability to relieve their distress added so greatly to my sorrow at their misery that, unable to bear it, I sometimes had to seek the sanctuary of my deeper being to gain assurance and strength to overcome it. I consoled them as best as I could, and often they went away in a more peaceful frame of mind than that in which they had come, leaving me restless and unsatisfied, heavy with their grief, vividly conscious of the fact that, forming as we do the tiny individual cells of a mighty organism, we share alike the sorrows and misery existing in the world, but, debarred from realizing this by the wall of ego segregating each cell from the rest, we feel happy and proud at acquisitions, often purchased at our own cost, which we mistakenly believe have been paid for by others. While there is a solid foundation for the venerable belief which attributes transcendental powers to visionaries, the popular idea has persisted through centuries that those possessing the power are in a position to set aside the laws of nature and to change the ordained course of events. This idea rests on an incorrect evaluation of the position and also on an unhealthy attitude towards the problems of life. The development of a supersensory channel of knowledge for the perception of subtle realities beyond the reach of the senses and reason is not intended to supplant, but rather to aid the rational faculty in the management of temporal affairs rigidly ruled by temporal laws. The psychic and even physical powers possessed by prophets and seers are merely in the nature of a manifestation, an emblem of sovereignty bestowed by nature. In the circumstance, the application of the extremely rare spiritual endowments to the solution of the day-to-day problems of human physical existence, for which intellect is the proper instrument, would be no less irrational than the utilization of the quality of heaviness in gold for the purpose of crushing stones with it to provide material for roads. The curative and other powers sometimes exercised by mystics and saints never went beyond the sphere of individual application, and it was left for people of genius who brought vision to the aid of intellect to devise universally efficacious remedies for scourges like smallpox and to make other discoveries in the physical realm, a task which was neither accomplished by nor fell within the province of prophets and visionaries. As time wore on and I firmly refused to be tempted into making a vulgar exhibition or impious use of the priceless gift which heaven had bestowed on me, there occurred a perceptible thinning in the number of supplicants who came purely with the object of a miraculous redress, and ultimately they ceased altogether. I scrupulously adhered to a normal mode of life, performing all the duties incumbent on me as the head of a family, and in my dress, manner, and behavior displayed not the slightest deviation from the pattern which I should have followed in the usual course of events. This made most of the people, who in the beginning had evinced the deepest interest in my astounding performance, revise their opinion and regard the development as either freakish, disappearing as mysteriously as it had come to pass, or as an abnormality that subsided of its own accord with the passage of time. In the course of a few years these incidents, after existing as a 9-day wonder, were almost forgotten and are now seldom mentioned save by traducers, who refer to them as an incontestable proof of my eccentric disposition when they wish to find fault with me. In view of this experience, I wonder at the inability of the mass mind to move out even an inch beyond the accustomed rut. Barring not more than half a dozen people in all, the thousands who came to see me evinced not the least curiosity to know how the development had occurred and what the mystery was behind the surprising manifestation. If in the beginning, side by side with the manifestation, I had started to talk and whisper in a mysterious manner and edited recondite volumes for mystified readers to pore over, each at liberty to draw his own meaning from the vague expressions and obscure passages, instead of making a plain, unambiguous statement of facts, and had followed the same principle in my dress and behavior, the interest and curiosity created would have increased enormously, at least for a period, securing me not only popularity but money as well, at the cost of truth. In the course of time I returned more and more towards normal living, while retaining the heightened state of consciousness inviolate, and descending from a state of mental intoxication to one of sobriety. I became more keenly conscious of the fact that, though my psychophysiological equipment had now attained a condition that made it possible for me on occasions to transcend the boundary rigidly confining the mental activity of my fellow beings, I was essentially in no way different from or superior to them. Physically I was what I had been before, as susceptible to disease, decay, and age, as liable to accident and calamity, as prone to hunger and thirst, as I always had been, a normal man in every other way save the alteration in the mental and consciousness spheres, which, by bringing me on occasions nearer to sober metaphysical realities as astounding and remote from our ordinary conceptions as light is from darkness, had a curbing effect upon the frivolous and vain tendencies of my mind. I had in no way overcome the biological limitations of my body, in no manner exceeded the measure of its endurance and physical capacity, or attained any miraculous powers to defy the laws of nature. On the contrary, my system had grown more delicate. I was the same man, now advanced in age, who had sat for meditation on that memorable day when I had my first experience of the superphysical, with the difference that since then my brain had been attuned to finer vibrations from the unimaginable conscious universe all around us, and had in consequence acquired a deeper and more penetrating inner vision. Except for the alteration in the vital current and certain peculiar biological changes, there was no distinctive external feature to mark me out from other human beings. The moods of deep absorption, leading to the indescribable supercondition, on occasions became a normal feature of my existence. I lost touch with it, however, during intervals of illness and in the debilitated condition of the system which followed in its wake. The slightest disturbance in the system becomes highly enlarged in an expanded state of consciousness. Emotions and feelings become magnified and the imagination highly evocative, excitable, and vivid. In this, I believe, lies the reason for the emotional imbalance and eccentricity of genius and the exaggerated response of the mystic's mind. It is the change in the volume and the depth of consciousness which is at the root of the gulf of difference existing between the exuberance of genius, the unitive experience of the mystic, and the normal mind. I knew instinctively that I was witness to an extraordinary phenomenon and was the subject of a rare experiment. Slowly, by a decree of fate which I could not understand, I was being initiated into a secret that has defied all attempts made to unearth it so far. It was the secret of the still persisting organic evolution of the human brain. Since I had practiced no austerities, denied no legitimate desire, and made no attempt to renounce family or the world, I felt safe in assuming that a healthy natural life was not an obstacle in the attainment of a more evolved consciousness. What proved of inestimable value in the ordeals I had to face was the habit of moderation I had cultivated and also the fair degree of control I could exercise over myself. Without these two acquisitions I could not have survived the tumult caused in my mind soon after the awakening. To cite but one instance of the mastery I had gained over my nature, the following episode should suffice. A colleague in the office persistently invited me to lunch at his residence during our stay in Jammu. On account of the regimen I followed, I usually refused invitations to eat at the houses of friends and even relatives. But he was so insistent and even importunate that I ultimately gave in, and a day was settled for my partaking lunch at his house. I arrived in time at the address given. In a short while, after a brief chat, the meal was served. A richly prepared dish was placed in front of me. I put forth my hand to pick up the first morsel and then reeled back in horror. It had been stormy in the morning. It is usual on such days for the wind to drive swarms of flies inside the rooms, away from the surrounding areas where the strong current does not allow them to stay firmly on anything. This had happened on this day. It seems that a crowd of flies, forced by the wind, dashed against the chimney where the wife of my friend had cooked the viands. Unnoticed by her, the flies, in hundreds, must have dropped into the cooking pots simmering on the fire. The light in the kitchen must have been dim, made dimmer by the storm. The small blackish bodies swimming in the gravy must have therefore escaped the eye of the lady. I myself could not easily distinguish the black marks at first as the light, even in the sitting room where we sat for the meal, was dim. But when I touched a black thing with my forefinger, the sickening truth dawned on me at once. What could I do? To point out the mess and refuse the meal would have brought down furious anger of the husband upon the head of the poor woman. She had a pallor on her face, which told me she was not healthy. She had been so kind and attentive to me since the time of my arrival that I could not find it in my heart to cause her the least distraction which was inevitable if I refused the food. With a strong effort of will, I overcame the nausea which I felt at the sight of the dirty flies. The dishes were cooked in boiling oil and water so, I consoled myself, there was little fear of infection. Without allowing it to be seen by the husband who was sitting a few feet away, I carefully picked up the flies and placed them on one side of the plate. Then I proceeded to put morsel after morsel into my mouth, while my stomach and all my body revolted against the outrage. But I was compelled to leave a part of the meal uneaten as it was too much for me. After I had eaten enough, I mixed up the flies again with the leavings which, according to practice, have to be thrown away. I have read of people who had the strength of will to hold their finger over a flame till the fat melted, who castrated themselves with red-hot irons, or those who stretched themselves naked upon scorching iron sheets, with a raging fire burning beneath, turning from side to side till they were roasted to death, or who endured the most excruciating torture without flinching or surrendering a principle or a secret entrusted to them. The mere hearing or reading of these incredible feats of human endurance made me shudder and wince, shrinking with horror at the mere thought of having to face a similar ordeal. Compared to these exploits, the episode one have narrated dwindles to a mere trifle. It is nothing compared to the penances practiced by some classes of ascetics in India, holding the arm upward till it is withered to a stump, sleeping on a bed of nails, hanging face downwards from a tree over a burning fire giving out fumes of pungent smoke, standing on one leg for the whole day, sitting atop a tree for days, dwelling naked on snowy heights, and the like. But I had no ambition to be acclaimed a champion for any spectacular feat of endurance. What I had striven for was to have a moderate amount of control over my feelings and my reflexes in the ordinary battle of life. In my exercises for physical fitness or in my efforts at self-control, I never went beyond the limit of moderation, beyond what others could also achieve with only a small amount of persistent effort. Glancing backward to my later 20s, when for a time I exercised hard to excel in wrestling, I remember distinctly that every effort on my part to overdo things was countered by my own body in various ways. Any overexertion was followed not only by exhaustion and fatigue, which are usual, but also adverse mental reactions which soon made me desist from a too strenuous course. Could it be that I was instinctively obeying an inner mandate not to force my body too far beyond the limit of endurance prescribed for it by nature? Try as I might, I never succeeded in exercising control over some of my desires beyond a certain point. My attempt was not to attain Herculean results and to tame every ounce of feeling, passion, or desire in me. The aim was to moderate them and keep their temper under the exercise of my will. This, too, involved a hard battle lasting several years. I do not believe nature has prescribed complete suppression of our feelings, ambitions, passions, and desires to gain self-awareness or the divine vision. I do not believe that small lapses and errors are not allowed in those who are granted the boon. I also do not believe that a complete denial of the pleasures, thrills, and delights of life is even wholesome for those who set out on the path to higher consciousness. The issue now arises whether the suppression of the erotic impulse or a monastic way of life does, in actual fact, confer purity or holiness on one who completely masters his carnal desire. Let us make this point a little clearer. Does the ability to live without food for a month or the power to survive without sleep for the same period make one able to perform these feats holier or purer than other people? Does the denial of any other demand of nature raise one to a higher or purer level than the ordinary run of mortals? If not, what perversity in thinking makes us believe that even the legitimate indulgence of carnal passion is polluting and those who rise above it are purer in comparison? As a Punjabi mystic has put it, if you call one who subsists on milk only a siddha, an accomplished saint, then babies and calves all belong to the category of siddhas. If you call one who takes a cleansing bath every day a siddha, then every frog and fish belongs to the class of siddhas. If you call one who has obliterated his carnal desire a siddha, then every hermaphrodite and eunuch is a siddha. The effort at suppression often creates adverse reactions endangering both sanity and health. In the case of a born genius or a born saint, the erotic urge can be innately absent in some cases or consciously sublimated. Celibacy in cases of continence can be healthy and fruitful, but emulation of the born celibate by one with a normal appetite for love can prove unhealthy and harmful. The popular notion that celibacy is a mark of sainthood, like some other popular notions, is based on fallacy. No doubt this idea originated from a dim awareness of some connection between sexual energy and higher consciousness. Buddha stressed it for those who wished to attain nirvana. Since his time, monastic orders established a firm foothold in Buddhism, Hinduism, and later, in Christianity. Modern study and investigation have unearthed the hidden cesspools of licentiousness, depravity, and vice which often vitiated the holy atmosphere of these houses of penitence and the worship of God. The suppression of the carnal desire did not prove as easy as its advocates had anticipated. The arrows of Cupid, denied entrance in one way, often penetrated through another. The damage caused by the sense of guilt experienced by countless men and women in all walks of life when they indulged in the pleasures of love has been incalculable. The great disservice done to humanity by narrow-minded religious zealots who inculcated the idea that the procreative act was sinful is beyond expression. This false supposition has acted as a blight on the spiritual aspirations of innumerable human beings who were led to hate and condemn themselves because of their inability to uproot the urge. Those who believe that an individual cannot reach God as a whole but only as a mutilated wretch, half-crazed with loss of sleep, insufficiency of food, starvation of emotions, and denial of love, make of God a sadistic tyrant who draws pleasure from the pain, anguish, and tears of those he has created. Those who have drawn this picture of the Almighty have been guilty of grave disloyalty to Him and of grave offense against humanity. Humanity has to reach the precious estate of higher consciousness intact and whole, not mutilated, not withered, not starved, not sleepless, not demented, not devoid of love or of the instincts of self-preservation and survival which nature has wisely implanted in us. The least departure from a balanced mode of life prescribed by nature, if followed for a number of generations with constant aggravation, can prove disastrous for a family. This is what sometimes happens to aristocracy and affluence in the course of time, producing at the end an enfeebled or degenerate progeny which brings the ancestral greatness to dust. The suppression of any single basic urge, if practiced on a collective basis, can prove disastrous for the race. Those who inculcate false ideas of piety, purity, or holiness based on the starvation of feelings or negation of any instinct are guilty of seriously misguiding those who listen to them. The desire for purity is inherent in the intelligent human mind. This is one of the main reasons why religion, with its emphasis on truth, chastity, virtue, and goodness, has an instinctive appeal to the masses. Carnal passion, with its restless state of the mind, enslavement of the faculties, recurrent desire soon after it is satisfied, unrequited hopeless love, perennial domination over the ego, and endless search for an ideal to adore, by its very urgency and intensity that brooks no interference, creates a revulsion in one tormented by the fire. The wish to control the domineering urge is, therefore, natural. But if this wish were totally fulfilled, no one would like to miss the romance and the delight which it provides. It needs heroic control to keep the flame totally under one's will. The fact that this state of mastery is hard to achieve impels the average ranks of mortals to regard with reverence those who, they believe, are above the pangs of desire. This is one reason why the crowds often evince an instinctive reverence for the holy man said to have renounced the demands of carnal passion. He seems to have achieved, in their eyes, what they vainly try to accomplish. They see in his calm demeanor the signs of victory denied to themselves. The object of their veneration may himself be seething with passion inside, a worse sinner than they are, an addict to vice or perversion, but the aura with which he is surrounded, the order which he represents, or the dress and manners he assumes are sufficient for ordinary people to treat him as one who has won where they themselves have been defeated. A boyhood friend in Lahore, himself a medical doctor, took me one day to visit his guru, residing at a small distance from his house. This was the first time I returned to Lahore after my appointment in Kashmir that led to our emigration from the capital town where I had spent most of my studentship period. The guru was seated on a small wooden settee about 3 feet square, raised about 9 inches from the ground. The large room in which he sat was filled with devotees, many of them sitting with folded hands, their gaze fixed on the teacher. On entry into the room, my friend motioned me to a vacant seat in the middle and himself went to make his obeisance to his spiritual instructor. He sat on his knees about 2 feet from the settee and locking both his hands together at the back bent low, touching the carpeted floor with his forehead. It was like the posture of a conquered enemy of an ancient king, with his hands tied behind his back, kneeling before the victor to sue for pardon to save his neck. I stood transfixed with amazement at the spectacle. The guru raised his right hand imperiously and brought it down with a whack on the back of my suppliant friend. During the period of about half an hour for which we sat there, several other well-dressed and intelligent-looking people entered the room and bowed in the same way to receive the blessing in the form of the heavy blow on the back. It seemed that the guru insisted on this form of obeisance as a precondition to gain his favor. He looked at me intently for a moment as if expecting a similar show of homage from me. But I saluted him from my own place with folded hands and bent head, and this seemed to satisfy him as a sufficient mark of respect for my first visit. When my friend rose up from his recumbent position, the guru graciously presented him with a handful of dried fruit for himself and for me, indicating this favor with a gesture of his finger. On my way back, mystified by such utter surrender on the part of my doctor friend, I asked him how he came to know the guru and what he thought about his spiritual prowess. My friend replied, "He is a wonderful man with amazing spiritual powers. On some occasions, when the room is full, sounds come out of the wooden settee which convey answers to the questions posed in their minds by members of the audience, without ever bringing them to their lips. During this interval, the guru sits in a trance-like state with his face lit up by a glow that is not present at other times." I was stunned by the credulity of my friend. How had the disciples been certain that some contrivance was not hidden below the surface of the settee or that it was not linked to a phonograph in another room of the house? Even admitting that the sounds might be genuine, the phenomenon could easily be ascribed to the ability of the guru as a psychic medium. Where then was the occasion for this humiliating salutation, resembling the posture of a slave cringing at the feet of his master to beg the boon of his life for some offense he had committed? Why even intelligent people forget their dignity and prostrate themselves at the feet of gurus or spiritual teachers in such an abject fashion, as if their very life rested in his hands, is an enigma which is hard to explain. The human mass mind has been so saturated with stories of the supernatural powers exercised by the founders of faiths, enlightened sages, mystics, and saints that frequently the more susceptible and gullible feel a flutter in their hearts and a feeling of awe in their minds in the presence of those about whose miraculous powers rumors have already reached their ears. The supernatural has a powerful grip on the human mind. The awe experienced in the presence of phenomena which appear magical or miraculous is one of the most common emotions felt by human beings. At times even the most stout-hearted sometimes quake in their shoes at the sight of an apparition conjured up by a medium, though it may be found afterwards that the phenomenon was a fake. A weird ghost-like figure crossing the path of a person suddenly at night, when unprepared for the sight, makes even the boldest heart miss a beat. The false prophets, pseudo-yogis, and fake masters do not have to make much effort to create a powerful impression on many of those who come to visit them in response to an invitation or to satisfy the curiosity excited by their reputation. If, by a stroke of luck, the supposed holy man has a singular cast of countenance, an unfathomable expression, a flashing eye, an alluring smile, or a fascinating look, the visitors, already expecting to see something remarkable, allow their minds to be captivated and hypnotize themselves into the belief that they are in the presence of an exceptional personality possessed of the powers peculiar to the enlightened. If, by even a greater stroke of luck, the guru has some mediumistic gift, as for instance mind reading or clairvoyance, and the art to display it at the most opportune time, his fortune is assured and his fame spreads like wildfire. People fall over one another to touch the sandals on his feet or the hem of his robe or to catch the dust under his step to apply to their eyes. Spiritual imposture has been common in India. Bhakandis, pretenders, have been more common than genuine yogis. The notorious thugs sometimes strangled their unsuspecting victims after approaching them in the garb of holy men. Sleight of hand, grotesque bodily postures and contortions, induction of a corpse-like condition of the body, mind-reading, swallowing of poison, and other such wonder-exciting feats have been used to project a superhuman image of a guru on the minds of the people. These tricks have worked times without number. It is human frailty which vitiated the teachings of the illumined founders of faiths from the very beginning and continues to do so even today. The revelations made by prophets and saviors were not intended to be accepted as the last word on the science of the soul or institutionalized to form the pivot of a mighty propaganda machine that will not allow the least encroachment on the sacred precincts from anyone born in succeeding ages. If the pioneers of modern science had not repudiated the prison house of dogma erected by faith, humanity would still be dwelling in the frigid environment of the Dark Ages. Institutional religions prevented not only reason from exercising its native powers, but even the soul from attaining the stature destined for it. In spite of the skeptical attitude of free-thinking scholars and scientists, the habit of blind faith in spiritual knowledge continues to be as strong as ever. Science has not been able to liberate the masses from the thraldom of religious dogma because it has never investigated the phenomenon of faith. With the discovery of certain elements, forces, and laws of nature, modern science has transformed our lives and made the earth a far more felicitous abode for us to dwell in. With the painstaking discovery of potent medical remedies, it has succeeded in eradicating some of the most virulent contagious diseases that took a heavy toll of life or incapacitated myriads of human beings, condemning them to a life of agony. With many discoveries and inventions, science has succeeded in attaining a position of trust and honor which few dare to contend. If material science, which now keeps itself strictly aloof from the polemics of religion, has been able to discover momentous laws of nature and their application for the welfare of human beings, why could not faith, whose revelations are claimed to have emanated from the Lord God Himself, unearth the secrets of the soul that would have a universal value and application, like the other laws ruling the universe? Why is there chaos, confusion, and conflict of opinions in the science that deals with the soul and God, which no one has been able to reconcile? The world is divided into giant warring camps because there is no unanimity about the vital issues of life and death or agreement about the purpose of human existence. 2 bloody global wars have already been fought, and the third is in the offing because, at the present stage of its intellectual growth, the human species is still unaware of or indifferent to the spiritual laws that rule its destiny. The ideas of infallibility of the founders, the finality of their doctrines, and the superiority of their own faith, assumed and propagated by the dignitaries and the servitors of the Church, had no true sanction behind them, nor agreement of reason, but were merely the outgrowths of ego and pride. The custodians as well as the adherents of every major faith tend to believe in the infallibility and divine nature of their own revelation and its founders against the revelations of rival faiths. There are irreconcilable differences between the tenets of one faith and the others. Who can decide which of them is right in the light of the fact that each faith has millions of followers who contend that only the founder of their faith has been right and the others are wrong, or, at best, inferior? The ideas I am presenting demand a radical change in the present religious thought of mankind. The idea of a God or Creator or Brahman or Allah, framed in the likeness of an omnipotent or omniscient human being, has to be discarded eventually. The intelligence that rules the universe is entirely beyond the grasp of our intellect. The disproportion between human intellect and divine intelligence can be illustrated by the analogy of the brightly lit specks of dust floating in a state of motion in a shaft of sunlight entering a dark chamber, as compared to the blinding radiance on the surface of the sun. Our incapacity to transcend the limits imposed by our senses prevents us from encountering other intelligences in the universe. Humanity with all its technological achievements is like a colony of ants running hither and thither in search of food, and the human wars are like the sustained battles fought by ant colonies hostile to one another. Because of the sensory bondage on his perception, the average human being misses the glory, the majesty, and the omnipotence of cosmic intelligence. Yet the human race is slowly moving in the direction of a titanic consciousness. The process of evolution is not active in the brain alone but operates to bring the whole organism in line with the highly expanded state of the mind. The average human frame of our day is not yet sturdy enough to maintain the brightly burning flame of cosmic consciousness. It needs to be remodeled to make heightened spiritual activity possible. In numerous cases of psychosis, the malady is due to the disproportion between the body and the mind. The former is not able to maintain a brighter light of consciousness on account of the inability to supply the subtle fuel or bioenergy at the rate, or of the standard, demanded by the brain. Future scientific investigation should show that many of the inmates of mental clinics consist of rejected models of evolution, the unfortunate creatures who, because of a physical or mental disability, lack of self-control, or adverse hereditary factors, were cursed with a malfunctioning evolutionary process either from birth or at some later stage in life. There are large numbers of men and women in whom the process of this evolution becomes accelerated. The tendency to accelerated evolution is carried by genes and runs in families, transmitted from the parents to the children. 100 constitutional peculiarities affect the evolutionary processes just as they affect the other characteristics of an individual. Where the process of accelerated evolution operates in an unhealthy body with constitutional faults or a genetically defective organ, it often terminates in some kind of mental aberration or psychosis which is not easily amenable to treatment. It is often individuals of this category who feel themselves irresistibly drawn towards the supernatural or the divine. The greatest blessing which was bestowed on me during my period of transition was that I instinctively followed a pattern of behavior for my body and my mind which conformed to the needs of the new activity and did not prove a serious hindrance in its path. There were periods when depression, disillusionment, a mild show of anger, failure, or defeat in an honest effort agitated my mind or caused spells of pain and sorrow. But these occasions were rare. On the whole, the circumstances befriended me, and the power working within me remained benign throughout. The result was that, by an act of providence which I have never been able to understand so far, I advanced step by step on the narrow and risky path which can lead an average mind into the fantastic world of the awakened self. 18. The marvelous ingenuity of nature. Warned by the ill effects that followed my excessive absorption in the superconscious at Jammu, I tried and gradually succeeded in exercising restraint and moderation on the supersensory activity of my mind by keeping myself engaged in healthy temporal pursuits and the social work of the Samadhi organization. A sufficient amount of sleep and the fascinating adventures I had in my dreams were absolutely necessary for my well-being. I slept for at least 10 hours every day. This is my habit even now. The exhausting mental effort needed for the reception of compositions in languages other than those known to me was too high a price to be paid for a performance which, at best, had only a sensational or surprise value for others. I found in the course of time that only a slight knowledge of a language was sufficient to enable me to receive passages in verse without straining the memory or causing a harmful fatigue of the sensitive brain. Perhaps because of the possibility of injury due to the strenuous mental exertion required in the reception of unknown languages, this phase of the newly developed psychic activity ceased after a while. Passages in the known languages continued to come on and off, especially during the 3 months of winter when, probably owing to a greater adaptability to cold than to heat, my system could sustain the higher moods more easily than in summer. But whether summer or winter, it became essential for the supersensual play of my mind that the body be in normal health, entirely free of sickness and infection. The luminous glow in the head and cadence in the ears continues undiminished. There is a light variation in the luster as well as in the quality of the sounds during bodily or mental disturbance, which clearly indicates at least as close a relationship between the now highly extended consciousness and organism as existed between the two before the awakening. My reaction to infection and disease is slightly different. First, an utter absence of or only a slight rise in temperature during illness, with an abnormal rapidity of pulse. Secondly, my inability to undergo a fast with safety. It appears that the drain on the vital fuel in my system to feed the ever-burning flame across the forehead is too excessive and the reserve of energy too small to allow it to carry on the highly increased vital activity for lengthy periods without replenishment. This susceptibility of the organism might be because of the tremendous strain borne, or even slight damage sustained by my nervous system on more than one occasion, owing to my unconscious violation of the conditions governing my new existence, or to the inherent weakness of some vital organ, or to both. For this reason, in any disorder of the system I have to be extremely careful about diet and regularity. Apart from the crises I had to face in the spiritual domain, fate had destined me for no less severe trials in the temporal sphere as well. The severance of my connection with the office resulted in the reduction of my income by 1/2, on which I had to maintain myself and my family. I was in too delicate and precarious a condition both mentally and physically for years to allow me to augment my resources by taking up any other occupation requiring sustained attention and labor. I needed freedom and rest to save myself from a mental disaster in that extremely sensitive condition of the brain. During this very period, the prices of commodities soared, making it difficult for us, with our small income, to make ends meet. Far from stretching my hand to anyone for help, I did not even allow the least indication of our crushing poverty to leak out. I had no brother or uncle from whom to expect assistance. My poor father-in-law, always solicitous for my welfare, was shot dead by the raiders at the time of their incursion in 1947, and his eldest son was held captive at Bungie, where he underwent great hardships for more than a year before securing his freedom. His younger brothers had their own hands full trying to retrieve the ruined fortunes of the plundered and ravaged family. My 2 sisters, both extremely kind and affectionate to me, were themselves caught in economic distress and for years could not extricate themselves sufficiently to plant their feet on firm ground again. The chilling wave of penury which submerged us swept over almost all the families closely bound to us in ties of kinship, and there could be no possibility of support from any side. Even if there had been, I should have been the last person to avail myself of it. Although we suffered terribly, not the least gesture was made to anyone for help. Compared to pre-war prices, the cost of food had risen many times as the result of inflation apparent everywhere. The whole salary I received from the office before my retirement, even if doubled, could not have enabled us to meet the needs of our small family in the face of the high rise in prices, and even in the normal course would have entailed financial difficulties. But with the income halved, the cost of living at least fourfold, and the unavoidable demand for a more nutritious and hence more costly diet for me, with absolutely no other source of income and no possibility of one, I was placed in an indescribable predicament at a time when I was mentally in a precarious condition. The struggle lasted for nearly 7 years. Only the heroism of my wife saved my life. She sold her ornaments and denied herself to the limit to provide the indispensable articles of food needed for my use. I was utterly powerless to prevent her from doing so and had to continue as an impotent witness to her sacrifice. She was the only person who knew all about my condition, and, without in the least understanding the real significance of the development, tortured herself to save me from the pain of violent bodily disorders which invariably followed in the wake of a marked irregularity or deficiency in diet. On no less than 3 occasions during this period I came near to the jaws of death, not because of any caprice of the mighty energy now inhabiting my body, or owing to any deliberate omission on my part, but because of grinding poverty, lack of amenities, insufficient and unsuitable diet which, in spite of the heroism of my wife and the sacrifice of my 2 young sons, who often insisted on surrendering a part of their own share to me, could not be what it should have been because of the utter inadequacy of our finances. On such occasions, lying in a state of utter exhaustion on the sickbed, I wondered at the stupendous mystery of fate which allowed one destined to reveal a mighty secret to be distressed and tortured for the lack of a few coins which flowed in streams on every side and were scattered right and left by many on trifles every day. But even in the most gloomy conditions, an unshakable conviction always persisted in my mind like a solitary star, gleaming faintly in an otherwise darkly threatening sky, that I would somehow survive the crisis and live to place in the hands of other human beings the great secret on which depended the future safety of the race. It was mainly because of this inward strength, which no external source could infuse in me, that I was able to put up a strong resistance, even in the most desperate situation with no possibility of help from any earthly source. The evil effects of these serious breakdowns in health, the unavoidable result of destitution, lasted for several months each time and once for nearly 2 years. During such periods, until the body regained the depleted store of vital energy, I lost the sublime moods and for part of the time even suffered from disquieting mental symptoms. But there was no diminution in the vital current or in the radiant halo around the head even in the weakest conditions. The violent reaction of my system to any default on my part which impeded in any way the action of the processes going on inside, especially any laxity in the matter of nutrition, was clearly understandable. It is necessary for any natural transformative tendency to be effective that it should be attended by a biological activity directed to that end, and for any biological activity to be operative, food in sufficient quantity and wholesome form is an indispensable and primary requirement. If it is obligatory for an athlete to adhere to certain rigid rules of conduct, to have regular hours of rest and a balanced diet, how much more necessary it is for one whose entire organism is in a state of feverish activity, akin to the exertions of an athlete during intensive training, to be cautious in all these and other respects in order to save his system from irreparable harm. The process at work in him is not merely aimed at building the arm, leg, and chest muscles, but more importantly directed at the development of the brain and nerves, the main channels of life, hammering away at them and all the vital organs day and night, while the owner, in the present state of our knowledge about the mechanism, remains in the dark about the form of conduct he must pursue and the precautions he must take to save himself from injury more imminent and far more serious than that which an athlete would suffer by a similar neglect. But for the care taken of me by my mother in my childhood and youth, under adverse circumstances and in the grip of poverty, and thereafter by my wife through all the critical phases of my transformation and all the vicissitudes in my life to this day, I could never have emerged from the terrible ordeal alive and intact. Were it not for the colossal self-sacrifice of my wife and the anxious care lavished by her on me every day for more than 40 years after the manifestation, I would not be alive now to write these lines. Whenever I tried to visualize how I should have acted in her position if our roles had been reversed under similar circumstances, in spite of all my experience of the supersensible and my claim to supersensory knowledge, I have been humbled by the thought that I would have failed miserably to emulate her in the performance of all the tiresome yet essential tasks which she carried out serenely and conscientiously for years. Perhaps no one who reads this account would be as surprised as I am myself at the marvelous ingenuity of nature and the wonder she has hidden in the frail frame of human beings, which, through the clay binding them to earth, allows their spirit to soar unfettered to giddy heights to knock for admission at the portals of heaven itself. Like a small child for the first time venturing outdoors and finding himself on the shore of a billowy ocean, casting one look at the familiar cottage behind and another on the stupendous sight in front of him, I feel utterly lost between the two worlds in which I live, the incomprehensible and infinitely marvelous universe within and the colossal but familiar world without. When I look within, I am lifted beyond the confines of time and space, in tune with a majestic, all-conscious existence, which mocks at fear and laughs at death, compared to which seas and mountains, suns and planets, appear no more than flimsy wrack riding across a blazing sky, an existence which is in all and yet absolutely removed from everything, an endless inexpressible wonder that can only be experienced and not described. But when I look outside, I am what I was, an ordinary mortal in no way different from the millions who inhabit the earth, a common man, pressed by necessity and driven by circumstances, a little chastened and humbled, that is all. The one really remarkable change I perceive in myself is that, not by my own effort, but by what at present I can only call grace, as the result of a day-to-day observable but still incomprehensible activity of a radiant kind of vital energy, present in a dormant form in the human organism, there has developed in me a new channel of communication, a higher sense Through this extraordinary and extremely sensitive channel, an intelligence, higher than that which I personally possess, expresses itself at times in a manner as surprising to me as it might be to others, and through which again I am able, on occasions, to have a fleeting glimpse of the mighty, indescribable world to which I really belong, as a slender beam of light slanting into a dark room through a tiny hole does not belong to the room which it illuminates, but to the effulgent sun millions and millions of miles away. I am as firmly convinced of the existence of this supersense as I am of the other 5 already present in every one of us. In fact, on every occasion when I make use of it, I perceive a reality before which all that I treat as real appears unsubstantial and shadowy, a reality more solid than the material world reflected by the other senses, more solid than myself, surrounded by the mind and ego, more solid than all I can conceive of, including solidity itself. Apart from this extraordinary feature, I am but an ordinary human being with a body perhaps more susceptible to heat and cold and to the influence of disharmonious factors, mental and physical, than the normal one. The truthful unembellished account of a normal life unfolded in these pages before the sudden development of the extraordinary mental and nervous condition already described is, I believe, sufficient to provide ample corroboration for the fact that initially I was no better and no worse as a human being than others, and did not possess any entirely uncommon characteristics such as are usually associated with those of vision, entitling me to special divine favor. Also that the final exceptional state of consciousness which I continue to possess now did not appear all at once, but marked the culmination of a continuous process of biological reconstruction covering no less than 15 years before the first unmistakable sign of a new fluorescence. The process is still at work in me, but even after an experience of more than 40 years I am still lost in amazement at the wizardry of the mysterious energy responsible for the marvels which I witness day after day in my own mortal frame. I regard the manifestation with the same feelings of awe, adoration, and wonder with which I regarded it on the first occasion, the feelings having increased in intensity and not diminished as is generally the case with material phenomena. Contrary to the belief which attributes spiritual growth to purely psychic causes, to extreme self-denial and renunciation, or to an extraordinary degree of religious fervor, I found that a person can rise from the normal to a higher level of consciousness by a continuous biological process, as regular as any other activity of the body, and that at no stage is it necessary or even desirable either to neglect the flesh or to deny a place to the human feelings in the heart. A higher state of consciousness, able to liberate itself from the thraldom of senses, appears to be incompatible, unless we take the biological factors into account, with a physical existence in which passions and desires and the animal needs of the body, however restricted, exist side by side. But I can say confidently that a reasonable measure of control over appetites coupled with some knowledge of the mighty mechanism and a befitting constitution proved a surer and safer way to spiritual unfoldment than any amount of self-mortification or abnormal religious fervor can do. I have every reason to believe that mystical experience and transcendental knowledge can come to one naturally as the flow of genius, and that for this achievement it is not necessary, save for well-directed efforts at self-ennoblement and regulation of appetites, to depart eccentrically from the normal course of human conduct. Even the most arduous exercises of Hatha Yoga, practiced to the end of one's life, cannot radically alter the inherited constitution of the cerebrospinal system. The forced ascent of Kundalini, even up to the Sahasrara, cannot induce the perennial Turiya state or the state of extended consciousness which is the ultimate aim of yoga. After a certain usually brief duration, Kundalini returns to the Muladhara, reverting the yogi back to normal consciousness. This is the reason why, even in Hatha Yoga manuals, after initial success with the methods prescribed, practice of Raja Yoga is considered necessary for liberation. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika of Svatmarama Svaman, an esteemed treatise, specifically states that Hatha Yoga is a preparation for Raja Yoga, the total path of mental and spiritual development. The ancient masters recognized the important role played by the inherited mental capacity of a seeker in the attainment of a higher dimension of consciousness or the state of Shiva or Vishnu or Brahman, as figuratively denoted in the traditional works on the subject. What are popularly known as Raja Yoga, Kriya Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, or Jnana Yoga are comparatively easier forms of spiritual discipline aimed at bringing about the same activity of the nervous system which the more strenuous Hatha Yoga practices aim to achieve by the use of force. The Tantric and the oral tradition which form the basis for Hatha Yoga appear to be of remote origin, extending to the time of the Indus Valley civilization, more than 2,000 years before the birth of Christ, and probably even much earlier than that. The conservative element in human nature tries to preserve an ancient tradition in its intrinsic form as a sacred or precious legacy from the past. Considered in the light of this fact, the disciplines, practices and rituals prescribed in the tantras and books on hatha yoga must have been oriented for seekers in a less developed state of culture, or intellectually inferior to the seekers of today. The milder practices and disciplines of the easier forms of yoga might have come into being in later times to suit mentally more advanced aspirants. In the Puranas, later scriptures of legends of gods, both types of yoga practices, the rigorous and the easier ones, are mentioned side by side. The practices enjoined in the other forms of yoga can also fructify in the case of a limited number of seekers as much as in the practices of hatha yoga. Meditation, constant thinking about the divine, selfless service done in the name of the Lord, prayer and worship, combined with a healthy, honest, and humane way of life have the potentialities to stir Kundalini to action in those cases in which the organism is prepared for the new activity. In some exceptional cases, near company of an illuminated soul, the transport of love with a keenly sought beloved, listening to pure music or a spiritual discourse, the contemplation of a beautiful piece of art, an image of God or the picture of an adored and highly revered prophet can also act as a trigger to raise Kundalini to Brahmarandra, inducing a transporting visionary experience or ecstasy. Whether the transformative process is set in motion by voluntary effort or is spontaneous, purity of thought and disciplined behavior are essential to minimize resistance to the cleansing and remodeling action of the mighty power on the organism. The subject must emerge normal in every way from the great ordeal, metamorphosed but mentally sane and with unimpaired intellect and emotion to be able to evaluate and taste in full the supreme happiness of an occasional enrapturing union with the indescribable ocean of consciousness in the transcendental state, by marking the difference between the frail human element on the one hand and the immortal spirit on the other. It is only in this way that the incomparable bliss of liberation can be realized, because unconditioned existence, being beyond the pale of enjoyment or its opposite, the actual enjoyer in the ego-bound conditioned human creature is the visionary and no other. The knowledge of Kundalini cannot be contained in a nutshell. It is a colossal science. It is, in fact, the science of sciences. The growth of every form of knowledge, art, philosophy, or science is the outcome of the evolutionary growth of the human brain. There would be absolutely no radical change in the mental capability of human beings, or radical improvement in knowledge, were the brain not an auxiliary to it. We are not able to measure this transformation because the subtle depths of the brain are beyond our reach. The science of Kundalini covers the entire spectrum of knowledge. All the facts about the universe or about ourselves, our bodies and the earth, which we have gained so far or shall gain in the future, will ultimately serve the survival of the race. The more the knowledge gained, the more will it contribute to the evolution of the brain. This indicates the colossal dimensions of the science of Kundalini. What I am stating is based on the observations of 2 generations of Kundalini arousal, that of my father and myself. I am now observing the 3rd generation also, that is, my children. My younger son was born after the initial awakening of the power in me, but the system had not been adapted to the change. Even so, he is, in some respects, more sensitive than his elder sister and brother and at times displays signs of clairvoyance and has premonitory dreams. It is possible that more pronounced signs of a psychic nature would be present had I allowed my children to practice meditation from an early age, or even after adulthood. They wanted to do so and sought my guidance, but I dissuaded them from this course. I was not sure that they had the stamina or the physical strength to withstand the ordeal of a full-scale awakening. Some congenital factor in the marriage, it seems, was not favorable, and so they were not well equipped to withstand the tremendous strain they would have to face. The first unfavorable symptoms that occurred in my father during the course of the gradual awakening was a distaste for society and a desire for seclusion. This was accentuated by the death of his son. The vagaries in diet and the drastic change in the food to which he was accustomed added to this reaction. Soon he became isolated from the small family and his love dried up. I was born when he was 48 years of age, and I do not remember a single occasion when he held me in his arms, patted, kissed, or embraced me. I do not remember sitting in his lap or trotting alongside of him hand in hand even once during my childhood. Both my sisters stood in awe of him and never ventured to come near him if they could help it. But despite his indifference and cold behavior, we loved him from our heart. He was our father, and that was sufficient for us. I have deliberately dwelt on this unhappy feature of my father's life since it is of tremendous importance not only for those interested in the arousal of Kundalini or in the study of the phenomenon but also assessment of the evolutionary changes involved. It can be readily inferred that the evolution of individuals, if such a process is actually at work, must be aimed to produce a more advanced type with instincts, traits of character, and appetites which can help them to live and survive in the altered condition. It is obvious that in order to survive as a cosmic conscious race, humanity must continue to remain in possession of all the ethical virtues and higher emotions and even add to them, as without these the harmonious continuance of society is not possible. For instance, if there is loss in the feelings of love, pity, or compassion, this will, after numerous generations, culminate in a race of highly intelligent, cosmic conscious but at the same time heartless specimens who sooner or later would bring about their own destruction. Unilateral development of the intellect is not a sign of healthy evolution. It must be attended by a corresponding growth of the higher emotions and the refinement of animal instincts and appetites. It is a most complex process, of which all the parameters will not be available to human knowledge for centuries to come. To conform to the evolutionary target, the whole personality of the human race must change to create a more advanced, more harmonious, and more noble species in rapport with the sublime planes of creation that are not at present generally accessible to our senses. It is not the work of a day nor of centuries, nor perhaps of millennia, but will be performed during this and the coming ages. When the laws of evolution become better known, a superior class of human beings will be able to create a more appropriate and congenial milieu. 19. A complete metamorphosis in consciousness. In order to show correspondence between my experience and the traditional ideas expressed in the Tantras and Shakti Shastras, it should be sufficient to reproduce the following passages from Arthur Avalon's The Serpent Power, an authoritative translation and discussion of several tantric texts, describing the conditions that follow the ascent of Kundalini into Sahasrara. By this method of mental concentration, aided by the physical and other processes described, the gross is absorbed into the subtle, each dissolving into its immediate cause and all into Chidatma or the Atma, which is Chit. In language borrowed from the world of human passion, which is itself but a gross reflection on the physical plane of corresponding, the more subtle, supersensual activities and bliss, the Shakti Kundalini who has been seized by desire for her lord is said to make swift way to him, and kissing the lotus mouth of Shiva, enjoys him. SNV of 51, post. By the term samaraja is meant the sense of enjoyment arising from the union, samaraja, of male and female. This is the most intense form of physical delight, representing on the worldly plane the supreme bliss arising from the union of Shiva and Shakti on the spiritual plane. So Daksa, the Dharmashastrakara, says, the Brahman is to be known by itself alone, and to know it is as the bliss of knowing a virgin. Similarly, the Sadhaka in Layasiddha Yoga, thinking of himself as Shakti and the Paramatma as Purusha, feels himself in union, Sangama, with Shiva, and enjoys with him the bliss which is Sringara Rasa, the first of the 9 rasas, or the love sentiment and bliss. This Adarasa, Sringara, which is aroused by Sattva Guna, is impartite, Akanda, self-illuminating, Svaprakasa, bliss, Ananda, whose substance is Chit, Chinmayi. It is so intense and all-exclusive as to render the lover unconscious of all other objects of knowledge, Vedyantara Sparsashunya, and the own brother of Brahma bliss, Brahmasvata Sahadara. But as the Brahma bliss is known only to the yogi, so, as the Alamkara last cited observes, even the true love bliss of the mortal world is known to a few knowers only, Naya Kaishchit Pramadarbai, such as poets and others. Sexual as well as other forms of love are reflections or fragments of the Brahma bliss. This union of the Shakti Kundalini with Shiva in the body of the Sadhaka is that coition, Mithuna, of the Sattvika Panchatattva which the Yogini Tantra says is the best of all unions for those who have already controlled their passions, and are thus yati. Of this the Brihatsrikrama, SNV 51, post, says, they with the eye of knowledge see the stainless Kala united with Chidananda on Nada. He is the Mahadeva, white like a pure crystal, and is the effulgent cause, Vimbarupanidana, and she is the lovely woman of beauteous limbs which are listless by reason of her great passion. On their union nectar, Amrita, flows, which an ambrosial stream runs from the Brahmarandra to the Muladhara, flooding the Kshudra Brahmanda, or microcosm, and satisfying the devatas of its chakras. It is then that the Sadhaka, forgetful of all in this world, is immersed in ineffable bliss. Refreshment, increased power and enjoyment, follows upon each visit to the well of life. In the Chintamani Sattva, attributed to Sri Sankaracharya, it is said, this family woman, i.e., Kundalini, entering the royal road, i.e., Sushumna, taking rest at intervals in the sacred places, i.e., chakras, embraces the supreme husband, Parashiva, and makes nectar to flow, i.e., from the Sahasrara. 1. As already explained in the preceding chapters, the awakening of Kundalini and her ascent into Sahasrara through the spinal canal represents, in terms of modern knowledge of the human body, a new form of activity of the cerebrospinal system, with the reproductive mechanism at one end and the cranium at the other. The start of this new activity draws upon the procreative organs for increased production of the reproductive fluids and also the spinal and other nerves for enhanced extraction of the gross substance from the body, which is converted into psychic energy. The repeated reference to the nectar on the spinal axis and the feeling of surpassing bliss resembling the rapture of the climax of love said to attend the union of Kundalini with her Lord Shiva in the Sahasrara, provides clear support to the statements I am making about my own experience. The fact that the experience is extremely short-lived in most cases and needs an interval of sustained practice to prolong it is a clear indication that biological processes are involved. In fact, the whole discipline of yoga, more so of Hatha Yoga, represents a series of psychosomatic exercises designed to manipulate the bodily organs and the brain, through concentration of the mind, to achieve specific psychosomatic results. If Kundalini were actually an occult astral force or an incorporeal divine power that could, by her own miraculous potency, raise an average individual to a superhuman stature, then why should one have to spend years and years of one's life in practicing Shatkarma, the 6 processes of body cleaning, postures, control of breath, mudras, bandhas, and exercise a strict regimen in diet and a rigid control of behavior? Why should not a simple invocation, repeated time after time, be sufficient to arouse the astral force or the goddess from her slumber at the base of the spine? Again, why should the ancient authorities take special pains to locate to the fraction of an inch the place between the anal aperture and the genitals where Kundalini lies asleep, coiled 3.5 times, closing with her mouth the entrance to the passage leading to Sahasrara in the brain? A brief glance at the ancient treatises on alchemy, astrology, hermetic sciences, medicine, and surgery, both in the West and East, including India, clearly shows what figurative and flowery language, combined with myth, superstition, and fantasy, have been used to express scientific and esoteric religious ideas that are not readily intelligible in our day. The awakening of Kundalini and its ascent to Sahasrara is a strictly biological phenomenon, as amenable to study and investigation as any other phenomenon of nature. The main reason why it has remained so long outside the pale of scientific research is because its scientific nature has remained unknown. Whatever has been written about it by ancient or modern writers has kept it shrouded in supernaturalism, myth, and metaphor. For the average seeker, even today, Kundalini is a supernatural force which can work wonders when aroused. Only, like the philosopher's stone of the alchemists, one should know the secret by which it can be aroused or manipulated. Sometimes I find it difficult to convince an earnest seeker that the stories he has heard are unfounded and that the arousal of Kundalini is as down-to-earth an event as the birth of a child. Pranayama, regulation of the breath, which is an indispensable adjunct of Hatha Yoga, proves effective in the awakening of Kundalini because of the physiological factors involved. The intensely sustained effort of the will needed to hold the breath beyond the normal duration, in opposition to the usual nerve impulses and the movement of the lungs can, with repeated practice, create such an impact on the command center in the brain that the paranormal chamber is forced to open. The students who practice intensive forms of pranayama, as enjoined in the Hatha Yoga manuals, experience this intensity. In the advanced stages, the body often perspires with the effort, and tingling sensations are felt at nerve endings all over the body. We are not concerned here with the directions contained in some of these manuals that the sweat should be rubbed in. The utility of such a course appears doubtful and has to be established by experiment. What we are concerned with is that this tingling sensation all over the body, sometimes likened to the creeping of ants over the flesh, is an indication of the effect of a powerful effort of the will, directed to changing the normal rhythm of an organ, on the entire nervous network of the body. Pranayama helps in the awakening of Kundalini because it stirs up the entire nervous system and forces it to the activity necessary for production of an enhanced supply of the pranic fuel to the brain. Why should such dramatic methods be necessary if Kundalini is a divine force and nadis only astral conduits for its activity? But even the force applied in hatha yoga practices does not work if the cerebrospinal system is not yet ripe for the self-regulating process necessary for the transformation of consciousness. The pressure exerted through pranayama and the intense state of concentration of the sadhaka might force a slight activity at the Muladhara chakra, with erotic sensations round the genitals or even some way up the spine for a short while every day during the course of the practice. This is what happens in some cases of hatha yoga practitioners. The sadhakas feel happy and the practice is repeated day after day because of the rapture eventually experienced. In some cases, the stream of Kundalini might rise higher and still higher up to the heart center. The area of the transport increases with every rise in the stream, but that is all. In a few cases, the Kundalini current might rise to the Ajna chakra in the brain. The rapture is then intensified. The light in the head and sounds in the ears become more pronounced. There might be visionary experiences during the duration of the practice, and a state of intense absorption with ecstasy might supervene for a short while, ending as soon as the supply of the pranic force is spent. Arthur Avalon writes, Kundalini does not at first stay long in Sahasrara. The length of stay depends on the strength of the yogi's practice. There is then a natural tendency, samskara, on the part of Kundalini to return. The yogi will use all effort at his disposal to retain her above, for the longer this is done the nearer approach is made to the time when she can be in a permanent manner retained there. For it is to be observed that liberation is not gained by merely leading Kundalini to the Sahasrara, and of course still less is it gained by stirring it up in the Muladhara or fixing it in any of the lower centers. Liberation is gained only when Kundalini takes up her permanent abode in the Sahasrara, so that she only returns by the will of the sadhaka. It is said that after staying in Sahasrara for a time, some yogins lead the Kundalini back to Hridaya, heart, and worship her there. This is done by those who are unable to stay long in Sahasrara. If they take the Kundalini lower than Hridaya, i.e., worship her in the three chakras below Anahata, they no longer, it is said, belong to the Samaya group. Point 2. When successful, every hatha yoga practice should culminate in samadhi or mystical experience. It is not possible to draw a picture of samadhi for one who has not had the experience. For this reason it is said to be indescribable and incommunicable. It is an extremely rapturous state of mental elevation in which consciousness contemplates itself. The association with the body present in the average mind, and the world image contained in it, recede to a distance and consciousness alone dominates the scene, assuming colossal proportions which swallow up the material world. Compared to the reality of this oceanic consciousness, the gigantic cosmos appears to be like variously patterned clouds sailing across the face of a sun of infinite dimensions. The descriptions left of their own experiences by the great mystics of the earth are extremely varied. There are, however, some characteristics common to most of them. These I have discussed elsewhere in my own writings. Point 3. There are various degrees of samadhi. In the case of individuals in whom the cerebrospinal system is not fully prepared for the new activity, samadhi can be only a poor affair compared to the resplendent visionary experience of the mature yogis. In a large number of cases, the samadhi attained is only a self-induced hypnotic trance or a swoon-like state of which little or nothing can be remembered when the yogi returns to the normal state. Although many people claim to have achieved it, genuine samadhi is a rare phenomenon. Among the more perfect cases of samadhi are ones described in the principal Upanishads or by some of the greatest mystics of different religions in various parts of the world. It is a rare condition since it represents a state of transformed consciousness that will be the heritage of the future race. In the initial stages of awakening brought about by hatha yoga practices, the pleasurable sensation is felt around the Muladhara chakra, rising higher and higher by small degrees with the daily exercises practiced by the sadhaka. This is a very delicate operation and care has to be taken that the nerves involved are not damaged by too frequent repetition of the process. It is for this reason that the guidance of a guru, who knows the intricacies of the new development, has always been considered as essential for the success of the effort. The ascent of the Kundalini force, or, in other words, the gross pranic essence, is almost always attended by flashes of light in the brain and a peculiar blend of sounds in the ears. In the conventional cases, the minds of the sadhakas are already filled with ideas inculcated by the guru. The diagrams of the chakras, their colors, number of petals, the presiding deity, the bija mantras, and the letter of the Sanskrit alphabet on each petal all tend to be impressed on the mind of the sadhaka. When the ascent of the power starts, when the light is seen, sounds heard, and the rapturous sensations experienced, combined with the expected images in the mind, the experience presents all the semblance of a divine manifestation. The disciple, transported with joy at this breathtaking fulfillment of the Guru's promises, throws himself at his feet, vowing implicit obedience to his word and gesture forever. Even in those cases where the ascent does not proceed beyond the first 2, 3, or 4 chakras, the phenomena witnessed and the bliss experienced provide sufficient reward for all the labor undergone and the self-denial practiced by the initiate. A celibate life, completely devoid of marital happiness, loses much of its rigor for one who succeeds in awakening the serpent power. What need have I for an external woman when I have an inner woman in my own interior? Says a tantric practitioner quoted by Arthur Avalon. In some of the tantras and other works on Kundalini, she is alluded to as a widow, washerwoman, sweetheart, damsel, or virgin, or even a harlot. To the uninitiated it appears paradoxical to find these endearing or even vulgar names applied to one who, at the same time, is regarded as a goddess, a divine mother, or as the creatrix of the universe. It is not possible to explain this enigma except by an understanding of the somatic effects which follow the movement of Kundalini through the spinal cord. Through a strange process started in the cerebrospinal system, all the alluring and transporting play of love now begins to occur in the interior of the initiate, keeping the mind enchanted with the newly discovered fount of joy in the body. The tantras do not speak of an imaginary goddess nor of the practices or rituals enjoined by them as mere obscenities, as those in complete ignorance of the magnitude of the physiological phenomena involved are sometimes inclined to call them. They have a firm basis in reality which a thorough scientific study of Kundalini can establish. There can be nothing further from truth than the mistaken notions current in many places that the tantras are a repository of secret or magical methods by which the pleasures of sexual union can be greatly prolonged or enhanced. The desire for unrestricted delights of love burns in countless human hearts. Frankly speaking, Eros is the presiding deity who prescribes our dress, our behavior, our discourse, our reading material, our favorite songs and stories, our athletics, our health and beauty aids, our associations and our habits, even our mode of worship or attendance at church. The hitherto undivulged secret of Kundalini is that the human cerebrospinal system is capable of an amazing activity which is still completely unknown to modern science. The practice of meditation, carried on in the proper way regularly for a sufficient duration of time, tends to force a normally silent region in the brain to an astonishing activity which, like an electric current, galvanizes the nervous system to an action which is never experienced in the normal state. From every fiber and tissue of the body a subtle organic essence, extracted by nerve fibrils spread everywhere, is carried to the brain through the spinal canal to give rise to the ecstatic and visionary conditions associated with religious experience from earliest times. In my own experience, the organic essence was not so clearly marked on the first occasion of arousal as on the second, several years later. But there is not the least shadow of doubt that it is this subtle organic substance which is behind the exquisite sensations of the arousal. We have not yet been able to determine how the intense rapture of the climax of love is experienced by an individual. What kind of biochemical reagent or electrical discharge is at the back of the delicious transport of the orgasm? Modern research has shown that there is a certain area in the brain which, when electrically stimulated, gives rise to the same sensation which marks the sexual climax. It is obvious that there must occur some kind of a chemical or bioelectrical activity to cause a momentary rapture that has no parallel in the other pleasures experienced by the human mind and body. It is in this extremely delightful, sense-ravishing transport of the conjugal union, and the release from pressure which it grants to the mind, that the compelling power of the reproductive urge resides. There is little general awareness that this intense rapture of the erotic union can occur at places in the body other than the genitals and other erogenous zones. To make an assertion of this kind before an assembly of the learned is to evoke incredulity and even ridicule. The whole mystical literature of the world and many extant works in Sanskrit on Kundalini, including the Tantras, provide the testimony of thousands of individuals of unquestionable honesty and truth about the reality of this phenomenon. It is not possible to describe the intensity of orgasmic sensation that occurs in the spinal cord and the brain on the arousal of Kundalini. Except for the related character of the transport experienced, there is no comparison between the climax of conjugal union and the rapture caused by the flow of the Kundalini force from the base of the spine to the head. The duration of the former may be only of a few moments, followed by a sense of relief and lassitude on the part of the individual. The latter can last for several minutes, creating almost a swooning condition of the mind at the intensity of the rapture experienced. It seems to the individual as if one has been in an ocean of incomparable bliss to taste the rapture as long as one likes, or as long as there is sufficient vitality in the body to cause it. On returning back to normal, there is usually no sense of lassitude or satiation. On the contrary, the experiencer feels mentally more fresh and invigorated than before. After studying my condition for more than 40 years, I now feel that even if I had studied all the literature available on Kundalini at the time, I could not have solved the problems of insomnia, psychic disturbances, and the organic symptoms that I experienced immediately after the awakening. Right up to this day, I have not been able to find a detailed account of the arousal of Kundalini, meticulously describing its effects on the body-mind complex and the changes that occur in them until a paranormal state of consciousness is attained. From my point of view, there is no aspect of my experience so important for study and investigation as the slow metamorphosis which my cerebrospinal system underwent to equip the brain for a new pattern of consciousness, not in evidence in the average ranks of human beings. This transformation raises problems which, so far as I know, have not been discussed in detail in any work on yoga or mysticism or any other occult or esoteric system, ancient or modern. This slow metamorphosis in consciousness, which occurred imperceptibly from the very moment of my first experience, provides the key to the conclusion I have arrived at, that Kundalini represents the upgrading mechanism behind the evolution of the human brain. What has led many scientists to believe that the human brain has reached the peak of its organic evolution is a riddle to me and to other thoughtful minds. What evidence exists for this premature conclusion, when human evolution is still a profound mystery, no one is ready to explain. How the primate brain evolved to human dimensions during the course of past millions of years raises a problem that no one has solved so far. The books written on the subject contain merely speculation, exciting narratives of vanished species, and suggested transitions from lower to higher forms. The whole theory of evolution as propounded by Darwin and his successors is only a huge mass of observation and data, extending now to over a century, without any final solution. What is the basic mechanism that came into operation in the evolution of the human brain from that of the primates, and what intelligent agency coordinated the functions of the entire system to make changes in a complex organ like the human brain at each step of the ascent, and transmit the advances gained from generation to generation? Something more profound than an urge to survive is clearly involved. Looking back at the events that followed the first Kundalini awakening, it seems to me now that the intensity of concentration, exercised for many years, had slowly stimulated to activity a small area in the brain directly above the palate and below the crown of the head. The exquisite sensations I felt moving up the spine, which stopped and disappeared when my mind was diverted, was the beginning of a new activity in the cerebrospinal system which will be confirmed by science in the course of time. Two distinct entities moved up the spine side by side with the intensely pleasurable sensation which I experienced. One was a kind of radiation, orange in color in the beginning, which later on changed to silver with a slightly golden color in it. The second was an organic essence which entered the brain at the same time as the radiation. The different stages of inner growth through which I passed during the course of my transformation have led me to conclude that there is a subtle organic compound in the body, extracted from the organs and tissues, that the nerves carry to and fro, which supplies the vehicle through which the incorporeal pranic energy acts. There is a particular reason that has led me to this conclusion. Shortly after the night of horror when I hovered between death on the one side and insanity on the other and was saved from an awful fate by what was almost a miracle, I noticed a rather disquieting change in my observation. It seemed as if every object on which I looked was coated with a thin layer of white. This did not affect the color or the shape of the object. It appeared only as if a very thin coat of white added to it. I noticed this strange alteration in the state of my vision but could not assign any reason for it. I wondered within myself, and even worried over it at times, but try as I might I could not find any satisfactory explanation for the change. The other fact I noticed was that there had occurred an expansion in my consciousness. This position is rather difficult to explain to the average individual. But perhaps it might be possible to convey a clearer picture of it in this way. Every one of us, when sitting in a room with eyes closed, perceives a certain area of awareness round the head, extending even to the body when the attention is called towards it, which one experiences as one's own self, one's own inner being or personality. Every one of us is conscious of this area of awareness, or, let us say, our mind, but is not able to perceive or to measure this area of awareness in another individual. We assume by inference that the other, too, has the same area of his inner being qualitatively and quantitatively, but we cannot actually share this because we are conscious only of our own inner personality subjectively, and we have no means at present to make it a subject for objective observation. Hence, in the present state of our knowledge, it is not possible to detect the quantitative and qualitative differences in the consciousness of two different individuals, apart from what is inferred from their respective intellectual, artistic, or aesthetic expression. Although I never understood it at that time, my very first experience of the awakening of Kundalini was actually the outcome of a widening of the cognitive center in my brain. When I returned back to my normal state of consciousness, after the expansion which I witnessed during the period of my ecstasy, I was not the same inner being as before. The area of my awareness had widened, and this expansion has since become a permanent feature of my personality. During the whole period of the first memorable experience, the expansion witnessed was oceanic, and I had felt myself spreading in all directions until my consciousness exceeded the limits of the cosmic image present in my mind. When the enormous proportions I had gained in my inner being began to shrink and I came slowly back to myself, I was still basically the same individual I had been before, but a little of the expansion still remained and continued to exist day and night, a fact which I could not understand at that time. It is clear to me that the human seed is not the product of the gonads alone. It is a compound of a subtle organic essence drawn from the body by the nerves and the secretion produced by testicles in men and ovaries in women. Modern science has not identified this subtle nervine essence, which is, in reality, the concentrated fuel of life. The ancient notion that the male seed is actually produced in the head and from there descends into the genital organs has, therefore, some foundation of truth in it. The idea, expressed in the Upanishads, that semen is drawn from all parts of the body, including the vital organs, is nearer the mark. In the normal individual there occurs a constant process in the nervous system which is imperceptible to us and still undetected by science. The subtle element which imparts vitality to the seed is imported by the nerves lining the reproductive system from all organs and tissues in the body, from the head, heart, lungs, liver, stomach, intestines, spleen, kidneys, genitals, and the rest. This organic element is extremely subtle, extracted and carried by the nerves in such a minute measure that it remains beyond detection by the individual. As far as I have been able to determine, there are special nerves connecting the reproductive system with the different organs in the body. After extraction by vast networks of nerves, the essence travels to the erotic zone to commingle with that arriving from other organs and parts of the body, ultimately to form an ingredient of the human seed. The essence from the brain in some mysterious way comes down through the spinal cord to reach the same place of confluence as the other nerve channels serving the same purpose. The impregnated ovum, the first germ of human life, starts to divide and subdivide, adding brick after brick automatically to a blueprint of genes and chromosomes, until the marvelous structure of the human organism is complete, ushering a ready-made, tiny human being into the world. To suppose that the unintelligent atoms and molecules that constitute the impregnated seed, with any amount of chemistry and mutual interaction, could produce a marvelous organ like the brain, the eye, the ear, the nose or the mouth is to suppose the impossible. The tragedy is that science has still no instruments to detect the vibrations in the life energy or prana, which is the real dynamic source behind all the phenomena of life in the universe. Prana is present in atoms and their constituents. It is behind the energy fields into which matter is resolved at dissolution. It is the agent responsible for the unimaginably complex chemical and physical reactions in living bodies, as also in the incredibly intricate mechanisms at the back of all the complex movements of the organs and the activity of the brain. Prana is possessed of a superhuman intelligence and memory, beyond the range of our thought. It is an element of the universe infinitely subtler and more complex than the element we call matter. The study of life bewilders and confuses us by its complexity and profound mystery. We are dumbfounded because the element we set out to explore is infinitely more intelligent and more profound than the mind that attempts to probe its mystery. 1. Arthur Avalon, Sir John Woodroffe, The Serpent Power, Being the Shatchakra Nirupana and Padukapankaka, 4th edition, Madras, Ganesh, 1950, 238-240. 2. Avalon, pages 243 to 244. 3. Gopi Krishna, The Secret of Yoga, New York, Harper and Row, 1972. 20. Creating a mental climate to remove the threat of war. Without pride of achievement, without the least pretension to any divine office, I humbly submit, on the strength of knowledge gained, that true religion, infinitely more than what is or has been supposed to be, is in reality the expression of the evolutionary impulse in human beings, springing from an imperceptibly active though regularly functioning organic power center in the body, amenable to voluntary stimulation under favorable conditions. Further, that the transcendental state, of which as yet only a faint though unmistakable picture is available from the descriptions furnished by visionaries, is the natural heritage of the human race, with all its feelings and desires refined and restrained to act in consonance with the needs of a higher kind of perception. Also, that the happiness and welfare of humankind depends on its adherence to the yet unknown laws of this evolutionary mechanism, known in India as Kundalini, which is carrying humanity towards a glorious state of consciousness with all their capacities to act, love, and enjoy intact, enhanced rather than diminished, but functioning in response to a cultivated will, in obedience to the dictates of a properly developed conscience, and in accordance with the decrees of a correctly informed intellect, fully aware of the goal in front of it. From my own experience, extending to over 40 years, I am irresistibly led to the conclusion that the human organism is evolving in the direction indicated by mystics and prophets and by men and women of genius, by the action of this wonderful mechanism, located at the base of the spine, depending for its activity mainly on the energy supplied through the reproductive organs. Though not in its general application as the evolutionary organ in the race, but in the individual sphere as the means to develop spirituality, paranormal faculties, and psychic powers, the mechanism has been known and manipulated from very ancient times. When aroused to intense activity by individuals already advanced on the path of progress and subject to numerous factors, especially favorable heredity, constitution, mode of conduct, occupation, and diet, it can lead to most remarkable and extremely valuable results, developing the organism by general stages from its native condition to a state of extraordinary mental efficiency, conducting it ultimately to the zenith of cosmic consciousness and genius combined. It is a transformation so extraordinary that I feel at a loss to make it intelligible to my fellow human beings. When I say that my inner self is now wrapped in a sheath of light, I wonder if it is possible for others to grasp what I mean. What I came to realize afterwards is that from the very day of the awakening my consciousness started to expand. My trials and sufferings stemmed from the fact that I had no awareness of what had happened, what forces were now active in my body, and what the target of this activity was. The process of evolution is active in the body of almost every human being. At its natural pace, the individual has no indication of it throughout life. His body functions in the normal way, in health and disease, able to sustain stresses and pressures, hardships and privations, overexertion, lack of sleep, and insufficient diet with the help of the strong reserves built into it. A good many readers of my first book were appalled by the suffering I underwent for years after my Kundalini awakening. Some even believe that the experience of lights and sounds, prophetic dreams, and the ability to compose in inspired verse was out of proportion to the ordeal I had faced. Since no one can visualize my inner being, it is rather difficult for me to convince the world that I have been compensated 100 times over. If I were offered the choice of braving the same grueling ordeal again to reach the same state of inner illumination and beatitude, I would accept it without a moment's hesitation, even if I had a kingdom to sacrifice. I put more value on the verdict of future investigators than on that of my own contemporaries. This is an entirely unknown territory for the latter, and hence some doubt is natural. The difficulties and dangers inherent in a metamorphosis of the brain, through the awakening of Kundalini, resulting in a transcendental state of consciousness, will come to light when the phenomenon is subjected to investigation. Study of the hazardous practices and disciplines of Hatha Yoga shows what mastery over the vital functions of the body had to be gained and what iron will had to be cultivated by those who ventured to arouse the serpent from her sleep. The first experience of a sudden awakening of the power is that of a raging psychic storm, as if a tornado had been let loose in the system which, if not handled with a rigorous grip on the mind, can drive one mad with its unimaginable violence. Long years of careful preparation will always be needed in the case of those who would like to brave the hazards of arousing Kundalini to activity before its proper time. The exploration of the inner world is beset with far more difficulties and dangers than the exploration of outer space. Only healthy, strong, and highly intelligent men and women who can subjugate their ambitions, desires, and emotions have the capacity to accomplish the undertaking without severe harm to themselves. All great sages and seers of the past and all great founders of religion, whether guided intuitively by evolving life itself or led by observation, have consciously or unconsciously laid emphasis mostly on such traits of character and modes of conduct as are definitely conducive to progress. The highest products of civilization, prophets, mystics, men and women of genius clearly indicate the direction and goal of human evolution. Studied in the light of the facts discussed in this book, they will all be found to have common characteristics. The motive and guiding power behind them, in all cases without exception, is Kundalini. For the attainment of a transhuman dimension of consciousness, the evolution of morals is as much if not more necessary than the evolution of the intellect. The brute in humankind is still very much alive. We come across these deviations in the bloody acts of criminals, in devastative wars, in oppression, and in the exploitation of weak, downtrodden human beings. In the present state of society, these evils appear to be irremediable and have persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. Side by side with the achievements of science, the continued existence of these evils is fraught with the greatest hazard for the race. But in our own present state of knowledge and resourcefulness we are helpless, as we do not possess any sure defense against them. On the contrary, the achievements of technology, when used for evil, can prove to be terribly destructive, obliterating all the benefits they had conferred when employed for good. One single all-out nuclear war fought between superpowers could wipe out every trace of civilization from the earth. One nuclear device in the hands of a desperado or of a terrorist group could endanger the lives of millions of human beings. In coming ages, with further irresistible advances in technology, the safety of nations and even of the whole species will always hang by a slender thread that a single mistake or imprudent act can cut asunder in the twinkling of an eye. I am sometimes asked the question, how can it be possible to rear up whole crops of harmoniously evolved personalities to act as guiding lights in every department of human endeavor and thought when the phenomenon of illumination has been so rare in the past? How can there arise hundreds of thousands of successful initiates, when the exercises to be performed and the self-mastery to be gained are very difficult for an average individual to understand? The answer is very simple. There is no awareness at the moment of the surpassing state of glory, supernal knowledge, supreme happiness, miraculous powers, and the extraordinary talents to which spiritual discipline can lead. There is no awareness because there is hardly any fully developed example of this exuberant bloom of the mental faculties alive in the world today. There have been many of them in the past, including the founders of major faiths, and there will be many more in the ages to come. Scientific experiments to be conducted on the phenomenon are sure to lead to startling discoveries. There is no treasure and no position of power on the earth even remotely comparable to the fabulous wealth and majesty of cosmic consciousness. Wide awareness of the marvelous and blissful possibilities latent in spiritual striving and the encouragement provided by the positive results of scientific study will create an interest in the rank and file of the human race so that millions will be prepared to make this the goal of their life, sparing no effort to achieve it. This would mark the beginning of a new adventure and a new direction for channeling human energy which, at the present moment, finds no satisfactory outlet in the pursuit of wealth or position, sensual satisfaction, name, or fame. Even if only a few succeed out of the first millions of seekers, the precedent established would be so phenomenal that the knowledge of this new El Dorado will spread like wildfire through the length and breadth of the world, causing an enthusiasm and a rush for this fabulous prize that has no parallel in history. The importance attached and homage paid to political leaders, financial magnates, conquerors, and great artists will then occupy only a secondary place as compared to the adoration and reverence commanded by the surpassing products of education and spiritual discipline combined, the Christs and Buddhas of the ages to come. Once established, this possibility of a fabulous bloom of the mental faculties latent in every human organism is sure to create a revolution in human life. What proportion this revolution will assume in the ages to come we cannot even imagine at present. Suffice it to say that prospective parents, who now readily make every sacrifice for the offspring, both in the prenatal period and after birth, striving their utmost to ensure a bright and happy future for their darlings, would now weave new fantasies and dream new dreams for them. They would see them rising to the heights of a cosmic conscious sage, commanding the respect of multitudes. But they would also know that for the materialization of this alluring dream they, too, would have to play a decisive part to provide a favorable heredity for the precious child. Like a purifying wave from the skies, the knowledge of Kundalini and the verification of the phenomenon of spiritual transformation, as a result of disciplines that accelerate the evolution of the brain, will change the direction of human life from its present hunt for ignoble objectives towards the sublime quest for the glory of the soul, the fount of immortality, peace, and surpassing happiness. I am writing more for the future than for the present generations of humanity. Today, the overhanging threat to the survival of the race is the result of mental rust which we are not able to clean, the rust of evil custom and habit, of conservatism, chauvinism, dogma, pride, prejudice, and bias. This rust is as much in evidence in the ranks of science as in those of religion, in communists as much as in capitalists, in democracies as much as in monarchies or dictatorships. It is this mental rust which is carrying humanity to the brink of disaster, awake and alert to the danger, and yet powerless to avert it. All our social customs are the customs of this mental rust. The brain is not able to rid itself of the poisonous decay and renovate its thinking. The reason why decadent nations take pride in glorifying the achievements of their ancestors, without feeling humiliated at the degeneration that has occurred, is because, like the senile, they are not able to understand the change that has taken place. Child marriages in India were common until 1927. It was only in that year that a bill for the abolition of child marriages was introduced in the Legislative Assembly. During the course of discussion on the bill, it was revealed that 15,625 children of all communities had been married that year. The bill was passed in the year 1929. Before this date, child marriage was common in our community. A bride went to live with her husband at the age of 8 or 10 years. They were not, however, allowed to sleep together until the couple grew older in age. A day was fixed for the ceremony, when a separate room was allotted to them. The people accepted these customs as legacies left by their ancestors that had to be honored, and for which there must have been valid reasons for their imposition. The very idea of revolt against such a palpably preposterous usage seldom entered the mind of the average individual. What we now look at with horror and incredulity appeared normal and natural to the people whose minds had been enslaved by the practice. The same is true of other hideous customs, as for instance the practice of infanticide of Indian girl children by their parents rather than face the humiliation and the heavy expenses of dowries which the birth of a girl child involved. The parents preferred to end the menace at its birth. Another diabolical abuse still current is that of bride burning by families dissatisfied by a marriage settlement. A glance at history is sufficient to show to what unbelievable extent the human mind was held in the grip of ridiculous, fantastic, or horrible customs and practices all over the world, without waking up to their cruelty and stupidity until powerful reformative influences or a revolution brought it to its senses with a jolt. The multitudes who now inhabit the earth, born and bred in the present social and political orders or religious beliefs, accept them as normal and natural in the same way that such practices as child marriage or infanticide, which now excite our indignation and contempt, appeared normal and natural to the people in India before the practices were abolished by law. The continuance of war, political dissension, international rivalry and competition, religious dogma, and social discord at a time when humanity has gained the power to annihilate itself in a matter of hours is no better than the continuance of habits of thought and action, customs and practices that are more preposterous, more fraught with danger and more unbecoming of the present intellectual stature of mankind than were infanticide and other evil customs of the past. We are not conscious of this anomaly because our minds are working in the same old groove, and we will continue to act in the same way until we are brought to our senses by a similar jolt. In the present era of unprecedented technological development and of high explosives powerful enough to wipe out large cities in a moment, the least vagrant tendency of the mind in the leaders, especially in those holding seats of power, is fraught with the gravest danger for the race. A single unpremeditated act or an unforeseen chain of circumstances, reacting on ethically inferior minds, however dominating intellectually, can give off the spark that might suffice to reduce whole portions of the smiling garden of humanity to mounds of virulent ash. Consequently, so long as the basic facts about mind are not known and science does not come into possession of effective techniques to control inherent propensities, which, present in men and women holding positions of authority, can cause havoc on a global scale, mankind will continue to bite precariously on the top of a sleeping volcano liable to violent eruption at any time. The only sure safeguard against the now constantly overhanging threat of an annihilating war is comprehensive knowledge of Kundalini. I feel that it is the unseen hand of destiny which, in spite of my limitations, drives me to present a demonstrable religious truth of paramount importance that can save humanity at this crucial time, when it is drifting helplessly towards the greatest disaster it has ever suffered, all because of its utter ignorance of the laws of the mighty mechanism operating in the system of every member of the race. The only source of strength I possess is my absolute conviction of the correctness under all circumstances of the disclosures I am making about Kundalini. I feel completely sure that the main characteristics of the awakening described in this work, the results defined, and ultimate consequences foretold will be fully established by experiment and by corroboration from unexpected sources, partly before the end of this century and mainly in the centuries to come. I am also certain that the disclosure of a mighty law of nature that could well have remained shrouded in mystery for a long time yet without anyone being able even to make a guess at it is in the nature of a divine revelation. I was led to the knowledge of this momentous truth step by step by the action of a superphysical energy upon my system, shaping it by degrees to the required state of nervous efficiency, as if to be instructed in the ancient science I was destined to make known in a verifiable form suited to the tendencies of the age. One may ask how all that I can say could have such an effect on the world as to succeed in creating the mental climate that will remove the threat of wars, usher in an era favorable to the establishment of a universal religion, a new world order, and a one-world government, with the demolition of racial and color barriers and the introduction of other much-needed reforms conducive to the unhindered progress and uninterrupted happiness of mankind. The answer is simple, so simple perhaps that many may find it hard to reconcile its apparently ordinary character with the colossal nature of the transformation it is expected to bring about. All the changes I have mentioned will be brought about by the simple device of demonstrating empirically the alteration wrought in the human organism by a voluntarily awakened Kundalini. In every successful experiment, the results would be so positive as to leave absolutely no room for doubt and so astounding as to demand immediate revision of some of the most firmly established scientific theories and concepts of today, leading inevitably to the transference of the world's attention from purely materialistic objectives and projects to spiritual and psychical problems and pursuits. The fortunate individual in whom the divine energy is benignly disposed from the beginning, possessing the psychical and biological endowments, which as far as I have been able to judge, predisposed to a favorable termination, will, after varying periods normally extending to years, show remarkable developments, both internally and externally, so startling and, judging from the prevalent notions of great thinkers, so unexpected that they are sure to strike with overwhelming effect not only the subject but also the trained scientists engaged in the observation of the phenomenon. Inwardly the individual will bloom into a visionary, the vehicle of expression of a higher consciousness endowed with a spiritual or mental sixth sense, outwardly perhaps a religious genius, a prophet, an intellectual giant, with bewildering versatility and insight, completely altered mentally from what they were before the experiment. In exceptional cases, and such instances will occur in the era to come when more facts become known about the mode of operation of the mighty power, the favored mortal may develop into a superman or superwoman, capable of prodigious spiritual, mental, and physical feats, a source of ever-present awe and wonder to the multitudes and of inspiration and guidance to others already firmly planted on the path, but not destined to reach such heights. Most of the successful hierarchs will sooner or later find access to the eternal repository of infinite wisdom to bring, in inimitable language, inspired messages suited to the need for the enlightenment and guidance of humanity. The idea that under the direct influence of the cosmic life energy the human brain is still in a state of organic evolution is a fact so important that, compared to it, all other discoveries of modern science pale into insignificance. Continued evolution of the human organism, in its turn, points unmistakably towards a conclusion which is often discredited by the orthodox evolutionists of our day. What it clearly implies is that there must exist a predetermined target or, in other words, an already existing blueprint of consciousness towards which humanity is evolving. At this stage of intelligence it would be the height of folly to assume that this evolution would be governed by accidental mutations of the genes taking eccentric directions about which we can have no knowledge at present. The steady and systematic way in which the human mind has advanced in intelligence, knowledge, and skill provides a clear rebuttal to this stand. There can be no dispute about the position that this evolution is proceeding in a certain direction about which we have little or no awareness at present. There is every likelihood that the reality of continued evolution will be brought home to scholars of our time with the shock of a thunderbolt. It is only then that the shell of disbelief that covers our thinking will be broken, never to be rejoined again. It often needs a shock to rouse the human intellect from an accustomed erroneous way of thought. Not until the British rulers in India made the custom of Sati a capital crime did the orthodox pundits refrain from a practice unparalleled in its horror and inhumanity. Until the utter lunacy of our present way of thinking that continues to rely on war for the settlement of disputes, even in the nuclear age, is brought home to us by a catastrophe, the human intellect will continue to act in this dangerous way. Sufficient sleep, proper food, moderate sexual indulgence, temperance, an active altruistic life, conformity to sublime ideals and healthy principles, noble and benevolent traits of character, these are the essentials of a life spent in concordance with the demands of evolution. Even in this age, when we glance round us triumphantly at our marvelous achievements, the leaders of thought and the elders of nations seem as ignorant of these laws of the healthy evolution of every individual as physicians of the past were ignorant of the bacteria that caused plague and cholera and took a toll of millions of lives. They seem unaware of the fact that crime, insanity, violence, and war are as amenable to control when these laws are known as virulent contagious diseases have proved to be controllable in our time. The leading personalities in every sphere of life, politics, industry, trade, technology, science, art, philosophy, religion, healing, law, defense, and the like attain to their respective prominent positions through certain qualities that they possess. Intelligence, perseverance, dynamism, eloquence, versatility, flair for a particular avocation, industrious application, courage, resourcefulness, tact, and the like are some of the qualities they must possess to supersede or excel other competitors in the field. For these precious endowments they must always depend on the capacity of their brains. Education, training, and early environment play only a secondary role. Primarily it is the inherent potential of the brain which determines the leader or the successful contestant in the battle for life. In every branch of human endeavor it is not always the most erudite or the most widely read who distinguish themselves. Many of the greatest names in history are those who were poorly educated or who had no education at all. The exercise of the intellect as involved in education leads only to a partial development of the human personality. The exercise of the will, involved in gaining mastery over our passions, emotions, and desires, involved in spiritual discipline is at least as much, if not more, necessary to make an individual a truly cultured citizen of the world. Judging from the present conditions, it would not be possible for the race to exist with safety or security for even another 100 years in the technological age. There is hardly any sober, far-sighted lover of humanity whose heart is not filled with misgivings about the future in the context of the chaotic trends visible at present. It is not possible to turn back the hands of the clock of time. Our current customs, conventions, laws, values, and standards are not designed for a state of society in possession of the awesome powers which science has placed in our hands. Our present ideas of religion, philosophy, justice, right and wrong are equally inappropriate to the demands of the present or the ages to come. Materialism on the one hand and institutional religions on the other, leading to the segregation of human beings into different self-contained compartments, are limiting the powers of perception of the human mind to a dangerous extent by their antagonism and friction and may lead to a conflagration that can swallow us all. Materialism, with its bristling armies, ideas of superiority and spirit of rivalry with neighbors can prove even more destructive. The gulf between rich and poor, learned and illiterate, white and black, high caste and low, the tussle for equality between men and women, the competition between the advanced nations and the backward, any one of these can become the focal point of a dispute highly dangerous for the safety of the race. The time has come when humankind as a whole has to shed the now worn-out scale of thought and equip itself with new ideas and values as a measure of survival in the age to come. Only a few successful experiments would suffice to convince the world of the validity and the natural character of the Kundalini phenomenon. The results obtained would furnish the evidence necessary to find out the nature and purpose of the religious impulse in men and women, reveal the mysterious sovereign power from which prophets and sages drew their authority and inspiration, disclose the source of genius, lay bare the secret fount of art, and above all, make known the immediate goal destined by nature for humanity, which it must achieve at any cost to live in peace and plenty. On the empirical side, the effects will be uniformity of symptoms, regularity and ordered sequence of the biological processes, clearly observable day to day for years, indicative of the action of a superior form of vital energy in the organism, resulting finally in the complete alteration of personality and development of superior mental faculties. This cannot but lead irresistibly to the conclusion that by the operation of some extraordinary biological law yet entirely unknown to science, the human organism can complete within the period of a few years the evolutionary cycle needed for its ascension to the next stage, requiring in the normal course of events enormous spans of time for completion of the process. The paramount importance of the issues raised by this psychophysiological phenomenon, viewed in the perspective of the modern scientific trend, cannot be exaggerated. The emergence of a consciousness of the transcendental type at the end of a certain period, the inevitable result of the awakening of Kundalini in all successful cases, provides incontrovertible evidence for the fact that the regenerative force at work in the body is, at the very beginning, aware of the ultimate pattern to which it has to conform by means of the remodeling biological processes set in progress. The existence of an empirically demonstrable power in the system, not only fully aware of all the perplexing psychophysical intricacies of the organism, but also capable of reshaping it to a far higher pitch of organic and functional activity so as to bring it in harmony with the demands of a higher state of consciousness, can have only one meaning: that the evolutionary force in humanity is carrying us towards an already known, and predetermined, state of sublimity of which we have no inkling, save that provided by the religious concepts of prophets and visionaries. The awakening of Kundalini is the greatest enterprise and the most wonderful achievement confronting human beings. There is absolutely no other way open to our restlessly searching intellect to pass beyond the boundaries of the otherwise meaningless physical universe. It provides the only method available to science to establish empirically the existence of life as an immortal, all-intelligent power behind the physical phenomena on Earth, and brings within its scope the possibility of planned cultivation of genius in individuals not gifted with it from birth, thereby unfolding before the mental eye of the human race avenues and channels for the acceleration of progress and enhancement of prosperity which it is impossible to visualize fully at present. But the heroic enterprise can only be undertaken by highly intelligent, serene, and sober men and women of chaste ideals and noble resolves. The experiment is to be made by them on their own precious flesh and at the present moment even at the risk of their lives and sanity. When conducted by the right type of individual on proper lines and with due precautions, partly explained in these pages and partly explained in my other works, the experiment will surely be successful in a few cases, sufficient to demonstrate the existence of the mechanism leading to the Kundalini awakening with divergent results. The reaction created in the system may subside after a while, fizzling out like an ignited match without affecting any noteworthy alteration in the subject, after existing as a remarkable and weird biological phenomenon for months, open to observation and capable of analysis and measurement, or it may, after varying periods, lead ultimately to permanent injury, either mental or physical, or even death. But in the really successful cases, the transformative process generated may lead to that sublime state which carries the erring mortal to superphysical heights in joyous proximity to the everlasting, omniscient, conscious reality, more wonderful than wonder and more secret than secrecy, which, as embodied life, manifests itself in countless forms, ugly and beautiful, good and bad, wise and foolish, living, enjoying, and suffering all around us. The experiments, besides providing indisputable evidence for the existence of design in creation, would at the same time open to view a new and healthy direction designed by nature for the sublimation of human energy and the use of human resources, at present frittered away in frivolous pursuits, debasing amusements, and ignoble enterprises unsuited to the dignity of human beings. The knowledge of the safest methods for awakening Kundalini and their empirical application on themselves by the noblest men and women, physically and mentally equipped for it, will yield for humanity a periodic golden crop of towering spiritual and mental prodigies who alone, in the atomic and post-atomic age will be able to discharge in a proper manner, consistent with the safety and security of the race, the supreme office of the true ministers of God and the rulers of humanity. It is, of course, a great mistake to suppose that the awakening of Kundalini or entry into the transcendental state of consciousness can make one infallible, all-wise, and all-knowing. Attribution of infallibility and absolute wisdom to prophets and sages has been mainly responsible for the evil side of religion. If the human race is not to stagnate, knowledge must continue to grow indefinitely. The dogma of infallibility precludes further progress in knowledge and is, therefore, inimical to the evolution of the mind. I do not feel myself to be superior in any way to my fellow human beings. There is no idea of purity or chastity, virtue or saintliness in my mind to inflate my ego. Our whole constitution stands on frailty. We live always at the mercy of forces beyond our ken. Buddha is said to have died of dysentery. Shankaracharya died of an intestinal ailment at the age of 33. Paramahansa Ramakrishna passed away with the ravages of cancer. Disease, decay, and death claimed the body of every illuminated individual without any distinction between them and ordinary mortals. It is probable that the knowledge of medical therapy now available, if applied in their time, might have prolonged the lives of some of them who died of what are now curable or preventable diseases. I still continue to learn from my friends and associates. There is hardly any man or woman who has not a beautiful trait of character or a small store of wisdom lying inside. It is through the inherent goodness in people that the human race is able to prosper and progress. Legions hesitate to speak an untruth, to sell dear, to adulterate, to be unjust, to deceive, to blackmail, to be mean or avaricious, not out of fear of the law but because of an inner impulse which keeps them on the side of right. The great importance of religions and their founders stems from the fact that they sowed and nurtured this righteous impulse. But the materialistic thinking of the last 2 centuries now poses a great threat to the human race because it tends to uproot and destroy this natural, still developing inner impulse of goodness. Entry to transhuman consciousness adds highly to human responsibilities. We have now gained awareness of the potentialities of the intellect and the almost limitless power it can exercise, both for destructive and constructive purposes. Only a century back our ancestors had no awareness of the colossal technological achievements possible to us, with the exercise of our mental ability and skill. What undreamed of possibilities will open before us and what stupendous forces will come under our sway with the further evolution of mind to the transhuman state, it is impossible to conceive at present. It might become possible even for the human race to extend sovereignty over all the solar system as it does now over the Earth. How can nature allow us to win this sovereign position unless we have also gained the capability to shoulder the highly increased responsibility in a befitting manner and do not abuse the almost superhuman powers gained? This is the reason why in every case of the awakening of Kundalini, secret devices in the brain come into play to mold the individual towards a state of mind where the possibility of abuse of psychic power is eliminated. This is also why almost all those who possess psychic talents are never able to control the power or to exhibit them at will and choice, or even to remain fully alert and conscious when the phenomena come to pass. This is also the reason why through all the past, in spite of the great advances made in spiritual science, as for instance in India, the secret of domination over the supermundane forces of creation was never openly revealed. And discoveries, whether in the spiritual or the material realm, were made in a series of different minds and were not vouchsafed to only one individual, such as Buddha or Christ, however high their spiritual stature might have been. In all honesty, I cannot present an exaggerated version of what I know is necessary for the knowledge of the serpent power or make my narrative more attractive or sensational with concocted material or even refrain from criticism when it seems it is due in order to make my books acceptable and pleasing to readers. The only exceptional knowledge I possess is the harvest of the extraordinary experiences I have undergone. I still keep my intellect free and benefit immensely from other books I read. In my contact with the world, in my knowledge of it, and in dealing with mundane affairs, I am no better than millions of my fellow beings and maybe at times display even less practical sense than many of them. In my contact with the transcendental world to which I slowly gained entry after the awakening, I am but a child, constantly wondering at what I perceive, trying to pick up the alphabet of a language more difficult to follow than any knowledge ever gained of the physical universe. I have never been able to understand why pilgrims to the inner shrine should arrogate to themselves positions of power as great spiritual teachers and guides, or lay claim to exceptional piety, purity, or infallibility when in every description of the divine encounter recorded during the past thousands of years we find expressions of wonder, mystification, and incomprehensibility written large across them. The supreme experience is staggering, enrapturing, blissful, and inspiring, but at the same time inexplicable and ungraspable by the intellect. The experience is supremely illuminating because it reveals the grandeur, sublimity, and the eternal nature of the soul, but beyond that, what? All that is beyond lies out of the reach of the intellect and hence cannot be translated into any language devised by the mind. The inscrutable and ineffable nature of mystical ecstasy cannot constitute a permanent barrier to the unraveling of the great mystery. The evolution of the human being is a transition from darkness to light. But this transition has to occur over millions of years. At the first dim dawn of reason, the new processes of thought must have appeared strange and inexplicable to the evolving primate. He must have felt bewildered when the newborn faculty began to overrule the instinctive behavior of the mind. Entry to another dimension of consciousness, where reason is superseded, must have the same perplexing and mystifying effect on the mind. When the area of study is accurately demarcated through painstaking research of the phenomenon, a new alphabet, a new language, and a new symbology will develop to express and interpret the experience. A time will surely come when all the resources of science and the intellect will be mobilized to gain more and more insight into this extraordinary state in terms of the intellect. The inquiry is not to be approached in the spirit of conquest or arrogance, with the intent to achieve victory over a force of nature which has characterized man's approach to the problems of the material world, but rather with humility, in a spirit of utter surrender to divine will and absolute dependence on divine mercy. There is no other way save this open to men and women to arrive at the solution of an otherwise impenetrable mystery of creation, no other way open to us to find out what path has been aligned for our progress by nature, no other way for us to know and recognize ourselves, and no other way to save us from the awful consequence of conscious or unconscious violation of the mighty laws which rule our destiny. This is the only method to bridge the gulf at present yawning between science and religion, between warring political ambitions and ideologies more deadly than the most virulent disease and more awful than all the epidemics combined, between religious faiths, races, nations, classes, and finally between human beings. This is the immortal light, held aloft by nature from time immemorial to guide the faltering footsteps of erring humanity across the turns and twists, ups and downs, of the winding path of evolution, the light which shone in the prophets and sages of antiquity, which continues to shine in the men and women of genius and seers of today, and will continue to shine for all eternity, illuminating the vast amphitheater of the universe for the marvelous, unending play of the eternal, almighty, Queen of creation life. Epilogue. Pandit Gopi Krishna died July 31, 1984, at the age of 81, after a severe lung infection. After he attained his inspired condition of higher consciousness, he made strenuous effort to interest scientists in studying this condition in himself as a then living example of this rare and almost legendary phenomenon, previously known only from the writings of past saints and mystics of East and West. For a time, a government-sponsored project in India actually planned to undertake this important scientific research, but with a change in government the project was abandoned. No other scientific group evinced sufficient interest in undertaking research during the Pandit's lifetime, and so an incredibly rare opportunity was lost. This is particularly surprising in view of the warm endorsement of the Pandit's experience by such a world-famous physicist and philosopher as Professor C. F. Freiherr von Weizsäcker, director of the Max Planck Institute for the Life Sciences, Munich, Germany. However, friends of the Pandit have established Kundalini research organizations in New York, Canada, and Switzerland to collate information on the subject of Kundalini, collect case histories of individuals, and promote scientific and medical research. In the United States, inquiries about the work and publications of Gopi Krishna may be addressed to the Kundalini Research Foundation, Limited, P.O. Box 2248, Darien, Connecticut 06820, USA. In Canada, books by Gopi Krishna may be ordered from FIND Research Trust, RR5 Flesherton, Ontario, and as of 1 × 10⁻⁴. The end of the book.